All right. It's Monday morning, baby. It's Monday morning. Woo! I'm dancing. Oh, actually, I'm pouring a cup of coffee right now. Cup of coffee. Give me a second. Oh, my goodness gracious. Give me a second. Just hold your horses. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. Oh! Yeah. Oh, no.
You don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me.
No, you don't.
I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel.
Yes. Yes.
Sunrise on the horizon.
Yeah.
Sky is blue, no denying. News with Skyjack Morgan. Bright and early, new
dawn.
Every headline, every story. It's your morning, some glory. Stay informed, stay tuned as the day greets new blue. Good morning headlines with Skyjack Morgan. Start your day just fine. Information for you, darling. With coffee in your cup, news to fill you right up. Cleansing weather on the go. Morning show you need to know. Join us on this daily
Everybody, welcome to the show.
with your morning side by side. Catch the latest,
Feel the vibe.
Sky will keep you well supplied.
Oh, yeah, I'm in love today.
Good morning headlines with Skyjack Morgan. Start your day just fine. Information for
Hey, everybody, welcome to the show. Everybody, welcome. Hey, everybody, this is the Morning Sky Show. My name is Skyjack Morgan. Man, most of you guys don't know your neighbors. Hey, I don't know what to tell you. You got to know your neighbors if you want to start some mutual aid. Yeah, I was talking to somebody. I was like, how do you actually survive the climate chaos? There's this new movie that I haven't watched yet, but I'm going to. It's on HBO called The Welcome Table. And I want to watch it. It's about how 1 in 3 over the next 50 years, 1 in 3 people, 1/3 of the human population will lose their home due to climate change. That's the claim. I didn't make that claim. That's the claim. I'm repeating the claim. I don't know. Sanka. Oh my God. Who's talking about Sanka? I've never tried Sanka. Damn. I don't drink Sanka. No. I've never tried it. I never had a thing for caffeine-free coffee, but maybe sand caffeine. No, I've never had it. But okay. So the question is, if 1 in 3 people are going to lose their homes because of climate chaos, what do we need to do? Not only to help ourselves, but help everybody else, make sure that we also don't lose what's ours, right? And the way you do that is try to create an energy-independent dwelling. Try to live in a place that won't cook you. Like if you're in Phoenix, Arizona, and you're going to live for another 50 years, I don't know. If you are young enough to live another 50 years, and you are currently living in Phoenix, Arizona, I don't know what to tell you. I don't think you're going to be living in Phoenix, Arizona for the rest of your life. That's not going to happen. I think you'll be cooked alive. But you can live in a place where it isn't so goddamn hot, some place where maybe higher elevation. But the thing is, the higher elevation, the more UV radiation you get. So you got to there's a trade-off. But the number one thing is to get to know your neighbors, be able to depend on them. You collect water, they collect water. You grow vegetables, they grow vegetables. You have a gun, they got a gun. They attack your house, you help them. Someone attacks their house, you help them. You know what I mean? Reverse that. Somebody attacks your house, they help you. If someone attacks their house, you help them. That kind of thing. Because if you got solar panels, people might want to steal them. Might be a thing. So you need to have mutual aid so that you and your neighbors will know each other. So it got me thinking, man. I hope you know your neighbors. Get to know your neighbors fast and fast. I think the first thing I'm going to do when I move is going to be I want to have one of those little those little free libraries, because I got too many damn books. And I think it's important to share books. I think it's crazy that people don't get to go to the library. People don't get to read. People don't have access. We're doing a book club here on this channel. The books this month are Surfing with Sartre by Aaron James and The Country Under Heaven by Frederick S. Durbin. Two wildly different books. I hope you'll read them and we'll talk about them together. But anyway, I'm in love with you. I got my red glasses on. I hope you're having a beautiful morning. I had a great weekend. Not really. I had a great weekend. I played guitar on Saturday, and yesterday I spent the whole day torturing myself by packing and going through stuff. I don't know if you've ever done something like going through your dead mother's house, but there's stuff you didn't even know existed, like pictures of you that you didn't know existed, pictures of them that you didn't know existed, stuff like that. And then you're like, oh, and then as soon as I think that I'm okay, then I start finding like gifts from my ex-girlfriend or something. It's like, oh God, it's exhausting. Found my ex-girlfriend's sock. Throw that in the fucking garbage. And I'm like, oh no, I feel bad. Everything makes you feel bad. It's exhausting. Anyway, I hope that you're having a beautiful day. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and coffee advocate as well. Coffee addict. If you find it in your heart to drop a super chat, know that it will go directly to buying coffee and buying Melania coin, which is the number one tool for the future prosperity of the United States of America, as professed by Donald Trump, the greatest president who ever lived, and the first lady, the most beautiful first lady who ever lived. You know that feeling? Oh yeah, it was torture, man. It was torture. It was torture. Arizona adjacent resident. Careful out there. Shout out to Great Lakes area. You know what I like about the Great Lakes? They're great. The Fourth Coast. You like the Fourth Coast, the North Coast? They call it the Fresh Coast, the East Coast. There's the East Coast, the Gulf Coast, the West Coast, and the Fresh Coast. I always like that when you go up to the Great Lakes. They're like, we're just like you other coastal regions. We're just like you guys, except our water ain't got no salt in it. What do you think about that? Our water didn't get no salt. What do you think about that? Huh? What do you think about that? Our water doesn't have any salt. We're better than all you. I love it, though. It's beautiful. You have to pay for Sky's addiction. My addiction is mostly just coffee. I don't know. Do I have any other addictions? That and the news. Greg Gutfeld. Yes. Don't forget to hit the like button. Do that, please. Do I have any other announcements yet? Oh, yeah. This is the number one news reaction show on YouTube. It's called The Morning Sky. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's called The Morning Sky. It's the number one news reaction show on YouTube. If you ain't heard about it, it's the number one news reaction show in the history of YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate each one of you made that possible. Today is the 29th. If you don't know about the flag behind me, every day I get a question about it. Yes, I stand in solidarity with the underclass. Yes, I stand in solidarity with those traditionally, historically, and currently oppressed by the regime and by the current system that we all live under. Yes, of course, I stand in solidarity with anyone who can't stand up for themselves or who find themselves entrenched in a system that keeps them down. Yes, of course, I stand up with those who are beaten, those who are pummeled, those who are disenfranchised. Yes, I stand with them. I have solidarity with the underclass. But Sky, what if you don't agree with them 100%? Aren't there gay people that kill animals? Yes, I stand in solidarity with everyone who is downtrodden from the lowly sea slug to Oprah. From the lowly sea slug all the way to Oprah. I stand in solidarity with you. It is Pride Month. Before you ask, no, I know you're DTF, but I'm not gay. I'm sorry. I know there's a lot of you maggers out there that want to know if I'm gay. I'm not. I've never had a Grindr account. You won't find me on there, MAGA. Jesse Waters, I know you love the show. No, you will not find me on there. But I do stand in solidarity with those who have found themselves discriminated against because of their sexual orientation or identity or gender identity. Thank you for asking about the flag. It's June 29th. We have only one more day, and then you won't have to see the rainbow anymore unless I'm feeling saucy. Or I forget to or I forget to take it down. Gay is happy, not homo. Sure, that could be true. That's true. Two things can be true. I don't know. It's not gay is happy and homo. Actually, it's kind of like great could be wonderful, but great could also be large, like a great hall. A great hall doesn't mean the hall is awesome. It means the hall is very large. But a great person doesn't mean the person is very large. I mean, it could be, but it also means that they're awesome. A great person. You're a great person doesn't necessarily mean that you're obese. It could mean that though. You see, language is fun with English, with context and shit, It's fun. Jack will show his feet later. Maggots, stick around. Yeah, later and during the members only section, I'll show my feet to all of you. I know you'll get a kick out of that. Democratal, Paragenes. Listen, honey, I know it gets you going in the morning to go to other people. I know that's why you woke up. You stretched out. I know your trailer is a little bit shallow, but I know you touched the ceiling of your trailer. Oh, you kicked the dog, and then you were like, you know what I want to do with my time? Should I go look for a job today? No, I'm going to get on the internet, call someone a Democrat retard. That's what I'm going to do. Ding, dang, do. Well, I'm just happy that you're alive and that you're enjoying your time on this planet. But I am neither a Democrat nor a retard. But I might be. I could be a little retarded. Like in Jerry Lewis, there was this movie where Jerry Lewis plays a comic book lover. I think it's called Writers and Artists. I forget there's a Jerry Lewis movie with Dean Martin. And Jerry Lewis says, I read a lot of comic books when I was little, and that's why I'm a little retarded. I thought it was so funny. The first time I heard that, I was cracking up. But I read a lot of comic books. I still read comic books. Maybe I am a little retarded. And that's okay, too. I stand with all of those who are downtrodden, all of those who have been discriminated against, all of those who yearn for justice and freedom. I'm like Jesus Christ. He said that the blessed are those who hunger for justice. I am basically your Jesus Christ. Thank you for asking, all you maggers. I'm way more like Jesus Christ than Donald Trump. You're going to love this today. You're going to love it today. You're going to love it. It's going to be a good show. You're going to have a good time. My name is Skyjack Morgan. This is the Morning Sky. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. If you don't subscribe, you're banned. If you don't like the video, you're banned.
The truest words was from Nietzsche when he said that.
Nietzsche. I always love how British people say Nietzsche. Nietzsche. His name is Nietzsche. But hey, say Nietzsche. It doesn't matter. He's German. Friedrich Nietzsche. Friedrich Nietzsche. He was the guy who invented this idea of nihilism. And I know you're a big Kelly Clarkson fan. And she said that what doesn't kill me makes me stronger. But actually, she was quoting Nietzsche, believe it or not. He also came up with the term God is dead. You're going to love him. You're going to love Friedrich Nietzsche. He came up with the radical idea that if God is dead, then we need to ascribe value and meaning to our own lives and what great freedom our lives can represent if our lives mean nothing.
Any man who knows too much can't fit in anywhere. And that's the curse of awareness.
I got little Niels Bohr. Is that the guy's Niels? Not Niels Bohr. Who's that? Who's the What's that? What's the composer's name who made that piece of music? Do 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 do. Do. He made the Blue Books. Damn, I forget that composer's name. Neil something, right?
Once you start to delve underneath the surface, that's when you realize this whole world, it's not so simple. And you start to notice who people really are in the games they're playing, and that fake confidence, all the ulterior motives. And you realize this whole society, it's built on lies. And people, they're sheep. And once you see that, you can't unsee that. So you try and tell people, but they say to you, no, you're overreacting, you are crazy. So you stop talking.
That's about it, right? I'm asking you to not stop talking. Don't stop talking just because they say you're crazy. I mean, Gandhi said, they'll laugh at you until you win. Of course, they'll say it's crazy. What a crazy idea. You need to move the Overton window. Overton window, of course, is the window of shit that we think is possible. The window of shit we think is reasonable. The window of shit we think is unthinkable. Everything unthinkable is outside that. And, it's often due to a lack of imagination, but it's also due to an abundance of ulterior motives, an abundance of propaganda, an abundance of lies. A lot of times that's why things remain unthinkable. Things like mutual aid, things like helping your neighbor, things like socialism, things like communism, things like anarchism. You don't believe me? Ask your neighbor if they think what they think about anarchism. No, don't ask them. They'll think you're weird. They think you're crazy. They'll think you're crazy. You can't say socialism, anarchy, and communism. You have to say things like collectivism or neighborly love or philanthropy or or public service. You're not allowed to say things like socialism, social good. Don't even say the word social. There's a business near me. It's called Project Social. It's a beer hall basically, and I don't think they should even call it that. I'm like, it's dangerous to say that word. You're not allowed to say social. Social media is the only thing you're allowed to call it. Social media. What's so wrong? What's so wrong about socialism? You see, they've co-opted the word. You're not allowed to say it anymore unless you work for them. Sucks, but hey. Keep going.
But you're still observing, you're still watching, but you don't belong anymore. And it's not because you think you're too good for anyone. No, it's because you've seen too much and you're watching everything, and now you can't go back to how it was anymore.
That to me is exactly how I felt when I found out that how many people are enslaved around the world, and I was against slavery. How many animals were enslaved around the world, and how I'm against slavery. How every life demands liberty. How everyone wants freedom. Then I thought, man, am I crazy? Have I seen what nobody else sees? And I don't feel like one of them anymore. I feel like, I've got to be quiet. I'm not allowed to talk anymore. Nah, fuck that. You got to stand up. You got to stand up tall. Keep standing for your principles and your values. Don't shut up. Keep going. Ever since you learned how to talk, people have been telling you to shut up. I say, no, do not shut up. Do not let the bastards grind you down. Pass go. Collect your $200 and then throw it in their faces and say, I don't need your fucking money. That's what you need to do. Do pass go, do collect $200, and then take the money and throw it in your boss's face and say, I don't need your fucking money. Fuck you. This little pittance, this small shred, this token, this small percentage of the true value of my labor. I don't need it. All right, give it back. I do need it. I got to eat. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Religion enslaves the mind. Yeah, I mean, Nietzsche, you know where Nietzsche died, right? That guy was quoting Nietzsche. You know where Nietzsche died, right? He saw a horse being beaten in the street, so he threw his arms around the horse and he says, I understand you. And he wouldn't let the man continue beating the horse. And so they hauled Nietzsche away and they threw him in an asylum where he later died. Because he was called crazy. for not wanting to allow someone to beat a horse in the street. That's almost the same reason they killed Jesus Christ. He went into the money changers temple and he started freeing all the animals, saying, you can't charge money for killing animals. You're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to take people's money and sacrifice animals to God. Not in God's house. No way. Not in my name. Not in my name. And they killed him for that shit. They put him up on the cross, man. They yanked his guts out. It's bad news. Anyway, let's keep going, huh?
All right.
It's Fox News. They're laughing maniacally.
We're going to do this because in the last hour, you guys, we had the Secretary of Interior, Doug Burgum, on, and we asked him about the vandals that have come to our Capitol to basically...
Anarchy Burger! Hold the government. I don't know if anybody ever gets that joke. There used to be a band called the Vandals, and every time I hear about the Vandals now, I'm always thinking about Anarchy Burger, Hold the Government by this band called the Vandals. Does anybody know the band called the Vandals? Like, are you a fan of the Vandals? I'm gonna go ahead and put another. It's gonna be real weird. Here's a real weird poll. Let's see how you guys get. Are you a fan? Are you a fan of the Vandals? And maybe people will think it's because of the reflecting pool that Donald Trump is saying that there's vandals. He didn't fuck it up. His pool guy didn't mess it up. The no bid contract, that's not his fault. Nothing is Donald Trump's fault. Buy Melania coin. He never tells a lie. That thing's going to the moon. Buy Melania coin. Sell your house. Buy Melania coin like me. I just sold my house. I can't wait for it to get out of escrow. I'm going to take all that money. I'm going to put it in Melania coin because I know it's going to the moon. It's endorsed by the First Lady. And Donald Trump never lies. The Vandals, of course. You're a fan? Donald Trump says it's not his fault that the pool is all jacked up. It's the Vandals' fault.
And it's not just a reflecting pool, which was what was so fascinating. He talked about what they did with the reflecting pool, but the acts of vandalism and even threats of assassination.
Threats of assassin on the president of the United States? That's unheard of. I've never heard of anybody on the president of the United States. This is the first president of the United States to receive that type of threat. It's the first time it's ever happened. It's never happened before. It's never happened. I'm the first. I'm such a victim. I'm such a victim. Everyone's mean to me. Everyone's mean, very mean. They're very, very mean. Why is everyone so mean to Donald Trump? Why is everybody always picking on me?
All in time for our anniversary, our 250th birthday. Here's what he...
USA! That's what I say every time someone says something about our anniversary, our birthday party. Are you excited? It's in a couple days, everybody. 5 days. We're going to have fucking 250 years. My erection will be 6 feet tall. It's going to be the biggest, funnest time. I'm going to have so many hot dogs. Vegan hot dogs, because I am a liberationist. I don't believe that we should be enslaving pigs, throwing them in gas chambers to the tune of about 350 million a year in order to have hot dogs. So I'll be eating vegan hot dogs, which taste identical. It's a crazy fucking phenomenon. They taste identical.
He said earlier.
This was part of the original design, the reflecting pool, part of the 1922 Lincoln Memorial. It is part of the monument.
Nice.
So when people are using box cutters to do vandalism on this thing, it's the same.
Wait a second. Donald Trump said that you couldn't use a knife to cut this thing. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Now, I was in a pool. I have a pool in my community, and I took a box cutter, which I keep around. I always have a box cutter in case, I want to hijack a plane. So I went to the pool and I ran across and I tried to cut the pool. I tried to cut and then nothing happened. Nothing happened. It was like trying to cut concrete. It left a mark, but like nothing else happened. It left like just a little scratch. Nothing. The pool's fine. People are swimming in it right now.
As if they were throwing, paint on Lincoln's statue in the eyes of the law. So we've had, 7 arrests, a number of other citations, 18 police reports with this industrial rubber liner for the first time. Because
it's industrial and a box cutter was able to cut it. I don't know if you guys have ever used a box cutter, but even when you're just cutting boxes, a box cutter even when it's a fresh blade and it's super sharp, it's hard to cut boxes with a box cutter. You're telling me that this box cutter, like the ones with the little blades that you could just snap off? You telling me I'm supposed to believe that somebody got in the pool and cut a 300-foot, a football field sized gash all the way down? Well, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
The pool's got 2.5 miles of expansion joints underneath it, so those have been repaired. The liner is working. It's not leaking after the 4th of July. And Charlie, the fence is up partly because it's having the greatest and biggest celebration of fireworks ever for our 250th.
They keep on saying everything was the biggest and greatest, but every video I see, it's like, the Ferris wheel's broken and there's no food here. Everyone says that the party sucks. It went all weekend. America's birthday party looks like a bust. Damn, you ever throw a party and no one comes? Me neither.
So let me get this straight. So they've cut the liner. They've also been cutting fuel lines around the state fair to try and ruin the state fair that we just saw our own Adam Klotz at. Also, writing in blood assassination threats for 8647. Remember the famous Comey
Whose blood?
Shells reference there. And also, you guys, just around the country. I mean, we just did a story on Carrie Underwood.
I love that I've watched all these maggers wear 8646 shirts with Biden, and no one said it was a. Why are maggers such little victims? Why are maggers always victims? It's a threat. It's a threat. Everybody run. What is this? Bunch of pansies, bunch of wussies. It's an assassination threat. They said 8647. Can you believe it? They wrote it in blood. Blood? Really? Where? Show me a picture.
Underwood, the very famous country music star, she lined her property with flags, and all these liberals come out and attack her, telling her that, you know.
Show me the video. No, we're going to show you this video of like a statue of a cow. No, nothing about what you're talking about.
She's a white nationalist, and she's participating in performative patriotism. I mean, do the Democrats want to be the party that's against the flag and the celebration of 250, you guys?
Well, you really do hope that this is the final death throes of Trump derangement syndrome, and that, you've reached the point where the only thing.
How is it Trump derangement syndrome to say, I don't like this piece of shit, please get him out? 86, this motherfucker. Get him out of here. 86.
That people can complain
Sorry, bro, you're 86.
about is the idea that you have a guy who wants to beautify the city, restore the monuments, restore things like the.
I challenge your. Wait, MAGAs are always bullied and think the big orange bully will make them feel less bully. I think they just like the permission to bully people, and they like to be bullies, but they're like the Cowardly Lion. When you, like Dorothy, just has to boop the Cowardly Lion on the nose and like, oh, what'd you go and do that for? At first he's like, I'll clubber you, I'll kill you, I'll rip your limb from limb, I'll shred you, I'll pulverize you. And then all she has to do is go boop, and then the bully, the Cowardly Lion, starts crying. Why did you do that for? Why'd you come in here and hurt me? That's always what they do. Every bully in the history of bullies does that shit. Look what we done in Iran. We're gonna bomb your school children, and Iran's like, fuck you. And we're like, okay. They're so mean. Those Iranians are so mean. Can you believe how mean the Iranians are being to us? Well, you did bomb them. And you bombed a school full of children. For 37 years, though. I challenge your ass to the ring. To the ring? A ding ding, happy new year. A ring a ding ding. You got the balls, libtard. I got a ballroom, libtard. I got a ballroom, libtard. Who is this? Yes, you got a ballrooms. Come on, get some balls for the ballroom. We're gonna throw a party, guys. We're gonna throw a party in the ballroom. Don't you want to go to the ballroom? Hey everybody, this is Casey Kasem. We're going to throw a top 40 music in the ballroom, Donald Trump's ballroom, where we are going to let our balls hang loose with guest star Lindsey Graham, the our favorite ball licker, Lindsey Graham. You're all invited to the ballroom where you can lick Donald Trump's balls, maggers.
Reflecting pool. And of course, even more important, although there are few things more important than, I think, preserving our monuments and preserving our history, but also actually reducing the crime rate.
Yes.
Double-digit reduction in violent crimes.
Oh, violent. Look at this violence. Look at this. Somebody reached into the pool and smeared. They erased the algae. I thought you guys were trying to get rid of the algae. Like this is the type of shit. I don't know if you've ever seen a really dirty car and someone writes "wash me" on the dust on someone's car. You ever done that? Wash your fucking car. This is the same thing. Clean your pool. 8647 losers. Little sad face. That's so funny. It's violence. This is violence. This is what's so funny. Like, I remember the maggers used to be like, how dare you say language is violence? Calling someone the N-word is not violence. That's what I heard from maggers all the time. And now this is violence. This is violence. Saying the N-word isn't violence, but this, writing in algae, that's violence. How embarrassing for all of you pussies. Why are all you maggers such little bitches? My God, man. My God. This is what you're crying about? Can I get some wet floor signs for the maggers? We need some wet floor signs. It's getting wet in here. It's getting really, really wet. Yeah. See, this is how stupid you'd have to be. How stupid would you have to be to say the anti-fascists are actually the fascists? What's up is down, what's blue is red, what's black is white, what's left is right. No, Jerry Garcia, you are stupid.
Murders in the nation's capital. The idea that you can send your children or you can go to your nation's capital and actually survive with your life is actually probably a really good thing.
I don't know, man. I've been to our nation's capital probably 24 times. I mean, certainly over. I think I've been to our nation's capital like 25 times, maybe more. Lots and lots of times I've been to our nation's capital. And here I am. Wait, hold on. I'm checking my pulse. I'm alive. I made it. I even got to party with Henry Rollins once when I was in Washington, D.C. That was pretty cool. I was really happy about. I got to meet Henry Rollins and hang out with him. Actually, it was really cool.
And the idea that it is as dangerous as it is really kind of an appalling thing to consider for for.
This is what we want. See, this is safety, guys. There you go. Is it starting to look like the Third Reich yet? We putting fences inside of America and having soldiers stand on one side while Americans stand on the other. This is remember this. Remember the snapshot. Remember this. Lock that into your brain. The state has erected fences so that regular citizens cannot enjoy or even be near the shit that they paid for. You took our money, you dumped it in the water, $14 million worth, $16.5 million worth, and we're not allowed to even get near it because Donald Trump is scared. He's scared.
Third world for a first world country.
Yeah.
You would think too, by the way.
Does this look like a first world country?
If you do not like President Trump, find a way in this country of freedom of speech, and that is one of the cherished rights you have in this country. Find a way to go do that peacefully somewhere.
Yeah. Do it in a free speech zone. Freedom of speech. Do it in a free speech zone, in a free speech area. That's a sacred right to be in a very specific area and say pre-approved, state-approved messaging. That is a sacred right. Hey, that Chip guy's here. Let's bring him on. Chip, wow, Chip, you've got your camera on. Hey, how are you? What's the deal and how you feeling, sexy man? How you doing, baby boy? Hey, are you gonna talk, or are you just gonna stare at me?
Wait, I can't hear you, Sky.
You can't hear me. I can hear you. I can hear you, but you cannot hear me. Wow, that's just a problem. Chip, you can't hear me. Now I can't hear you. Now I can't hear you. Looks like he had a pink dildo on the wall.
But not vandalizing a national monument, because the National Park Service is completely apolitical, and they spend
Yeah. The National Park Service is completely apolitical.
a lot of time and effort protecting, creating, maintaining, and presenting these monuments for all Americans to come see history.
Don't forget to subscribe if you feel like a political orphan in this new political landscape in America. If you feel like Republicans and Democrats both suck way too much ass for you to support either of them, and you don't know which way is up anymore because Donald Trump has his wooden penis all the way up your bum hole, please let me know by liking and subscribing. Thank you for being here. Join the anarchist movement of dignity-based resistance.
And so you're really hurting the National Park Service, which is an apolitical entity. They're there.
You're really hurting the parks, guys. That's what you're really doing. You're not hurting Donald Trump. Can you hear me, Chipperoo?
I can hear you now. Yes, sorry.
Well, that's nice.
Hello.
Hello. It does look like you have a pink dildo on your wall.
Yay!
In the horizontal. Oh, you can only see it in horizontal. On the vertical, you can't see it. But only the people. Nope, even in here you can't see it. Sorry. Only the people who are watching on the horizontal feed can see your pink dildo. Chip, what's the deal and how you feeling? What's on your mind, my man?
Listen, Sky, I actually have a question because, there's several questions. You get to interact with a lot of Trump supporters, and we all know Trump supporters.
I get to. It's my privilege and honor to interact with many Trump supporters.
Yeah, and we all know
Nazis.
that all the Trump supporters are like anti-science and pseudoscientific quacks most of the times.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering because, obviously they live in US, so they don't realize the effects of climate change. But we just had a severe heat wave here in Netherlands.
Still going, and now it's in Germany. Now it's in
Germany.
Yeah,
but it's been so bad that it was the hottest weather we've ever recorded
in history. Yeah,
in history.
In almost every country of Western Europe, the hottest ever in Spain, hottest ever in Portugal, hottest ever in Netherlands, hottest ever in Belgium. Yeah, ever.
And it's been I heard a statement that it's undeniable that this is due to climate change. I am absolutely wondering how do the Trump supporters, because Trump has been outspoken that climate change is a hoax or it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So
do you think he believes? Do you think Donald Trump? Hold on, you tell me what your question is. What's your question? What was your?
No, I'm just very curious. What do Trump supporters think about this kind of stuff? Or maybe it's hard for them to think outside of the U.S. and outside of the area that they work in.
They don't have to, because we also have hurricanes and tornadoes and droughts and horrible heat waves. We have them here, but they just don't care. I guess they don't think about. What do you mean that they can think about what's in their backyard? We have more hurricanes, more tornadoes, record numbers of tornadoes. I think, what was it, 2 years ago? We had more tornadoes rip through than in history. It was like, I forget the numbers, man. I remember because I was in Arkansas and there were tornadoes, and I was like, Jesus. And that was what everybody on the news was talking about. This is the most tornadoes we've ever seen in forever. We've never seen this many tornadoes here in Arkansas. It's the worst it's ever been. And they're like, but you guys don't get tornadoes.
We not yet. Who knows? It's still early, Sky. We also apparently when I first arrived to the Netherlands, the summers they didn't feel like summers to me. Now they feel worse than they used to. So it's very hot, man. It's very hot. Even today it's like 25 degrees, so that's a hot day. But yeah.
I mean, I'm putting a poll right here. Do you believe in climate change, or are you an idiot?
Well, we did have that Thomas guy who kept Thomas Eastman, who kept being a tiger in the chat, but had absolutely no courage to come and say anything here.
Oh yeah, There's always the case, but that's all because they're cowards. They're cowardly lions. So I think the cowardly lion's very apt. I even heard Larry O'Donnell start talking about cowardly lions. I've been saying that for 2 years. Do you believe in climate change, or are you an idiot?
That's a good call.
Those are your two options. I'm an idiot or yes. Chip,
Did I tell
guess
you that? Go on. I'm sorry.
there's a
I have
new
a lot to story, so I'm like, you go on. Yeah.
there's a new movie on HBO that I'm going to watch tonight. It's called The Welcome Table, and the claim of this film in the trailer, it says that in under 50 years, in the next 50 years, 1 in 3 people will lose their home because of climate change.
Holy crap, that's a lot.
And it says, and in the trailer, it says, instead of building on immigration centers, instead of building homes, instead of building all of the infrastructure to prepare for this, because they know. What are you doing, Chip?
Just trying to trigger them a little bit more.
Because they know. How did you just affix that? Is it magnetic?
No, it's just coincidentally there's a hole that fits right into
Oh, really?
it perfectly. Yeah.
So you put your pink dildo right in the black hole?
Yeah. I put my pink dildo right in the black hole. Yes.
Nice. A good time.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
So instead of building infrastructure like beds and hospitals and immigration centers and all the things that we would need, that we are instead building walls and guns and surveillance. So
And don't forget about the ballroom and but wars between Iran and other stuff. Like, we're building a lot of stuff. We're wasting money very, very.
The ballroom is a bunker, right? So we're building bunkers, weapon systems, walls. That's what we're building. And I think, and I guess the claim, I haven't seen the film yet, but the claim of the film is that this is in preparation for something that the state already knows is happening: climate change. If they know that 1 in 3 people will lose their homes, the uptick in refugees and asylum seekers will skyrocket. And so we're building walls.
Yeah. I guess instead of actually trying to stop it, they're just like, oh, well, might as well. We know it, like they still have time to do something about it. They can still change it, but they decide not to.
Yeah, well, I guess, like, I don't know. I don't know that we have time to change it. I think we have time to mitigate it. We have time to make it less or whatever. Maybe it's 1 in 5 people lose their homes in the next 50 years instead of 1 in 3. But I guess the thing is, we know it's coming, and so we're building walls. We know that walls don't work, but we're still going to try it again anyway. And so when mass migration really, really starts, and it's not going to be in one wave, but it's going to be in the next 50 years, it's going to get worse. And
what do you think is the best thing somebody as an individual can do to mitigate this?
It's funny, I said that in the beginning of the show. I think that you need to move to a place. You need to move to a place that has a future. So like not Arizona, not someplace, not someplace too close to the coast. Move to someplace where you can be energy independent. So when the grids go down, which they will, because that's what always happens.
I don't mean prepare for the worst. I mean, like, what can we do to fight against climate change? You as an individual.
You can't. You can only prepare for it.
Well, you can also do something very important.
What do you think?
That is adopt a plant-based diet.
Oh, yeah, you could adopt a plant-based diet, as if that's going to help. You're not going to, I mean, I guess if everybody decides to adopt a plant-based diet, but we can't put it back onto, this is why I hate vegans. And it's because everyone tries to reframe it as if it's some kind of personal choice, or it's your habits that need to change in order to save the world. We will not save the world through habit change.
We will well, depends on what you mean, right? Like certain, you can't say we can't stop killing people if we stop killing people. Yeah, we can we can stop the animal exploitation by being vegan.
As you know, they're not killing people. You're not asking them to stop killing people. You're asking them to adjust their habits, as if we went back in 1847. If we went back to 1847, or sorry, if you're English out there, we went back to 1827. We went back to 1827, and we asked any white person around the world, around the whole world, because in 1827, African chattel slavery was global in the colonial world.
Yeah.
So in 1827, if we went to an English person and we said, "Hey, aren't you against slavery?" And they're like, "Yeah, of course I am. I live in England. We don't see many slaves around here. It's
Yeah.
not here in England." And you said, "Okay, well, I need you to stop eating sugar because sugar is made by slaves exclusively."
Do you think people wouldn't do that?
Fuck no, they didn't. They tried. This was a thing they tried. Stop eating sugar. Stop using cotton from these places. Adjust your habits and buying. Adjust your consumer habits. And nobody did because they cared. They didn't care about their consumer habits. They care about slavery and liberty. And you know, and they're the ones not doing it. Well, you want me to change my habits? You know how hard that is to go up against the overwhelming propaganda and price and attractive prices. Wait, so you want me to buy what? Hemp picked by white people that's cost 15 times more than cotton picked by slaves?
Yeah, that's interesting. But how would you solve this problem then? Because yeah, I understand that there's obviously a lot of changes that need to be tackled by governments, but I also feel like when it comes to veganism specifically, or animal rights, or climate change caused by your food choices or all that, obviously the government can force you and say, "Hey, you're no longer allowed to do this." But as we know from the prohibition era, that never works out. So
Yeah, I mean, I guess like the first thing would be about I think that the question would be to open people's eyes to the propaganda, open people's eyes to the fact that they're being used as tools by the government, undermine the authority of those governments. You know, I don't recognize the authority of these governments. I don't recognize the authority of these corporations trying to deliver 10,000 ads to me every day and tell me to kill animals. Like this is, and I need to wake people up about every life deserving liberty. Every life requires liberty, demands it.
yeah.
I don't think by talking about consumer choice or that, hey, if you eat less meat, then the world will somehow magically stop climate change. I just don't think that that's a message. I don't think that's a message that's worth repeating, honestly. I don't like that.
It's not that I don't like that. It's that I think we're at a position right now where, while I completely agree with you that individual change doesn't necessarily make a whole lot of a difference, we're at a position right now where we can't pick and choose and say, no, only this person. Like we can't just dodge responsibility and throw it at the next person. We need to acknowledge responsibility, and we need all solutions. One no longer works. It's like, even when it comes to strictly to climate change, yes, everyone should be plant-based, 100%. There isn't even a doubt in my mind that if you're not plant-based, you are doing a disservice to the climate, and you're a person who doesn't care about
Do
it.
you think people care about the climate?
I think there are people who understand the importance of it, who see the effects of it, and they are trying to be rational. They always, afterwards, they do some form of motivated reasoning to justify their consumption because they just don't want to change or something. But we're at a place right now where we absolutely have to change. There's no ifs and buts. Everything that we can do will serve a purpose that will trickle down. So yeah, even the consumers, even they can and have power.
You know, here's the problem, right? I don't think most people care about slavery. I don't think most people care about climate. I don't think most people care about women being treated as second-class citizens. On a global scale, slavery is still rampant. Nobody gives a shit about the rivers and streams poisoning the earth, poisoning the air. Nobody cares. Nobody seems to give a shit about slavery. It's about women being held down as second-class citizens. Around the world, people might say, well, in America, we treat our women better. Bro, even just like that, in Europe, we treat our women better. Even saying like that positions them as lesser thans. And
yeah, it's a weird. It sounds so bad. And it's like, what do you mean you treat your women better?
I mean, that's what they say. Well, we treat them better here. We treat our women better here. What do you mean you treat them better here? What the fuck? So, I mean, now that seeing how most humans do not give a shit about these things, I don't see that there's I don't think that there's a way through without crazy, over the top, fundamental change in the way we do business on the planet Earth and the way we organize society.
I agree with you that maybe in order to make the big changes in society, we need some fundamental changes. And, who knows, maybe a big ass war will change everyone's mind and they'll start respecting the rights of women. They won't have a problem with LGBTQ people or something. But when it comes to global issues, I think regardless of where you align with it or whether you believe that your individual action does make a change, I think, as far as I know, because I did see a study regarding this a while ago, maybe a couple of years now, and it did say that, yes, even individual change, because we passed the 1.5, even individual change matters. So we can't be picky. We can't say, no, only this needs to. No. So if 10 people out there watching, 10 people out there can make a change. It will make a difference in the end. And maybe it trickles down and maybe speak to somebody to make a change. We're seeing more and more that governments do nothing. So we got to do something, right? Isn't that what you're all about, Sky? That we have to take it upon ourselves to do something?
Yeah, I think we need to take upon ourselves to organize and work collectively in order to overthrow the government and no longer have these centralized, these top-heavy, top-down dictatorships. I don't think that it's sustainable. I don't think we're going to make it because of them. If we had decentralized government and decentralized communities, we might actually make it. And that those are the communities that will make it, by the way, are the ones that are there to help each other, are the ones that don't rely on the government for their shit.
Yeah, but we do need we need to collaborate, and the problems are global, so we can't just say only if, like, you see what I mean? Like we still need to collaborate with each other.
We must, yes, but that doesn't mean that we need to have any form of no form of real government where they're telling us what to do anymore. Instead, have consensual agreements between mutual parties, like have a world built on consent and cooperation rather than a government. Oh, you were born here, then you have to do what we say. Like that's
obviously
tyranny.
That doesn't work. Yeah, but that's why
it won't work. It won't work and it's never worked. It works for a while. It could work for 500 years, but it won't work forever, and it'll fall down. Just like the Chokia. I've been reading a lot about the Chokia Indians who had this great, massive empire-style organized society on the Mississippi, and it fell. And by the time white people got to Mississippi, all those people, they was long gone. They had the ruins, they had paintings, but they were 300 years old. The people were long gone. The society was dead.
Oh, because of the yeah, but
because the top-down government didn't work. As it grew, they became more and more elite. They became more and more detached from the rest of the people. They couldn't deliver their promises. They were taxing people, and they weren't actually delivering the services that the cities required. These are ancient cities that we've seen fall, and ours will fall as well.
And I agree with you that a top-down government doesn't work, but a government doesn't necessarily imply a top-down government also, right? So I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to get into all this. Right, I also have to go back to work. I just came in here.
Did you have something else you wanted to talk about?
I forgot. No, I got into this, and I got to get back to work. So, but
you're going back to work today? Oh no.
Yeah, I'm working. Yeah.
Isn't it late there?
Yeah, it's 4:30. I still got like an hour and a half.
It's 4:30 in the afternoon. You're still working for some boss? Damn.
Yeah.
Well,
gotta live, you know.
Well, you do. You gotta work to live. You gotta work to eat.
Sadly, I wish it weren't the case. I wish I could just go to the supermarket, pick up what I want, and then be done with it. And I wish.
You think that everyone who's alive should have the necessities of life? Wow.
Yeah, insane.
You're a radical. Huh? You're a radical. You think that the necessities of life, that you shouldn't have to slave yourself for the necessities of life.
Yeah, I know. It's the Trump supporters really don't like to hear that.
No,
They really like this idea that they have to subjugate themselves to somebody in order to.
I think they just like having a dad. They just really like having a dad tell them what to do. I think there's a generation of people that grew up and they just wish that they had a dad that would tell them what to do all the time. I think maybe that's why Gen X loves Trump, because their dad wasn't around enough. And now that
They
Donald
do call
Trump,
him daddy, don't
they
they?
call him daddy all the time. Yep. The old man.
Yeah.
And they love having an older guy too. They love having an old guy tell him he's wise. He knows what he's talking about. My dad wasn't there when I was growing up, so I have Donald Trump now that I'm older. I think that's why Gen X loves him so much, because all these latchkey kids wishes they were there. Yes.
Have you
Don't
seen
promote
the
plant-based. I'm a nihilist. That's not true. I'm not. God damn it, Johnny Vegan Seed. I don't think that the argument. I don't think that the argument of eat plant-based and the climate will be better is a good argument. Sorry, Chip.
It will help, first of all, because the major
Chip, we already
contributor
covered
to,
it.
But it's not just that. It's that like obviously climate change is a monolith, and it's a huge thing that cannot be saved like with just one thing. But the biggest contributor or the biggest warmer of the climate is greenhouse gases, and those are caused by animal agriculture. Those have a short-lived time in the atmosphere, so it does change. Change. But I wanted to ask you, have you seen the Dean Withers surrounded thing?
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna stop watching that Jubilee. I'm gonna boycott Jubilee, by the way. Ray Shamrock says, "Nah, our dads stick around." Well, they might have stuck around, but they were at work all the time. They barely saw you. You barely saw your dad. Don't give me all that bullshit. If you're Gen X and you saw your dad all the time, what the fuck did your dad do for a living? Because I was born the last gen. I'm the youngest Gen X. I'm the youngest year of Gen X, and my dad worked all the time. I barely saw the motherfucker, and when I did, he wasn't happy. So he came home stressed from work, and then he was gone before I woke up in the morning. Anyway.
True,
Chip,
Dad.
like I don't know, people. My dad stuck around, really, because he was gone for 60 hours a week plus commute. Don't tell me he was there. Chip, I'm gonna boycott Jubilee. I think Jubilee is a right-wing psyop.
I wouldn't be surprised by that. I believe that. But
they only are sowing
ask
division. It's so disgusting. Like that thing with Dean Withers was hideous. It was hideous.
The one thing that I laughed my ass off is that there were a lot of women there who actually said they want to fuck Trump.
Oh, yeah,
and
they all raised their hand. Okay, who here wants to have sex with Donald Trump? And all the women raise their hand, and then they start chanting USA, USA. And I'm like,
oh God,
this isn't a cult. This is a cult. Don't tell me that it's not a cult.
It's a
Don't
fucking
tell me
cult.
that this isn't Nazism, that this isn't National Socialism.
No, this is obviously a cult, but who the fuck wants to fuck that guy? Like, he's disgusting, man. Like, say what you will. Maybe you like his policies, maybe you like him, but we can all agree that he's freaking disgusting.
I can't believe that there are women.
He raped a woman.
I'll tell you what, though, for all the guys watching that feel like you don't have your mojo, you don't feel like women like you that much. Donald Trump is a fat, slouching, shoulderless piece of shit who has to wear a suit with extra, extra, extra large shoulder pads to look like a man. And he's like this. He walks around like a fucking turtle.
Yeah.
Oh my God, have you seen Kai Trump? She slouches too. Kai Trump is walking around like this too. And she's like 19. She's walking around like this. What is with these people, these craven? But here's the thing. There are women that want to have sex with Donald Trump. So look, guys, if you feel like you just ain't got it, trust me, you got it, boys. You got it. Women
all
are
you
still...
gotta do is
Hitler had a girlfriend.
All you gotta do is dethrow the American government, create division in the whole world, slightly destroy the whole planet, make thousands or millions of people die because of your choices, and damage the biggest economy in the world to an extent that it can almost never recover again. Destroy an empire that has been an empire for hundreds of years, and then when you're 87 and you're pooping yourself in meetings and you can barely remember something, you can't stand up, then some people who
They'll still want to have sex with you.
yeah, they'll want to fuck you.
Maybe he has a massive schlong like Arnold Palmer. Probably not. Everyone who's ever seen it says he does not.
I don't think so.
Trump has 1 foot out the door. He's got 1 foot in the grave. What do you mean out the door? He's got 1 foot in the grave. Trump envy is not a good look. You're absolutely right. Then why do you guys keep licking his balls? Why do people keep licking his balls? Anyway, are you talking about Biden? Biden's not president, morons. I don't know why you guys are obsessed with Biden. Yeah, I watched Jubilee for the lols. Jubilee to me is I don't want to give them the views anymore. I hate them. They've turned into this like
I value that. I see.
And they say this shit like, oh, we're trying to, through debate, we're attempting to find some common ground between these. Bullshit. You're sowing division for the likes and views, and you are showing the worst. They're showing the worst people possible. And even Dean Withers, how he looks at the camera, he's like,
yeah, I mean, I saw the whole thing, and the person who he selected to debate afterwards,
yes,
I thought this is clearly indicative of what he's looking after. He said he did it just to show how
horrible they are.
How insane Trump supporters are. But we all know how insane Trump supporters are. They come into a stream where everybody hates on Trump. They stick around for a whole hour. And then they say stuff like, Trump's your daddy, Trump's your daddy, Trump the religious. Like, bro, just go. If you don't like the stream, just go. Yeah, nobody's asking you to be here. Yeah, so we all know how insane they are.
Well, I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you have a beautiful day, and don't watch Jubilee. Thanks. Thanks, that chip guy. Thank you. Well, that's that chip guy. Please subscribe to that chip guy on his channel. He does amazing outreach where he goes and actually has strong conversations with people, and he gives them what for, doesn't he? He gives them what for. He goes in the streets of Amsterdam and he has the hard conversations that he calls a social experiment. Would you like to see a social experiment? Subscribe to Chip's channel. It looks like 54% of you say yes, that you do care about climate. 54%. There you go. 54%. What a wonderful 54%. Most people do not care about the climate. They don't care. They do not care. But I want to ask you, would you have the sex with Donald Trump? I think I'd rather have sex with Donald Duck than Donald Trump. But there you go. Donald Trump, would you have the segs with him? The segs
to help preserve these monuments for us when you want to.
Joining us now
I'm about my favorite senator, John Kennedy. He's my favorite senator. I can't wait to see what he says about the Iranian escalation. Now, do you know John Kennedy? He's from Louisiana. He talk like this, a ding-dang dude.
exclusive interview is Louisiana Senator John Kennedy. Senator, you may hear the brass band next to us.
Now, that brass band sounds like someone's torturing cats behind y'all.
Sounds a little bit like New Orleans, but we're actually on the National Mall. I don't want you to get confused there. Listen, this news about Iran,
Look at the crazy crowd. Look at all those people celebrating America's birthday behind them. See that? Look at all those people. It's just a huge success, everybody. Like and subscribe for America.
Sometimes when somebody tells you who they are, you got to believe them. I think you've used that quote. I've seen it on the internet. I feel
I love Fox News so much. I seen on the internet Elvis is alive. I saw him on the internet. Oh, I know that someone said who they are. You better believe him. Well, Donald Trump says that he can't go to heaven. Donald Trump says that he broke into children's dressing rooms in order to look at their beautiful naked bodies. Donald Trump said that if his daughter wasn't his daughter, he'd be fucking her right now. Donald Trump says that his daughter has always had a beautiful, voluptuous body. Donald Trump said that his infant daughter, Tiffany, that she has her mother's legs, but he can't wait to see if the tits come in. Donald Trump has told us who he is. Will you believe him? Buy Melania coin.
like that's Iran right now, and this administration is working really hard for diplomacy, but I don't know that that's the key.
Well, Joey, I think you have to keep all this in perspective. Number one, I think we're winning.
We're winning. Are we? Because as last time I checked, Iran got everything they wanted, and my team just lost $100 billion, and we're going to give them another $300 billion. So $400 billion, is that what we lost? I don't think we won. You ever meet those guys at the casino that are like, I'm winning at the roulette table or something, and they're like, I'm winning, woohoo! And you're like, really? You're winning? Yeah, I just won $5,000. That's amazing. And you find out later, well, they lost $25,000. You just caught them when they won $5,000. They're like, yeah, I'm winning. They lost $25,000, but they won $5,000, so they're stoked.
Two, you have to be mindful of the fact that really crazy is rare among the political leadership in Iran. It's commonplace.
It's commonplace.
Nonetheless, they don't want to die any more than we do. Point three, Iran right now is like a real.
So point one is that we're winning. Point two is that they're crazy, but they don't want to die. And point three is, oh, ding, dang, do we want that all.
The old man who can't afford to catch a cold. We have degraded them deeply. That's why we went in.
We are very good at degrading people by going into them. All the Republican Party is very good at going in and degrading them. We defile God's creation. Now, don't you know that we love defiling God's creation? They're like an old man who can't afford to get HIV, okay? You know those old people can't afford to get HIV? Iran is like an old man who can't get butt fucked without turning into goatsy. He gonna look like goatsy once we're all done with him.
They've got three wheels down and their axle dragging. So when the press says they're holding all the cards, they're wrong.
Okay, they got that Strait of Hormuz, don't they?
I think we should continue to do what we've been doing. If Iran wants to hit us, we hit them back twice as hard.
Great. That always has worked in the past, like 9/11. If you hit us, we're gonna hit you twice as hard. Well, isn't that like they did 9/11 because we were hitting them over and over again? So we hit them for years, and then they did 9/11. Not Iran, but the Saudis, our friends, the Saudis, they did it. So the Saudis, all these Saudis got together and they're like, we are sick and tired of these goddamn Americans keeping us down. And they hit us. And you know what we did? We bombed their neighbors twice as hard. We went to Afghanistan and we bombed the shit out of their neighbors. And then we went to Pakistan and Iraq. We went to Iraq. We killed that boy. We hang him on TV. Well, I saw him on the internet. I saw Donald Trump hang. Donald Trump, Saddam Hussein. Sorry, Saddam Hussein and Donald Trump are almost the same person in my eyes. They got all the gold-plated shit. They think they're boss of the world. They think they're big tough guys. But they're too old to catch a cold.
Will this go on for 60 days? I don't know. But we shouldn't give in. No deal for me is okay. A bad deal isn't. Now, at the end of a reasonable period of time, 60 days or whatever.
Man, you cannot buy stupid, okay? You cannot buy stupid unless you're Senator Kennedy. He knows how to buy stupid. My Lord.
I think we ought to go back in, go Catwoman on them again.
Go Catwoman? Did he just say Catwoman? Go Catwoman on them again? The fuck did he just say?
Ought to go back in, go Catwoman on them again. I think.
Go Catwoman on them again? Huh, Senator Guns can't now I just can't follow you, man. I just can't follow you, John Kennedy. What do you mean you gonna go Catwoman on Iran? You mean crazy Catwoman like Taylor Swift? She's a crazy cat lady. Is that what you mean? What you talking about?
Once again, we should eat them up and spit the bones on the floor. And
what is this guy talking about? Hold on. Does anybody think that we ate? I'm gonna do that's a new poll. We're gonna do new poll right now. Sorry, we gotta do new poll. Do you think we ate Iran and spit the bones on the floor? Do you think we ate Iran and spat the bones on the floor? Is that what you believe? Do you believe that? Does anybody believe that?
we should adopt the Navy's plan of escorting ships through the strait. It would be nice, this is my final point, it would be nice to have some help from...
You know, I know a lot of you guys want this on normal speed, and I'm doing it because you guys are telling this would be at one. I'm going to put this at 1.5 speed. These guys talk too slow. Look, and if you got a problem with it, I guess like subscribe to PDT or PBB. What's that guy's PBD? What's that guy, that liberal DPD? I forget that guy. PBT. What's that guy's name? I forget that. DBT. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? The streamer who does like subscribe to Hassan Piker, and he watches things on normal speed. We're speeding this shit up. I can't fucking watch this guy at one speed.
Other countries in the world that depend on the Strait of Hormuz for their oil.
Okay, that's 1.5x, and now he sounds like he's speaking at a normal pace.
But if we have to go it alone, we should go it alone. We can't back down. We're winning, and we shouldn't. That's the way I see it.
Senator, I want to turn to this now. I have to ask you about this controversy surrounding Scott Pressler after he was denied entry into a GOP dinner event with Senate Majority Leader John Boone. Take a look at
This guy looks like look how, hold on. Can we just say, look over to the left of the screen? Why does Eric look so Mr. Burns evil right there? What is he? Yes. Yeah. What is it? Look how evil he looks. While this dude with the widow's peak, this Eddie Munster looking motherfucker, he's like, I don't know, he's angry about something. I don't know who this guy is. Why is he so angry? Scott, I don't know who Scott Pressler is. Who is Scott Pressler? Do you guys know? I don't even know. Who is Scott Pressler? He's an American conservative political activist and social media influencer known for his great grassroots get out the vote. He led Gays for Trump. Cool. His grassroots effort often targets specific demographics such as hunters, fraternity members. He focuses heavily in Democratic and swing areas, rural Amish communities, fraternity members, hunters. Cool. He's a vocal supporter of Donald Trump and has been a prominent promoter of false claims that the 2020 presidential election was stolen. Yeah, he was there on January 6th. Awesome. Cool. He's a January 6th guy. Cool. Now I know who Scott Pressler is.
I'm here at the South Dakota State Convention. I have a ticket, and they are saying that I can't come in.
I'm the asshole saying you can't come in because guess what? You're posting this little piss and moan session on Facebook. So you just get the hell out of here.
On Facebook? You have someone against Facebook? That guy was... What is it with this, like, real... Speaking of pride flags, like, that shit's... I'm the guy who's not going to let you in because you're posting this on Facebook. With this Karen, these cowboy hat wearing Karens. What is with this guy? What is it with these guys?
Yeah, Pressler claims Thune specifically requested for him not to be allowed. Thune's team directed the Big Weekend show to post from his spokesperson, who insists they had nothing to do with the event. We also reached out to the South Dakota GOP for comment. We have not heard back, but this comes as the Senate continues to stall, of course, as you know, on the Save America Act, while an Obama-era judge ruled against a Trump executive order meant to secure our elections. Senator, we've talked to you about this before, about the Save America Act. The president is very serious about it. Grassroots Republicans and conservatives like Scott Pressler are very serious about it. We hear that
Scott Pressler isn't allowed anymore. They're not allowed in. See, you guys thought that if you're queer for Trump, do you think that's going to save you? Do you think if you support Trump, they're not going to murder you? If you're a woman for Trump, you think they're going to give you special privileges when their regime makes everyone show their IDs every time they cross the street? Do you think that's going to be, you think they're going to give you special privileges? Do you think you're going to be you're going to be A-okay? You think that all the people that helped the Nazis, all the Jews who voted for Hitler, you think they got special treatment? You think they got special treatment when things really got going?
Math isn't mathing, but we also hear that there could be a talking filibuster. It gets our hopes up. Can you give us the real deal, as you always do, on the probability we're going to get the Save America Act or something close to it actually to the finish line?
Well, sure. To answer your first question, I don't know, Mr. Pressler, but if he had a ticket, they should have allowed him in. Duh. Number two, as to the SAVE Act, I think we ought to pass it. The SAVE Act, to me, I'm a co-sponsor. It means two things. It means that to vote in America, you have to prove you are who you say you are to be able to vote. You have to have an ID at the polls, and you have to be an American citizen. And number two, it means that we ought to go back to having an election day, not an election month. We need to know who the winner is on election night.
Now, there are 350 million of us these days, Mr. Senator. Mr. Senator, we don't. How many people live in Louisiana? Let me just look up real fast. He's from Louisiana. How many people live in Louisiana? Google says 4.6 million. Oh, that's great. That's easy math, because that is literally 10% of what is in California. Louisiana has 4.6 million. It's the 25th most populous state, and California has 46 million. And of course, someone like stupid John Kennedy of Louisiana thinks that you could count all of the votes in a couple hours. Now, we close the polling booths at 8 p.m. That gives you 4 hours to count all of the votes. I don't know why you can't get them all done by midnight that night. You fools. There are 46 million people living in California. More people live in California than Canada. Canada. But Louisiana, why would someone? I love how people from Louisiana want to tell people in California how to do their shit. I love that. People from California don't give a shit what you're doing in Louisiana. Why is that? Why is it that people in California don't give two shits about people in Louisiana, but people in Louisiana got all sorts of opinions about how people's lives should be run in California? Why is that? Why can't you just mind your own business? Why can't you just mind your own business over there in Louisiana? God bless your heart.
I would continue to try to pass the SAVE Act. We've tried, I think, 4 times. I offered it as an amendment in our last reconciliation vote-a-rama. I only got 47 votes. I have encouraged Senator Thune to put the SAVE Act on the FISA bill, which is a must-pass bill. Hope he does that when we get back. I'm fully supportive of what Mike wants to do. We tried it once, but I'm willing to try it again, and that is Mike wants to put...
Hold the phone. Evildoer Voltaire 666. Great handle, Evildoer Voltaire. Antifa, he says, this is the wise words. These are the wise words from Evildoer Voltaire 666. As you know, the writer of Evil Candide. Voltaire, common sense isn't very common. Antifa, are terrorists, and there were several that were sentenced to hundreds of years. I mean, there's plenty of innocent people like Joe Hill. Joe Hill was sentenced to death, and he was innocent. So, I mean, lots of people who are Antifa are threatened to death or just assassinated because they don't think that fascism's cool. So Sophie Scholl got her head cut off. So did her brother, because they were Antifa. So, you know, I mean, how many years they get doesn't matter. But calling them terrorists. Now, a terrorist is someone, an individual or an organization who carries out violent acts against civilian population in order to achieve political goals. Did Antifa do that? Because I've never heard any evidence of that ever. Now, I've read books about Antifa. I've read books about the history of Antifa. And yes, Antifa has killed some Nazis, but they've never carried out any attacks on civilians in order to reach political goals. They punch Nazis in the face. That's it. When Nazis rally, Antifa shows up to fuck with them. That's it. That's not terrorism. That is resistance.
The bill on the floor, and then we all talk about it. And supposedly, at some point, the Democrats will give in. You can be your own judge of whether that'll happen or not. Final point, I guess, Senator Mike Johnson, my friend, who's Speaker of the House, just announced he wants to try it again through reconciliation.
Antifa is a joke. They fall down easily. Well, I mean, I guess if you count like all the Americans, are you talking about like the hundreds of thousands of American soldiers who died fighting fascism. I mean, you're right. They did fall down easily, but we still won. We still beat fascism until our government joined forces with the fascists in order to kill social democrats in 1945. But still, we killed a lot of fascists. My grandfather was Antifa. He went to Europe to kill fascists. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun. We'll end this world of slavery before this battle's done. You're bound to lose, all you fascists. You're bound to lose.
Support that. I think that
You guys hate Woody Guthrie. You hate Joe Hill. You hate Bob Dylan. You hate Pete Seeger. You hate all the You hate all the anti-fascists, all the Antifa. Damn, how do you guys have any culture? You guys just love Mickey Mouse and like Donald Duck. You just love Disney. I guess you guys are all Disney adults. People who hate Antifa are Disney adults. That's all you guys are. You're all a bunch of Disney adults.
I think it's possible if we get some really big legal brains to draft it so that all or a substantial portion of it could pass the Byrd test.
Senator Kennedy, obviously, and by the way,
we're so dumb. We don't know what you're talking about no more. You got a little too folksy on us over here. We all kind of glazed over while you all were talking.
a lot of Americans are walking with you every step of the way and trying to get this over the finish line. I don't think there's any question of the importance of the Save America Act. But obviously, we're here. We're having a lot of fun at the Great American State Fair. And your state of Louisiana absolutely did not disappoint with a big Mardi Gras display showing off the Pelican State. You know, I have family down in Louisiana, down in Kenner, and I love New Orleans, have for many, many years. But I have a two-part question. Number one, tell us about your great state. And number two, are you gumbo with or without rice?
Gumbo, y'all like gumbo because you're from Louisiana. You like with rice or no rice. You notice that the it looks like they got the Ferris wheel working again. Look at that. Look how many people are there. It's so packed. It's packed. Look at those bleachers. Look how many people are there. So busy. It's so busy.
Second question first. I swing both ways. Okay, I can go.
Well, we already knew that about you there, buddy.
But if you make me choose, don't take that out of context, guys. If you make me choose, I'll take it with rice. Come visit us in Louisiana. You know, Louisiana's right next door to Texas, and Texas gets a lot of great publicity, and I love them to death. They deserve all the good publicity, but Texas is 5.5 times bigger than Louisiana, but we're 10.5 times more interesting than they are.
I think that's true.
Speaking of that,
We got the bayou. We got alligators. We got gators. We got all the things that Texas has. Just it's dirtier over here. It's dirtier than it is in Texas. I love Louisiana, by the way. I've been there many, many times. I love it. It's great. Baton Rouge. I love Baton Rouge. Louisiana's great. I love Nolens. Have you guys ever been there? You guys ever been to Louisiana? I love it there. I just don't like their representatives.
Senator, on top of your Capitol Hill commentary, you are known for your social media presence. Here are some of your recent hits.
I'm here next to Alphonse. Alphonse is the Prime Minister of Cool.
Speaking of gators, there he goes. The Prime Minister of Cool. Look at me and my gator. I'm from Louisiana.
This is my backyard. If you go out on the grass, you need to be really careful because there's dog poop everywhere. This is my kitchen table. Unless you've been homeschooled by a day drinker, you can see that I don't use it as a kitchen table. This is Margaret.
He always says, unless you've been homeschooled by a day drinker. He says that a lot. He gets a lot of traffic out of that one. Unless you've been homeschooled by a day drinker. You've been homeschooled by a day drinker. Do you think he like workshops these with his staff? Being on his staff must be so much fun. Now, what do y'all think about this one? Okay, y'all put leeches in your cowboy boots and are wondering why you got dizzy. Y'all got no blood in your head because you got all the blood getting sucked out your feet. You think he says stuff like that to them, and they're like, nah, that one doesn't play. Let's workshop that one. We got to get back to the drawing board on that one there, John.
Margaret is my elliptical trainer.
Now, Senator, as a fellow Southerner, I'm fixing to ask you, how do other senators and other politicians keep from boring us by staying themselves on social media? Give them some tips.
I have no idea. We were forbidden in the Senate to go on TikTok. That's where it all started until just recently. So my staff signed me up. And
now it's okay because the Ellisons own it. The same people that bought Paramount? Yeah, the same people that own HBO? Yeah, the same people. You mean the same people that own CBS? Yeah, the same people own TikTok. So wait, so the Ellisons, they own Warner Brothers, DC, they own Paramount, they own HBO, CNN, they own TikTok. They're all the same guys? Yeah, father and son team, the Ellisons. Nothing's wrong with that.
And they said, go make videos. And I said, well, what do you want me to make videos about? And they said, whatever you want. So I just talk about my normal life. And it's beyond me why anybody finds it interesting. But I really do have an elliptical trainer named Margaret after Margaret Thatcher. There really is dog poop in my backyard. I think I made a video about my wife's chicken salad.
I made a video about my wife's chicken salad and my elliptical trainer called Margaret Thatcher. This guy named his elliptical. I'm gonna go get on Margaret now. Now, wife, I'm gonna go get on Margaret over here. I gotta get my exercise, okay? Fucking hell. This guy, he named his I need an elliptical trainer. I need to buy one and give it a name. I don't know what I'm going to name my elliptical trainer. We'll do a community post. We'll try it. I'm going to buy an elliptical trainer just so that I can name it. I'm going to name it Nancy Pelosi. I spent an hour on Nancy Pelosi. She was doing some insider trading. You know what I'm saying? We were doing some insider trading. Oh, yeah. So, ding, dang, do.
And it is really good. And my last video was about one of my pups who's really, really small, but he thinks he's a Doberman. And I don't know, I just keep making videos about my normal life until people get bored. But why they watch beats the hell out of me.
Well, you just discovered social media. Thank you, old man. I'm glad that you've discovered it. It is fun, isn't it? It's fun.
Listen, Tommy can give you some.
It has something to do with the human desire to share with one another. It's in order to build a facsimile of a community where we should be building real community bonds and actually meeting our neighbors and creating mutual aid networks and mutual defense networks. Instead, we are pretending on the internet. It's a lot like porn. Everything on the internet is basically like porn. Rather than actually meet a girl and talk to her and get to know her and then maybe work your way up to having sex, you'll just watch porn. Because it's better to fake it. It's easier to fake it. It's easier to fake it than actually do the real thing, right? Same thing with social media. It's easier to pretend like we care about each other and are connected. It's way easier than actually getting to know your neighbors and having to deal with all their bullshit and having to accept them even though you don't agree with them entirely. It's tough. It's tougher that way. I know. Pugs are one of the most fucked up breeds of dogs you can have, though. No one should own dogs. We already know that, right?
Well, tensions are certainly on the rise here in the Middle East this weekend, as we've had two separate incidents in which commercial ships were struck attempting to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Both of these were off the coast of Oman, as Iran has claimed that they control the Strait of Hormuz and say ships can only go through their blessing and use a route that is closer to Iranian soil. Well, in recent days, you've seen ships moving closer to Omani soil, and now you've seen two separate incidents. These have both been responsible.
Omani soil. So the Strait of Hormuz is only 21 miles wide. So it's all in controlled space. We can call it international waters all we want, but it's not true. International waters starts 200 miles away from your shore. So if you go out 200 miles from United States, you are in international waters. You can gamble out there, for example. You could do all sorts of shit that you can't do here. Like make jokes about the president. If you go 200 miles outside of America on a boat, you can make jokes about the president. But Hormuz is only 21 miles wide. So you could get as close as you want to Oman. It won't make a lick of difference because you're only 20 miles away from Iran. So you could get as close to Oman as you want. That don't matter. It's a two-way street, you see. They try to get closer and closer to Oman, but it don't matter. Because if traffic's coming the other way, you know what I'm saying? Can't work that way.
To by American forces hitting targets along the Strait of Hormuz in Iran, focusing on radar installation sites, but also air defense systems, storage facilities for missiles and drones. That has been the focus of American operations. Nevertheless, Iran has retaliated in kind. Overnight here, we saw both Kuwait and Bahrain being targeted, with President Trump issuing a stern warning to Iran, in which he said it is very possible that they will never learn. There may come a point when we are no longer able to be reasonable and will be forced to militarily complete the job that we very successfully started.
That we very successfully started. We started the job. We very successfully started the job. What did we get out of that? well, we lost $400 million. I mean, that's something. We spent $400 million for literally nothing.
If that happens, the Islamic Republic of Iran will no longer exist. The question is, does this continue to escalate, or do we return to a diplomatic pathway? We did just have diplomacy taking place in Switzerland a few days ago. The plan is for technical talks to resume in the coming days.
I love the type of language that diplomacy has been taking place. Don't you love that shit? It has been decided that we're going to part ways. It has been decided. Don't you worry. It's been decided. Diplomacy is taking place, everybody.
All right, on to this now. Let's go back to Gigi outside the federal courthouse in downtown LA with breaking news in the Palisades fire.
Like and subscribe. Hit the like button. Double tap the screen. Drop an emoji in the chat. Hit that emoji erection. I love that thing. Hit that emoji erection. Here we go. I'm going to hit the emoji reaction right now. A bunch of 100. I'm hitting the emoji erection. Hit that emoji erection a bunch of times, would you please? Yeah, I see you. Oh, yeah. I see you. Yeah, hit that shit. Hit that shit. Hit it. Do you think that we ate Iran and spat the bones on the floor? No, it doesn't look like that. Yeah, hit that shit. Hit that 100. Hit that 100. Hit that 100. All right, looks like you guys mostly did not think that we did that. Do you think diplomacy is taking place? Diplomacy has been taking place? I don't think so. Game over, man. All right, looks like it ain't working out for us. I want to do another poll. What should be the poll? Do you I don't know. Are you going to vote in November? I wonder, are you guys going to vote in November? I mean, is it going to help anything?
Your suspect trial. Gigi. That's right. The judge has just officially declared a mistrial in the federal case against Jonathan Rinderknech. The jury telling the judge they are unable to arrive at a unanimous decision. They were just polled 10.
This is the kid who started the Palisades fire?
Of them would have voted not guilty. 2 of them would have voted guilty. But again, they deliberated 13 hours over 2 days. The defense urged the judge to declare a mistrial this morning after yesterday. The jury sent the judge 2 notes saying they were dead set and wavering and unable to reach a decision in this case. The prosecution, the federal prosecution, urged the judge to do something that's called an Allen charge. That's basically where the judge asks the jury to please go back and deliberate again. Do it with an open mind. Do not change your vote or your position, but listen to others of opposing mindset with an open mind. The judge decided not to do the Allen charge. She instead polled all the jurors and found that they cannot come to a unanimous agreement. Now, we expect people to start coming out. Jonathan Rinderknech was in court, as was his father, friends, and family members. Again, a mistrial has been declared. This is in the Palisades arson fire case. The prosecution charging that the 30-year-old started a fire, the Lackman fire, days earlier. He intentionally set that fire. They claimed that fire then morphed into the Palisades fire.
Yeah.
And we know what happened after that. The defense attorney said there was no hard evidence linking his client to these fires and that he was not responsible for the Palisades fire. A mistrial has been declared. Of course, we'll bring you the latest on this ongoing saga.
I mean, it's kind of hard. Okay, so this kid started a fire because he was watching a music video where people were lighting fires, and he was feeling bad on January 1st. He was feeling like a shit bird. He was alone, and he lit a fire, and he burned it, and he was like, oh, shit, it kind of got out of control. And the fire department came out, and they put out the fire. And then 8 days later, they're saying that the same fire was smoldering for 8 days, and then it restarted when the wind blew, and it did the Palisades fire. I mean, is that really his fault at the fucking Palisade fires? I mean, should he be on the hook for all those rich people's houses? Should he go to jail for the rest of his life? Which I'm sure he would get more time than Carmelo Anthony, you know? But it just goes to show, I don't know, this kid, good white kid, if he were black, he'd be in jail already. They'd kill him. But this white kid, he just he was just fucking around with fire. He didn't know he was going to start the Palisades fire. If anything, it's a big stupid accident. And also, they're saying that this fire was that it morphed into. I don't know. What do you guys think? Did he start? Is it his fault? Is it Rinderknech's fault? You guys are going to vote. All right. A lot of voters in here. Nice. Civic duty. You guys are doing your civic duty. Let me ask you, do you think it was the kid's fault? Was it Was it the kid's fault? The Palisades fire? Let me know what you think in the poll. I'd love to hear what you think. I don't know. I don't think it's his fault. Like, he fucked it up, right? It was a mistake, maybe. But where's the proof? You can't prove that fire morphed into the Palisades fire. How are you going to prove that? Oh, yeah. And then he did it intentionally. He didn't intentionally burn all those rich people's houses down, and also fuck those rich people.
From downtown Los Angeles, for now, I'm Gigi Gracia. I'll send it back to you.
Like, they were in a fire zone. They knew the dangers. You build places where it's wildfires happen. You get hit by a wildfire. You don't hear all the people in Arkansas when they build their trailer parks in the line of a tornado. They're not like, oh, it's somebody else's fault. Oh, yeah, baby. Steffelson, what's the deal, baby boy? How you doing? If someone drives up fast to your bumper, do you pull over and let them go? A, yes. B, never. C, it depends on what kind of car they have. Do you pull over and let them go? It depends on what lane I'm in, I guess. But yeah, usually I pull over. I just let them pass. What do I care? If someone's in a rush, let them rush. What do I care? I'm not in a rush. You are in a rush. Sure, I'll move over. Go. Pass. But you know what really sucks is that when you do slow down and you move over and then they don't pass and you're like, bro, have the balls to pass me. I'm not just going to speed up. If I'm not in a rush and you are in a rush, go pass me. Go. I put my hand down and go. Pass me. I let him go. What's no sweat off my nuts. Just go.
And let's talk about what happens when this does happen, when there is a mistrial. What's next?
Well, the prosecution will have to decide, and maybe they have made that decision. Many times prosecutors already look ahead and say, if there's a mistrial, we are definitely going to retry this guy. Many of them wait to see. Now, again, the jury was polled. We had 10 jurors saying that.
Why do you break checkup? What do you care? What do you got to be so mean about it? They're in a rush. You're not. You got someplace to be. I don't. Here you go. Go. Never been in a rush before? You gotta go. Maybe they got a pregnant lady in the back. I don't know. Maybe they got some shit going. Maybe their kid's sick. I don't know. Get the fuck out. Go. You want to drive 100 and I'm driving 50 and the speed limit's 50? Speed limit's 50. I'm driving 50. Usually that's not even true. Usually I'm driving like 60 in a 50 mile per hour zone. Everything around my house is 50 miles per hour. And I'm usually going about 55, 60. And if somebody comes up on my ass, I like, yeah, go ahead. I'll move over, man. Go ahead. You driving 100? Please have at it. What do I care? I'm an anarchist.
They felt he was not guilty. Only 2 felt that he was guilty. Prosecutors obviously will take that into consideration and make a decision if they want to retry him. Of course, this means time. This means money. If they feel strongly about the case, if they feel they do have evidence that might be able.
They're going to spend $1 million trying to get this kid on the hook for something that he may or may not have done.
To persuade a new jury to reach a different verdict, then they may retry him. We should see if the U.S. government will choose to comment. The defense attorney for Jonathan Rinderknecht usually does speak, and so we are waiting to hear from him.
Yeah, it all depends on how the prosecution presented its case, what evidence they showed and told the jurors about. So clearly, it just all depends on what played out throughout the whole trial. Gigi, I wonder if there's any information in terms of reaction from victims. I know it's very early on in all of this, but clearly this is an issue. There's a lot of heightened emotions around all of this.
That's right. This decision just went down in the last, I want to say, 5 to 8 minutes. So no reaction from any of the Palisades victims. We don't know if any of them were in court. I did not personally recognize any. I did see that Jonathan did have his dad there. His dad has been a staple during this trial. Usually his head is bowed. Usually he spends most of the time in court in prayer for his son. We'll see if he wishes to make a comment. But we believe that Jonathan Rinderknecht will be released now that this mistrial has been determined by the judge.
Oh, interesting.
I keep looking back to see if they're coming out.
Of course. Yeah, no problem. That's interesting because I was wondering about that, if the defendant automatically is free after a mistrial.
I mean, why wouldn't he be? What, are they going to keep him forever?
And so you're saying that could happen.
I'm understanding that he is going to be released, but this is federal court, and they operate on a lot of different rules and regulations than state court. For example, we've been talking about this Allen charge, and this has been a center of this argument. And the defense opposed the Allen charge being read to jurors. The prosecution urged the judge to read this Allen charge, and it's a specific set of language. Now, the Allen charge in California state court is not permissible, but in federal court it is, and it is basically the judge telling the jury, hey, go back, deliberate, do it with an open mind, do not change your opinion, do do not feel coerced. That's really important. That part of the language that the judge has to read has to say, we are not trying to coerce you or force you to change your decision or coerce you or force you to reach a unanimous decision. What we're saying is go back in, deliberate some more. The judge did not want to invoke the Allen charge. Instead, she chose to poll the foreman and each individual juror. The prosecution, the U.S. government urged her to do the Allen charge, saying, hey, these jurors have only deliberated for 13 hours over 2 days.
Only 13 hours. For 13 hours, they can't decide if this kid's guilty or innocent. Sounds like mistrial. Hung jury.
Noted they never asked for any readbacks on testimony.
Can I get some W's for Steffelson, some jubilation for Steffelson for supporting this channel and independent media, please?
They didn't ask to see any documents. They didn't ask to see any evidence. And the prosecution made it clear that they were filing their opposition to the judge not doing this Allen charge, as it's called. Meanwhile, the defense attorney basically got what he was fighting for. The defense attorney early this morning, 8:20, stood in front of the judge and said, hey, the jury's clear. They can't reach a decision. Let's call it now. It's a mistrial. So the judge said she didn't want to do the Allen charge because she felt that in the notes that the jury sent her yesterday, they were extremely clear. As a matter of fact, the judge noted that the jury foreman, he's the one who speaks for the jury, actually underlined, we cannot reach a unanimous decision, underlined, stressing. And she felt that they spoke with such clarity that they were deadlocked that she didn't want to do the Allen charge. She did not want to send them back because she felt they were extremely clear in their notes to her.
It would have been a waste of time, it sounds like, according to the judge.
Yeah, the judge said this guy's innocent. Who knows if this kid's innocent? I just can't believe. What did you guys say? What do you think? Innocent or guilty? Innocent or guilty? No. It was the kid's fault. I don't think it's the kid's fault. I feel like they're trying to pin this. It's their fault. It's the people's fault. Don't build your house on a foundation of sand. Don't build your house in a fire zone. If you're gonna blame this kid, I don't know. It just doesn't seem right to me. Seems like shit is not right. This reindeer snatch kid, whatever this kid's name, reindeer snatch. I don't think it's right to blame this kid. Poor little bastard. It's not his fault.
All right, Gigi, thank you so much for being there. You along with Christine.
First on Fox tonight, a deadly alligator attack in Seminole County. One woman is killed after she was...
Speaking of gators, these gators are getting wild over here in Louisiana. No, this is in Seminole County, Florida. They're in Florida.
...bitten while swimming in a river.
Does that look... Would you swim in this river? Would you swim in this river knowing that there are alligators about? Knowing that alligators abound in these regions? We got lots of alligators in this parts. Would you swim in this shit? That looks like an alligator right there in the picture. I think that's an alligator right there in the middle. You're going to tell me it's a log or something, but to me, looks like a gator. I ain't going swimming in nothing like that. Holy shit. People in Florida, then they're surprised. Are they going to blame some kid named Reindeer Snatch for this? No. Who put these gators in the river? Who put these gators in the river?
It's just the second deadly alligator attack in Central Florida in the last 10 years. Thanks for joining us tonight at 10.
Like, if you're swimming in what they got swimming pools. I've spent a lot of time in Florida. They got swimming pools. They even got public swimming pools. They got swimming pools that you can go to for like 50 cents or something. Just go. Don't go swimming in them rivers in Florida. They got skunk apes and gators.
Manny Martinez. It happened in the Little Big Econ State Forest. And Fox 35 Stephanie Buffmonti is there live with the very latest. Stephanie?
Manny, we are standing at the start of the trail. It's about a 7-minute walk from where we are.
It's not even totally safe to go golfing in Florida. Like, they literally have saying, hey, there be dragons. Here be dragons. Don't go. I mean, is everyone watching House of Dragons, the Games of Thrones? You guys watching the Games of Thrones, the House of Dragons, dragons and incest? You guys watching the dragons and incest? It's a great show. It's a good show. Lots of dragons, lots of incest. I'm sure you're watching it. You must be. Everybody's watching it, right? The dragons.
Are to the water where she was bitten by that gator. And you can see at the start of the trail here, there is a sign. It says alligators, information about some alligators saying to respect their space and to be careful. Now, people who live in this area tell me they're just so sad.
You guys are saying that, what was that? Public swimming pools are 85% piss and shit. I'll take that over getting eaten by a gator.
And to hear that this happened, and they feel awful for that woman's family.
That's really sad and upsetting for her and like her family too. Like I couldn't imagine that happening to my mom or my sisters.
FWC says this is where the woman was swimming when she was bitten by that alligator. People who live over here and hang out over here.
I know, but it's just like Florida. Like Game of Thrones is really just an allegory for Florida. Lots of incest, lots of dragons. The dragons are the gators. The incest is, well, just incest. It's just incest. Incest and dragon. It's just a Florida story with English accents. Basically, Game of Thrones is a Florida man story with English accents. It's basically just the story of people in Florida don't watch Game of Thrones because they're basically living it every day. They don't need to watch it. They live it.
A lot of people fishing and kayaking, canoeing, tell me they would not get in this water because they have seen gators before.
I've gone fishing here and also on walks too, like with my dad and my mom. We've gone.
Think about how the fish feel. You go and you kill a fish. Basically, you're the gator. You're the gator in that scenario. You go and you kill a bunch of, I go fishing here. I kill so many animals when I come in. Every once in a while, animal gets us.
Walks with my dogs, but there's a lot of like gators and stuff. We wouldn't ever go swimming in here.
Officials say the 31-year-old woman was swimming in the river near the Bar Street trailhead in the Little Big Econ State Forest with her friends when it happened. You can see a big response Sunday. FWC on the scene with a boat. The woman was rushed from this state forest to the hospital where she died. FWC says serious injuries caused by alligators are rare in Florida. The agency also shared its sympathies to the family and loved ones of the woman.
They're rare because gators are kind of afraid of us because we're big, stupid apes. We look a lot like skunk apes, but like gators are afraid of skunk apes. Is everyone familiar with the skunk? Am I talking? You guys know about skunk apes, right? You guys know about skunk ape? Does everyone know about skunk apes? Do you guys know about skunk apes? Here. Do you know about skunk apes? There, that's the new poll. Do you know about the skunk ape? They got this. So I figure most of you guys don't know what a skunk ape is. A skunk ape is a man-sized animal who looks like a man, but he's got glowing red eyes and he stinks like a skunk. He smells like sulfur and sewage, I guess. I don't know. I've never seen one. But the skunk ape lurks in the Everglades and other parts of Florida. They lurk. They're lurkers and they're watching and people see them all the time. They're always seeing the skunk ape. Sometimes people even take pictures of the skunk ape. I have a friend from Florida. He says he swears he saw a skunk ape. They got bright red eyes. They're covered in hair and they stink like a skunk. A skunk ape. It's a Florida man thing. Gators don't like them.
WC officers are now working to track the gator.
When they get that thing out of here, I like nature and stuff, but once it starts attacking people, that crosses the line for me.
Crosses the line for me. It crosses the line. I can go into your house and kill all the fish I want. But if you kill one of us, it crosses the line.
FWC has not confirmed where that woman was bitten by the.
Yes, Trump lives in Florida. I think he's a skunk ape. I think Donald Trump is a skunk ape. Maybe that's what skunk apes are. Maybe you turn into certain people, not everybody, but certain people move to Florida and you start turning into a skunk ape. Kind of like how a pig escapes captivity and they turn into a feral, they turn into this boar looking creature. They look totally different than a pig. They're not just a normal pig anymore. They change like a skunk ape.
Gator. Reporting live in Seminole County, Stephanie Bafmanchi, Fox 35 News.
Now, here is the latest on the flooding. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear says he'll be asking for federal assistance. Now, all of Kentucky is still under a state of emergency. At least 4 deaths have been confirmed, and there have been more than 60 water rescues and evacuations. Now, the governor gave that update this afternoon. He also says the rain in some counties was record-breaking.
Yeah, he's also activated the state's price gouging law as residents buy cleaning supplies.
Who is this retard? Hold on a second. Who just said that? Who is this retard? Oh, great. I'm glad you asked. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech. Thank you. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and coffee addict. And if you do a super chat, or you can also Cash App or Venmo at Skyjack Morgan, and I'll buy coffee and Melania coin because Donald Trump has never told a lie. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube history. My name is Skyjack Morgan, the one and only. Can you believe it? It's here. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. All right, that's me. Thank you for asking. I always forget. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Like for the chat, subscribe for the channel. Don't take any wooden nickels. Make sure you take care of each other. Don't be a loser, an animal abuser. Get out of the low zone. Get into the ozone. Drop your zero. Get with this hero. Let's go. It's raining.
Pharmacies in impacted areas are now allowed to issue emergency refills. He says damage assessments will.
Man, Kentucky. Kentucky's not looking good, guys. Kentucky.
Start after search and rescue operations are done. Even though the rain stopped falling, he still wants you to be careful.
There is so much water out there that even while it's receding, it is dangerous. We always tell people, don't drown, turn around. We lost at least one individual trying to drive through waters. That is still possible right now.
911 calls have increased after this storm, but the governor wants you to keep those lines open for emergencies only.
Support who? Who do I support? Are you talking about me? Who do I support? I don't support anybody. What do you mean? Support somebody? I don't support nobody.
If you need help with anything not life-threatening, call the state warning point line. The number is 1-800-255-2587.
And Bullitt County was hit especially hard. Some people were evacuated yesterday because of concerns a dam could collapse. Now, the county EMA says they'll be doing damage assessments over the next several days.
Jesus, that ain't good. I think your soy farm is. I don't think it's gonna. I don't know whatever you're going. I don't know what that kind of field that is. It's too blurry, but it don't look good. I don't think your crop's gonna make it this year. I think that climate change might be real, guys.
You're encouraged to send them an email.
I'm starting to think that climate change is starting to look kind of, I don't know, climate change looking like it might be a real thing, guys.
If your home, business, or your property was damaged, and make sure to document that by taking pictures and videos.
Some pretty big news just in the past few
Make sure you take lots of pictures of the apocalypse because we're going to need that. We're going to need, make sure you guys take lots of pictures of the apocalypse because how will we remember it if we don't?
hours here. President Trump is
How will future generations digging through the ashes of this civilization, how will they know what happened if we don't take video?
once again weighing in on local D.C. politics. At exactly 3:01 this afternoon, today, the president posted on social media about the candidate who will likely become the next mayor of Washington, D.C., Janice Lewis-George.
I hate her. I just don't like her. She's a woman. She's the worst, nasty woman.
Let me guess what Donald Trump said.
She's a nasty, nasty woman. She never smiles. She never smiles. I tell jokes all day long, and she never smiles. I told that joke about Arnold Palmer's giant schlong, and she did not crack even a smile, not even a chuckle, not even a giggle. Women used to giggle when I talked. They used to giggle out of fear. Out of fear, I would rip clumps of their hair out like I did with Ivana. Ivana, she needed her hair ripped out. She did.
I'm sure many of you have heard. Let's get Catalina Perez de Avignon out for us. She's in our newsroom tonight. Catalina, I know you've been glued to your phone to email because we've been reaching out to see if Janice Lewis-George, the candidate the president's talking about, if she has responded to the president's comments. So can you just take us through what the president said and what we are hearing in response?
Yes, Joseph, in a post on his social media this afternoon, President Trump called Lewis-George a communist while also claiming she's opposed to ICE and wants to make D.C. a sanctuary city. In the post, the president says he will meet with Lewis-George, but also warns that he has worked hard to lower crime and make D.C. more beautiful, and that he will not let the Capitol be, quote, destroyed. In the post, President Trump also claims Lewis-George wants to empty the prisons, defund the police, and continue to expand cashless bail. In a statement to News 4, Lewis-George responded to the claim saying most of them are incorrect and that it is a fact that the mayor and the administration will have to meet. She also says she will work with anyone to improve the lives of D.C. residents and will stand up to...
I don't know. You think he's going to meet with her? He's going to meet with her. It'll be like Mom Donnie. Nah, she's a black woman. He's going to hate. He's got too much hate in his heart. With Mom Donnie, at least Mom Donnie was a man. They can be like, yeah, go ahead and tell him I'm a fascist, buddy. Go ahead and say it. Go ahead and say it. I don't mind. I don't mind. I love being a fascist. Remember when Donald Trump said he loves being called a fascist, and he doesn't mind that Zoran Mamdani calls him a fascist? Do you remember that?
Anyone that puts the district and its residents in harm's way. She also says that making D.C. safe and affordable is her immediate priority. It's not the first time we've seen this type of comment from President Trump towards Janice Lewis-George. Days before the post opened, President Trump made this comment from the Oval Office when asked about her as a candidate for the mayor's seat.
Maybe we'll take back Washington, run it on the federal basis. We won't put up with it. We're not going to lose our businesses.
Donald Trump wants to be a mayor now. Donald Trump, don't you realize I think Donald Trump really envies Zoran Mamdani. I should have been a mayor. Why did they tell me to run for president? I didn't want to be president. I hate this job. I hate it. I hate this job. I don't like it. They're always making fun of me. Everyone's always so mean to me. They're always so mean on the fake news. Fake news. He should have been a mayor.
We followed up with Lewis-George then, who said the president threatening home rule because he doesn't like how the residents vote is an attack on democracy. Earlier this month, Lewis-George said to her,
he doesn't like the way residents vote because it's an attack on democracy. Like democracy, you kind of have to vote to have a democracy, though. Like, if you just don't like the way they vote, then it's not a democracy. You might not like it, but if you want to keep them from voting, then you don't have a democracy, sir.
Has always been a sanctuary city and made clear that it was important to her to follow the Sanctuary Values Act. We'll keep you posted on how things develop. Back to you.
My AirPods fell out of my pocket. They ejected. One landed here, and the other one went down the hole.
You dropped your AirPod?
Do you see it? Do you see it, or is it gone?
Why is Casey Neistat always losing shit in New York? Is this the case for everyone in New York? Are you just always losing your shit? I mean, not just losing your shit, but like losing your stuff. Are you always just losing stuff in New York? What's it with you guys? It's just no wonder there's like a giant pool of garbage surrounding New York City. You guys are just losing stuff all the time. It's not because you're throwing it away, you're just losing it. I know that the number one city for this channel is New York. It goes New York, LA, Houston. Thank you, people of Houston. Love you. New York. Can't you just keep your hands on your shit? Like, tie it to yourself or something. Why are you guys always losing stuff? Casey Neistat, he's always losing drones. He's always losing. He's losing all sorts of shit.
Oh, man.
Casey Neistat is like king of the bloggers or vloggers. He made, if you don't know who he is, I'm sorry. He's one of the greatest filmmakers of YouTube. And he is really pissed that he's not from New York. And he calls himself a New Yorker, but J-Lo was just on Subway Takes. And she said, you're not a New Yorker unless you're born here. And I think that's a very strange way of looking at the world. How long will it take me to be a New Mexican? Because I'm moving to New Mexico. How long will it take me to be a New Mexican? Is Joe Rogan a Texan? Is he a Texan?
Well, that sucks. You know what else sucks? According to Jennifer Lopez, I'm not a New Yorker.
You have to be born in New York to be a New Yorker. Everybody wants to claim our city, but you have to be born in New York. You have to be born in one of the 5 boroughs to be a New Yorker.
I will say this. How old is she? She's like 60. How the fuck is she drinking baby's blood? How old is Jennifer Lopez? She's 56. Jennifer Lopez, 56. My ex-girlfriend's Mexican, and we used to have this joke about if you're Mexican, you either are like J-Lo or Consuelo. She and I used to tell that joke, both of us, because you're J-Lo or you're Consuelo. It seems like people who are never mind. You never know which one you're gonna get. Whether or not if you're dating a Mexican woman, you don't know if she's gonna. I know J-Lo is. I think she's Puerto Rican or something. I forget where J-Lo is actually her heritage, but she's, are you gonna get J-Lo or Consuelo? You don't know until you're too old. Until you're married for 50 years, then you're like, oh shit, I got a Consuelo.
Now, I have a bit of a hot take for Jennifer Lopez. Okay. All right. This is my hot take. Back to Jennifer Lopez. This is controversial. I completely agree with J-Lo. What's your name?
My name is Zephyr.
Zephyr, where are you from?
I'm from New York.
Okay, do you think you have to be born in New York to be a New Yorker?
I think you can live here long enough to be a New Yorker, but...
Now, there was a time when I would have disagreed with J-Lo. See, I would have said, I've lived in this city for almost 3 decades. I've lived here since I was a teenager. The city's all I know. I've probably lived in this city longer than you have, J-Lo. You left when you started to blow up. I'm here. But that view changed when I had kids. Watching your kids grow up in this city, you realize they're just a different person. They're a different breed. Your most formative years as a little kid, you grew up here. That makes you a very special, very different kind of person. I'll never be that New Yorker. Do you think you have to be born in New York City to be a New Yorker? No, not really. Why do you say it with such confidence?
Because I've been here since 1982.
Since 1982?
I've been on Wall Street since 1990.
But you weren't born here?
No.
But you're a New Yorker?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that once you're what the fuck you mean? If you're a baby, if you're growing up here makes a big difference? I don't think so. What do you think? Do you have to be born in New York to be? Do you have to be born a New Yorker? We're gonna make a new poll. It doesn't have to be just New York, okay? It could be any place. Use New York. Here, I'm gonna put. Do you have to be born in XYZ to be an XYZ? I don't think so. I know people are like that. Like I think I was in Nebraska or Wyoming, and I'd met this lady, and she was telling me she was from like the neighboring state, and she's been living in this state for 50 years, and the people still treat her like an outsider in this small town I was in. And I was like, you can't be serious. You've been here 50 years. You're a member of the community. How can you not be? What are you talking about? People are just assholes. I think what your people like J-Lo are assholes. J-Lo is an asshole because she doesn't want to accept other people. She's a xenophobic piece of shit. It's the same. J-Lo is a Republican. She thinks if you're not from here, then you're not one of us. But that's not the American way. The American way is come one, come all. We're all Americans. We're all immigrants. We all have a claim to this land. The new world. But now Americans don't think it's the new world. Americans think like J-Lo. They think we're full and you're not one of us unless you're born here. It's fucking xenophobic.
Appreciate that.
Absolutely. Are you kidding me?
What's your name?
I'm Tony.
Tony, I'm Casey. Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you, Casey.
You see, guys like Tony and me, people who were born in this city, it's more like we were adopted by this city. And because of that, we have to earn our stripes. You earned your stripes.
Believe me. From the time I got off the plane.
Casey Neistat, what the fuck? Casey Neistat, what the fuck? Everyone knows Casey Neistat in New York. Everyone knows him.
Now, earning your stripes as a New Yorker is a responsibility I take extremely seriously. And every once in a while, I'm honored with an acknowledgement of my assumption of that responsibility. This morning is one such day. No one said this, but for me, this morning I'm being honored. I'm not getting my own ticker tape parade. There's no mayoral ceremony with a crowd where they hand me a golden key. It's not that kind of honor. But in my opinion, this is no less significant. There it is. That's it right there. You see this?
Like, oh, you're not one of us. You're not here. Like, you try to be one of us. How dare you? You don't have $1 billion. You weren't born with $1 billion.
This clock right here. That is the Seth Thomas Tower clock. The Seth Thomas Tower clock is the
Damn, he's got like some skin problems. Casey, moisturize, man.
only mechanical clock in all of New York City. And once every week or 2 weeks or something, it has to be made.
I'm sorry. I'm seeing Casey Neistat's face for the first time on a giant screen really close to my face. And dude, he's like peeling and dude, you're not looking good, bruh.
Annually wound. And this woman named Victoria, who's in charge of this whole plaza here called Bogardus Plaza, she picks the people who get to wind it. And today, I'm that person. What an honor.
That's cool, I guess. Is he a New Yorker now?
Hey, nice to meet you, Corey.
Nice to meet you too.
And Casey.
Is he a New Yorker because he gets to do it? I think he's a New Yorker
Oh,
now.
she made it.
You know what's so funny? I saw it on Instagram. I immediately called him. I'm like, you have to wind the clock. You're perfect for winding the clock. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Okay, so what happens now?
Dun, 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 dun. We teach you how to wind the clock. So that first thing is a clock lesson.
Kind of cool that it's a mechanical clock that's hand wound.
How do I get one of those keys? No, not gonna happen. Okay. Oh my goodness.
That's pretty sick. Okay, that's kind of cool. I kind of like that. Kind of cool.
Wow. So when we're cranking it, we're raising that weight
Yeah,
up.
you're gonna raise it up, and you're probably gonna raise it up about to here.
This is the crank, and the crank goes on there. What do you think?
It's really cool. You know I like little stuff.
Did you touch it?
Yes.
Is it cool? You want to touch it, Corey?
I think Casey Neistat's a New Yorker. Look, he's got a drone taking footage.
Did you know that this is the only manual clock in New York City?
No.
Yes.
No. I've never seen it open.
I did my winding. I brought, this is the weight, and I brought the weight from down here to up here, and then the weight falls, and that's what makes it tick. So Jennifer Lopez, I might not be the New Yorker that was born in New York, but I
you
got to
wound
wind the clock.
Yeah, you
And
want
that's got to count for something.
Yeah, I think you're a New Yorker. I think you're a New Yorker if you're not born there. It looks like we're divided in the chat, though. 33% say you do have to be born in a place to be from there. I don't know. I totally disagree. You can be an American. We know as an American, you don't have to be born here to be American. I got lots of friends that weren't born here, and they are Americans. They're citizens. My realtor, the lady selling my house, and her business partner's from Chile. I had a long conversation with her. She's 80 years old. She moved here in the 70s, and she's American. She's still got an accent, but she's an American citizen. She votes. She's American. It's so weird that people are so tied up about this. J-Lo needs a crank. Yeah, well, J-Lo's on crank, maybe. I don't know.
Oklahoma City, dude. What are you, on drugs?
Okay, this is a Nick Fuentes. I'm platforming a Nazi, everybody. Look, here's Nick Fuentes saying that he loves liberal cities. Now, I don't know. I think this is interesting because most MAGers are terrified of liberal cities. Why are you guys so afraid? MAGers are terrified of black people. Like, they're just terrified that there's dark-skinned people living in cities. They're terrified of this, but not Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Oklahoma. I'm gonna get a big 10-gallon hat. I'm gonna walk around like this. I'm gonna walk around like this with my belt buckle. Hey, y'all, I'm in Oklahoma. What are you, high? You think I would ever? I'm gonna live in Oklahoma where it's 10 trillion degrees and the whole state is red? I don't think so. I've never.
Why do MAGers these ultra white right-wing conservatives, they love liberals for some reason, though. They love it. And then there's even people online now teaching men to pretend to not be MAGer so that women will like them. Just stop being a MAGer. Leave the cult, losers. Leave it. The water's fine. The world without Trump is a much better world. 8647.
Never been there, but I don't think so. I don't know what's wrong. I actually like liberals. I actually like living near and around liberals. I like living around them. They're cultured. You know, I don't want to eat barbecue all the time. Actually, I don't want to eat a bunch of smoked meat in like syrup, because that's what's good food down there. You say, what's your specialty? So we smoke meat and then we cover it in syrup. We cover it in sweet and spicy syrup. Oh, that's great. What else?
He's not wrong. He's really painting a pretty clear picture of what it is to be in the South.
You got mac and cheese. So that's cheese sauce on noodles. Do I have that right? So you have meat with syrup on top and then pasta and cheese sauce. And that's your specialty. Yup.
That's not just your specialty. That's your national dish of places like Oklahoma and Texas and ding. Any place where they got one of them accents. Got syrup on there. We got sweet, spicy syrup on the smoked meat. And that's considered a delicacy. You got pasta with cheese sauce and smoked meat with syrup. Yep, that's what we got. He's right. He's right. Most of America, that's what they got. That's it. That's it. The ding-dang-do states. That's right. There's Rod. The ding-dang-do states. That's right. That's the whole place, man. You don't do the smart thing. Are you with me? You know what I'm talking about. You've been to the South? Have you ever been to the South? Nick Fuentes knows that he doesn't want to live there. He wants to live around all you liberals.
Okay. Well, you know, I think I'll just stick around here, actually. I think I'm good with the lattes, actually. I think I'll take the matcha. I think I'll stick with the lattes and the avocado toast. And
well, you know, we'll be like Charlie Kirk with his green goddess green tea and 2 honeys. I want to have a green tea, emerald green tea with 2 honeys. That's my favorite drink at Starbucks. Emerald green tea with 2 honeys. That's my favorite. I like it. Nick Fuentes. I want matcha lattes. I love matcha lattes. My favorite. They're my favorite drink. I love all these tough guys, right? These Nazis. Always they got the gayest drink possible. Nothing wrong with having a drink like that, everybody. Have it. Drink whatever you want. It's America. You're allowed to drink whatever you want. But if you are ordering drinks like that, but then you're trying to act like Mr. Macho Man, and you're spouting Nazi propaganda, like you are the Nazi propagandists, like Nick Fuentes and what's that guy, Charlie Kirk. I mean, he did lean left in the end. Smoking Blondie. He did lean left in the end. But these Nazi propagandists always trying to act like tough guys. But no, they want matcha lattes.
And all that.
What happens when you force conservatives to watch real news? Researchers at UC Berkeley and Yale decided to find out, and what they found was wild. Political Science recruited 763 hardcore Fox News viewers. These people were overwhelmingly white guys. Their average age was 54 years old. These guys were watching 14 hours of Fox News every single week. The researchers paid these guys $15 an hour to watch CNN instead of Fox News for 1 hour a day during primetime viewing for an entire month. They even gave these guys weekly quizzes to make sure they were actually paying attention.
Only 1 month. Only 1 month they gave all these Fox News viewers $15 an hour. So $15 a day for 1 month, but you have to watch CNN, and we're going to quiz you to make sure you're doing it. What do you think the results were? What do you think happened?
Here's what happened. They didn't become liberals, but after 1 month of real news, they started to change their views. They became more likely to believe voting by mail was secure, less likely to believe Democrats were stealing the election, less likely to believe Biden wanted to defund the police. They stopped thinking the world was such a dangerous place and that everyone was out to get them. And they became more critical of Donald Trump overall. 1 month. That's all it took to start breaking through decades of propaganda. So what does Fox News actually do to your brain? It doesn't inform you. It isolates you. It builds a wall between you and reality so thick that facts can't get through. You're not watching news. You're watching a machine designed to keep you afraid, angry, and loyal. And here's the part that'll break your heart. 2 months after the study ended, most participants went back to Fox News, and every single change they experienced reversed. The fear came back, the lies came back, the loyalty came back, like it never even happened. This isn't media bias. This is a propaganda machine so powerful that 1 month of reality wasn't enough to break it. And millions of Americans are inside the propaganda machine right now, and they're wondering why the world feels so dangerous again.
But it's not dangerous, guys. There's matcha lattes. Listen to Nick Fuentes. He doesn't want to live in Oklahoma. He doesn't want to live in a red state. He wants to live in a blue state where everything's nice and he's got cultured people around him and he can drink matcha lattes. He likes it better. It's not scary, guys. You don't have to be scared of the big city. I know it's scary for the maggers. I know there's people watching right now that are terrified of going to a big city. Oh, California's a shithole. Like stuff like this. You know, they're so terrified. Oh my God. The big city, don't go to the big city. New York is a shithole. Communist Mamdani, he's turning it into a shithole. Oh my goodness gracious, I'm so terrified. I just saw Casey Neistat skateboarding and putting his camera. He never gets anything stolen. He loses a lot of shit, drops them down drains, drops them off buildings. He never gets anything stolen from him. But everyone's so afraid. Why? You watch you're Republican, but I don't watch Fox. I listen to NPR daily. Well, that's what they said. They didn't turn into, it's not like they turned into Democrats watching CNN. They just stopped thinking the world was such a scary place. They stopped believing that Biden wanted to, what was it? Defund the police. Joe Biden, the most conservative Democrat. They stopped believing lies and thinking the world was so scary. There you go.
Thanks. It is now 6:45. Another big day, a big opinion day for the highest court in the country. Decisions that could impact national election laws in the future. Our Scripps News Group's Stephanie Liebergan is live with us this morning. And Stephanie, there are two cases the Supreme Court is looking at to make these decisions. So what are we looking at this morning?
Hey, Blaine, good morning. Well, the court has just 8 cases remaining. 7 of the 8 are considered major cases, so we are all but guaranteed to get a big case decision from the Supreme Court today. And among those 7 cases are the 2 election cases. One of them deals with vote-by-mail deadlines. This is a case stemming out of Mississippi, a state that allows mail-in ballots that are postmarked by Election Day to arrive up to 5 business days later. That rule is being challenged, and that's what the court is considering, whether all states need to have their mail-in ballots all returned and received by Election Day. So what the court...
That's such bullshit. Like, I vote, it's got a stamp on it. I get my shit counted. It's been like that forever. That means that people who are overseas, like soldiers, still get to vote. What the fuck are you talking about? If it's postmarked that day, I voted that day. What are you...
says here could impact mail-in voting deadlines in at least 15 states, including in Virginia. So this is a really important one of the 2 election cases that could have a really wide impact on voters, potentially later this year for the midterms coming up in November. It all depends on how exactly the court writes their ultimate opinion. The other election case that we are waiting for deals with campaign finance laws. And in that case, there is...
You think Nick Fuentes is a Democrat? Nick Fuentes hates Donald Trump because Donald Trump has ruined everything. He said you should vote for anybody but Donald Trump. Like, I remember his rant about student loans. Like, let me get this right. I'm supposed to vote for Donald Trump. It's not good for me. It's not good for me to vote for Donald Trump.
Is a federal law that limits how much political parties and candidates can cooperate and coordinate when it comes to campaign spending. The National Republican Senatorial Committee, so the Republicans in the Senate, basically their organization, is challenging that.
You wouldn't be the first one to fake it.
Law, arguing that limit, having a limit on how much political parties and candidates can coordinate and spend together, that limit violates the First Amendment. So that's the other election-related case that the court that we are waiting for the court's decision on, Blaine. But again, these are just 2.
We need to do what Hawaii does, and every state needs to pass a law saying that corporations no longer have freedom of speech rights in order to give money to candidates. That's simple. It's that simple. It's that easy. The states give corporations their charters. If you are a corporation in Hawaii, Hawaii says that you cannot give money to political candidates. Great. That way the Supreme Court can't say shit. I love this idea. But instead, we're going to argue about, well, maybe if you stand on your head and you shake hands with your penises, then maybe you can still give money to... No, fuck all that. Corporations are not people. They should not have any power to give money to politicians. And if we kept that from happening, we wouldn't be in the shit show we are today. Think what we could have done if we stopped allowing this crazy world where capitalists can just buy our elections. Think where we would be right now if Citizens United decision, where the Supreme Court said that corporations can give as much money as they want. I think that would count for AIPAC too. That AIPAC wouldn't exist right now if it weren't for the Citizens United case decision. It's just such an embarrassment that we live in America where corporations are able to do that. And it's also the reason why we have drugs for a sale on TV all the time. They don't do that in other countries because corporations don't have freedom of speech. But here they do. Here they do. Corporations have freedom of speech, so they're allowed to advertise psychotropic medicines to you while you're watching feeling depressed after watching a depressing movie. Buy this drug. It'll make you feel happy.
Meantime, let's head back to the Middle East, where Trey Yanks is live in Tel Aviv with the very latest on the war front. Hey, Trey.
You guys are making me miss the United States, and we're tracking developments out.
That's funny. You're missing the United States? Me too. I miss it too, man. I miss it too.
Of the Middle East today, the United States conducting a new round of strikes against Iran in response to the IRGC targeting shipping vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. According to U.S. Central Command, a variety of different targets were hit, including military surveillance sites, radar systems, communication systems, drone storage facilities, and mine layer capabilities. Now, the president posted to Truth Social shortly after the strike saying United States aircraft just struck Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites for violating the ceasefire agreement. Again, it is very possible that they will never learn. The president goes on to say there may come a point when we are no longer able to be reasonable and will be forced to militarily
complete the
job
war
that we very successfully started. If that happens, the Islamic Republic of Iran will no longer exist. Now, in response, Iran launched missiles and drones toward Kuwait and Bahrain. This was the second exchange of fire this weekend between the United States and Iran. Vice President J.D. Vance posted to X over the weekend saying Iran signed a ceasefire agreement. We have honored it. If they have disagreements about how the MOU is being applied, they can pick up the phone, but violence will be met with violence. The new military action comes as the situation between Israel and Hezbollah plays out on a separate but parallel front. The Israelis launched new airstrikes against Hezbollah this weekend as Hezbollah continued attacks against Israeli forces in southern Lebanon, killing at least one soldier overnight. Late last week, there was a diplomatic breakthrough in Washington as the Israelis and Lebanese signed a framework agreement aimed at normalizing ties between the two countries and disarming Hezbollah.
These were intense talks, difficult talks, but we arrived at an agreement, the framework agreement, which will allow for the achievement of a full peace agreement between our two countries.
The situation in Lebanon is stabilizing slightly, but there are questions about if the United States and Iran will enter into scheduled technical talks this week due to the exchange of fire this weekend. Guys?
Thank you, Trey.
Thanks, Trey.
It's a popular...
We're going to be in this war forever. It's never going to end. If we put troops on the... Because what Donald Trump is saying that we're going to end their country. If we put troops in Iran, we'll be there like we were in Iraq and Afghanistan. We'll be there 20 goddamn years. We'll have to put another... Just like Donald Trump kept us there during his last term, kept us in Afghanistan. He kept us in Afghanistan. He signed a deal saying that we would pull out when Biden would be president so that he didn't have to clean up the mess. But he didn't get us out of Afghanistan. Now he wants to get us into Iran forever. We'll just be there forever.
ceasefire or MOU 60.
The no forever wars. No more wars guy gets us in a war that we can't get out of.
7% of Americans want this to end. So hopefully we'll find a solution.
Yeah, 70% of Americans want it to end. And your idiot president, look at these guys. Look at these fucking morons over on Fox News. Oh, yeah, these are the guy that you support.
The vice president did warn us that it would be a little messy, but hopefully we'll get there.
Is that he was talking about his couch? The vice president did warn us it was going to be a little messy. He meant his couch. His couch is a little messy. JD Vance, when you go to his house, he's like, sorry about the mess. It's just on the couch.
I do think that this is probably an impact of climate change.
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard, but it's hot as shit in Europe. They're all dying over there.
Winter that I had in the United States.
Thousands of people are dying of heat stroke. Look at this. They got fans in the cafes. They got misters everywhere. What do you think? Is it climate change?
The United States was colder than we've had in recent memory. This seems to be hotter than we've had in recent memory. And I think that's probably not just random.
The winters are colder and the summers are hotter. But Al Gore's a dirty liar.
That probably has to do with us.
Lithuania just hit its hottest June day on record, 97 degrees. Well, Lithuania, it's all the way up north. You guys are like, wait a second, Arizona gets to like 115. Yeah, but I'm in Arizona. These guys are up in Lithuania. They're all the way up at the top. They're over at like over up by Finland and shit. They're over like across the water from Finland, all the way at the goddamn Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia. They're like three little countries off the ass of Russia. The Baltics. Poland marked what could be its hottest day ever at 105 degrees. Look how nice. They got little water and misters. You think they're going to do that for us in America? You think their city are our cities going to do this on a hot day, or is it going to be like good luck? Look how nice that in Poland they're like, hey, have some water, free water for everybody. Is our country going to do that? They got misters. They got Jesus. They got Reuters. Look at that. What do you think?
To win the presidency, you can't go to the rest of the country and say, we're socialists. How old are you?
Donald Trump is a socialist.
I'll be 60 in a couple weeks.
Okay.
Great.
All right. You look wonderful.
Thank you.
But I think the truth is that
you look wonderful.
For a lot of younger people, they don't care about those labels. Look at what's happening here in New York City. Just today, Zoran Mamdani just had a rent freeze that the rent control board established, which he promised he was going to deliver. He got universal child care through in the past 6 months he's been in office. He's got crime down. He's got the next wing, historic campus, and he balanced the budget on top of that. If that's socialism, then sign me up, because those are things that people want. He's delivering results.
Are you afraid of socialism? I guess I need to take that quiz. Are you afraid of socialism? Does the word scare you? Are you afraid of that word? Do you care about that label? Are you scared of it? Are you scared? You shouldn't be scared. Don't be scared. Donald Trump's a socialist too. He just nationalized 10% of Intel. I mean, like, he wants to take $1 billion from you to build a ballroom. Socialism, because it's for the greater good. We need one
For the people of the city.
America needs a ballroom.
We've been talking years and years about how this is a Big Tent. Now we have a Big Tent. We've got a party that's got John Fetterman and Joe Biden and AOC and Zoran Mamdani all together. Well, who knows how long he's going to be there, but he's there right now. He feels like he aligns himself with the Democratic Party. That's a pretty big tent. I think they should be leaning into that Big Tent messaging, because just like Donald Trump and all of his racist, incendiary, xenophobic comments doesn't stop Republicans from being elected in the suburbs, having 1 or 2 or even 3 Democratic socialists in New York City is not going to stop Democrats from being elected in other cities, in other states across the country. We got to stop all this sky is falling nonsense and get back to focus. The focus is Donald Trump versus the American people. Donald Trump is busy worried about a ballroom and the Kennedy Center and the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool and refusing to sign a housing bill instead of
Trump, 80-year-old billionaire, trillionaire best buddy, wants ballroom and reflecting pool, won't sign the housing bill. It's true. He won't sign the housing bill because fuck you. He doesn't care about your housing.
talking about the things that people are actually interested in. He's an 80-year-old billionaire, and his closest buddy is a trillionaire. Meanwhile, at least Zoran Mamdani, who's a 34 young guy, who's a mayor. Yes, he's a Muslim. Yes, he's a Democratic socialist, but he's actually getting things done. He's balancing budgets. He's taking care of issues that the people in this city care about. That's a contrast I think the Democrats can put up against Republicans any day.
When you get bailed out by the state, it's not
the
a balanced
budget is
budget.
balanced, crime is down, and universal child care has been signed into law.
Thank you.
There you go. Universal child care is coming to New York. Crime is down. Buses aren't free yet, but he did just freeze the rent for people in rent-controlled homes. Like, that's a big deal. Zoran Mamdani's got a bunch of W's. I honestly, I'll be straight with you. I did not think that he was going to be able to get any of that shit done. He's getting it done. He's getting it done. He's doing it. Tell me again. Tell me again that socialism's so bad. Tell New Yorkers that everything's going to shit because of Zoran Mamdani. They're like, oh, my potholes are filled. Crime's down. They're building a grocery store where I can just go in and get food. Yeah, they're building a grocery store where you can just go in and get food. For free? Yeah. For free. The necessity of life delivered to you by your government. For free? Yeah, sort of. We're taking it from everybody. Take a little bit from everybody so everyone has enough. And everyone's got enough to eat. People don't want to commit so many crimes. You get hungry, you want to kill somebody. When you're not hungry, that's why bread and circuses. That's why it works. Bread and circuses. It works. Donald Trump likes the circus, but he forgot about the bread part. He wants to steal your bread, give you circuses.
Johnson.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, we'll never fix this if we're not willing to take a look at the reality of what Social Security is. Again, it was a forced savings program.
Yeah.
What you paid in was supposed to be invested.
Yeah.
And then the beauty of compound interest, you'd be able to collect retirement based on what you paid in.
Makes
Correct?
sense? Yeah.
Mr. Akapos?
Excuse me, sorry, Senator. Yes.
And again, Americans thought that money was being invested, but the money was spent. It's gone, right? In its place was a U.S. government bond put into the trust fund. So how much value does a U.S. government bond have to a U.S. government agency? The answer is zero, right? Because when the trustees take that bond to pay out benefits because benefits exceed revenue right now, U.S. Treasury just has to issue another bond, right?
Correct.
So again, the trust fund is a fiction. And already we are either borrowing or taking out the general fund to make up the difference between benefits and receipts, correct?
On an annual basis, yes.
So again,
Yeah. So what he's saying is the benefits, all the benefits of America, including the military, we have to borrow to pay for because America wants the good shit, but we don't want to pay for it. We don't want to get taxed. So we'll just keep borrowing. But the problem is you're borrowing also from Social Security. There's no money in it because they bought bonds, but the bonds were zero because we're borrowing to pay for our shit. You see? So I've been paying my whole life for Social Security. I'm not going to get it. Sweet.
it's unfair about the lifting the cap because it violates.
My mom paid her whole life too. She didn't get it. The United States government wants you to either be dead or still working when you're 65. 68 now, 68. Dead or still working. So I hope you're ready to keep working it. I don't know how old everyone is, but do you think you're going to get Social Security? It looks like 100% of you said corporations should not. You're not afraid. Wow, everybody. 100% of you said no, you're not afraid of socialism. That's pretty sick. Great. Good for you guys. Let's start another poll. Do you think you'll draw from Social Security? Do you think you'll draw? I don't think I'm going to draw. I think I'm going to get nothing.
The basic.
Smoking Blondie, what do you think? Smoking Blondie is the accountant. Am I going to be able to get anything, you think?
Foundation of Social Security, which is you pay in and you get out what you pay in. But so if you want to turn it into a total welfare system, that's a different conversation. Already, it's quite the welfare system. I'll submit for the record, table 1, the money's worth ratios for hypothetical workers with various earnings levels. I'll just talk about the middle 3, low income, medium income, and high income. The people who benefit best are one earner couples.
Yeah, I mean, MAGA leaves the chat. If you don't chat enough, MAGA leaves. You got to hit the buttons. You got to be actively watching, or else MAGA will leave the chat.
They get the most out of Social Security. So if you're a low income, again, this is a very detailed table, but the people who make out the best is somebody born in 1973, single income couple. They get $3.33 out for every buck they put in. Okay, if you're a single man, high wage earner, born in 1943, you're going to get 63 cents out. So it's all over the map. But it's very imprecise in terms of what you put in versus what you get out. And now what the Democrats want to do is they just want to alleviate that, do great harm to our economy, because again, small businesses that that gets taxed at the individual level. Mr. Bezos is a C corp, and I'd love to talk to you about taxing all business income at the ownership level, turning everybody into pass-throughs. Then you wouldn't have that problem. But again, you've got to recognize how grossly mismanaged Social Security was. I did it.
Or we could just tax every dollar that Elon Musk makes. Remove the cap that everyone should have to pay their fair share, but no.
This is a spreadsheet years ago. Had we taken those surpluses, actually invested them into, let's say, stock index fund, which I know we didn't have back then, but something equivalent. Back then, we would have something like $8 trillion. With the run up in the stock market, it's probably about $15 trillion of hard assets. We'd be talking about increasing benefits, but we didn't do that. So now the solution for fixing Social Security is lift the cap and just tax the wealthy.
Yes.
Who are, by the way, based on the deal that Social Security was supposed to be. $1 put in, you're going to get that plus compound interest. They're not getting it. They're getting 63 cents.
Fuck them. What the fuck do I care what they get? What do I care what the trillion? They are benefiting more. This is the problem. The reason why they don't want, they want to cap out because they don't want to pay for the American system, but they are beneficiaries of the American system. People like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Zucker tits, they are gross beneficiaries. They benefit more from our system than you do, but you pay more than they do, but they benefit more than you do. So they don't want to pay for Social Security. You pay, you stupid poor. They cap out. They cap out. They don't pay every dollar. You're going to pay on every dollar you make in this country for the rest of your life. You will pay into Social Security, but not Elon, not Zucker Tits, not Bees Nuts. Those guys don't pay every dollar. They cap out. Now, the answer would be that everyone pays. And that if you do banger numbers and you're a billionaire, hey, good on ya. I hate you, but most people are going to applaud you. They're going to be like, yeah, great. You benefited more from the system than I did. Me, a rat done bit my cousin Nell, but Whitey's on the moon. But me, you know what? I'm poor, but at least I'll be taken care of when I'm old. I'll eat. But no, they don't want to do that anymore. They want you to starve. So you'll be a slave to people like Bezos, Musk, and Zucker Tits. You are just going to be a poor person who gets nothing when you're old. They got $1 trillion. He's got $1 trillion. Don't worry about him. But they don't want to pay. They're saying they're going to fight tooth and nail because they don't want to pay into Social Security. They've already won. They cap out in like 5 minutes, every one of them. In the first 5 minutes of every year, they cap out, and then they don't pay for the rest of the year. But you pay all year, every paycheck, no matter what. You pay a percentage every year. We should remove the cap so that the wealthy pay their fair share, since they benefited more than you and me. That's the idea. It's not a bad idea, right? Hey, someone got the Gil Scott Heron. You got the Gil Scott Heron? Thank you. At least one person got it.
As low as 63 cents. So, Mr. Akabas, just commenting on one of the points I made there.
Well, Senator, I certainly agree that we have reached a point where the significant majority of beneficiaries are receiving far more than they contributed into the program over their lifetime. And
that's pretty much the case right now.
Yes, that is the case. And that's, in part why we are at a point.
But if billionaires put money in, then they won't get the same money out. They shouldn't have to pay. Then they should be forced to pay for pensions then. They don't have to pay pensions. Their businesses don't pay pensions. Their businesses don't take care of people, which is why we have Social Security. You're going to force them to take care of us after we give them our whole lives? No, we're not going to do that.
Point where the program is mismatched between the revenues that are paid in and the benefits that are being taken out. And so we need to find ways on both sides of the ledger to make those lines grow closer together.
So again, my point is, let's honestly look at what Social Security was, how it was set up, how grossly mismanaged it was, how economically destructive it will be to increase. 12% increase in taxes on a small business person. You may say it's wealthy, but
you might say they're wealthy, but they're a small business person. Like Jeff Bezos.
Making $250,000 as a small business, you make $500,000. You're putting that additional $250,000 into plant and equipment to grow the business, to create jobs. Again,
create jobs. One more thing. Businesses don't create jobs. Businesses attempt to eliminate jobs. They want to do as much as possible with as few of you as possible. They don't want to create jobs. They want to replace you with machines. If they could do it with 0 people, they would. You are an expense. You are on the balance sheet. They hate you. Machines are cheap. People are expensive. They hate you. No one gets into business thinking, what I really want to do is create jobs. No, that's not how it works. It's never worked that way. You know what I would love to do? I want to create jobs. That's my dream. I just want to create jobs.
Unfortunately, a lot of our Democrat colleagues don't understand how the private sector works and what wealthy people do with their money. They invest it.
They buy stock. They invest it in shit for their own personal well-being. They don't invest it to do some kind of grant. This guy's talking about trickle-down economics. It doesn't fucking work. We learned that. It's called voodoo economics for a reason, named by a Republican. George H.W. Bush, voodoo economics.
That's our economy. So again, it starts with recognizing reality, how grossly mismanaged Social Security was. Then start looking for real solutions. And by the way, it's not going to be a calamity. It shouldn't be. Already we are making up benefits because benefits exceed revenue. Just because a trust fund runs out doesn't mean that we won't be able to or shouldn't plus up benefits to meet the promise, right? It's just the fiction of the trust fund runs out, and now all of a sudden, by law, you're supposed to have to reduce benefits, but we won't. What we need to do is reduce the debt.
You won't, because you want to raise the debt. That's how Republicans do it. They refuse to raise taxes, so then they raise the debt. And then Democrats come in and they say, oh, well, we'll just limit services. We'll reduce services. And so they reduce services, but they still collect taxes, and then they balance the budget, or they get close to it. Last time we really balanced the budget was Bill Clinton, but he did that by reducing the government services, but charging you the same price. They still charge you money, but they give you less. And the billionaires, they pay less all the time. The rich pay less every year. Less. They always pay less and less until they pay nothing. So they got to go, something's got to give. You got to either borrow money to cover the services, or you just eliminate services. But Republicans hate that shit. They're not going to eliminate services because they don't want to be the bad guys. They don't want to look like a bunch of dicks. And they know that as long as the services keep coming, they'll keep getting elected. The Democrats, they like, oh, look at us, we balance the budget. Yeah, but everyone hates you. Everyone hates you because every time you're in office, you take away all my fucking benefits, but you're still charging me. And the Republicans get back in charge and they don't do fucking anything. They just take on more debt. And give the Republicans get in charge and they cut taxes for the rich and take on more debt. And then it swings back the other way. The Democrats get in charge. And what do? They eliminate services and they keep taxes the same way. And then the Republicans get back in charge and they cut taxes on the rich and take more debt. And that goes back and forth. That's the true pendulum of America.
Return to a reasonable pre-pandemic level of spending so we have the wherewithal to plus the benefits. That's the first thing we got to do. Reduce the deficit by reducing spending. Thank you.
Reduce the deficit by reducing spending, which no Republican has ever done. No Republican has ever done that. Reagan did not reduce the spending. He increased the spending and cut taxes. He cut taxes and increased spending. The only way to do that is to take on more debt.
Have you ever watched people absolutely miss the point of something and they get mad about it? That's what's happening right now with the Epstein emails and this line about the dog that didn't bark. Here's what's wild. The email never says, this is a Sherlock Holmes reference. Not once. It just says the dog didn't bark. And the fact that so many people didn't recognize it, that's exactly why not just reading matters, but inference skills, especially the stuff we teach in elementary school, because real life doesn't label the clues for you. In Sherlock Holmes, The Adventures of Silver Blaze, a racehorse is stolen, and Holmes notices something strange. The guard dog never barked. That silence, the thing that didn't happen, was the clue. Why? Because dogs bark at strangers. So if it didn't bark, the intruder wasn't a stranger. The dog knew the person. In Holmes' world, the lack of reaction reveals the truth. But a lot of folks online took the line to mean, see, no big deal. Or the dog not barking means nothing happened. No, it means the opposite. It means someone familiar was involved, familiar enough that the alarm never went off. And this is why inference and critical thinking are so important, because not every clue comes with a label. In life, silence can be the loudest evidence. So the Epstein email doesn't have to say Sherlock Holmes for people to understand it. That's what inference is. It's what I teach my kindergartners. It's what adults struggle with. And if we can't recognize a clue that's right in front of us, especially the absence of one, we're going to miss the truth hiding in.
That's why reading is important. By the way, we're doing reading club. We're doing a reading club here, a book club. We're doing The Country of Under Heaven by Frederick S. Durbin and Surfing with Sartre by Aaron James. Please read them. We're going to be talking about them as we go, and we're going to have a little meeting. It's going to be fun. It'll be fun. Treat them mean to keep them keen. Treat them mean to keep them keen. Sounds about right. What do you think? The dog that didn't bark meant that Donald Trump was in on it. Donald Trump didn't raise the alarm. He's the dog that didn't bark. That's funny because I've read that story. I read all of Sherlock Holmes, and I've always been a big fan. I always thought it was pretty cool. Anyway, the dog that didn't bark meant that he was in on it. And for some reason, people were like, I remember when that came out. Now, more and more people are talking about it. People are finally getting the reference.
Plain sight. You can read more about this on my Substack.
Mr. Griffin? Yeah?
Have you guys heard this shit? This is in my feed all the time. Doopest good cadoog. Doopest good cadoog. My friend in Germany sent me this, and now it's on my feed all the time. But it's a big fat black guy singing that song, but it's a German song.
Just so you know, what is good to know? What's that now? What is good to know? What is good to know?
This is it.
Doopest good cadoog. Du bist gut genug means you are good enough, but it's really funny to hear it like that. Du bist gut genug. Du bist gut genug. I think it's great when a German song hits the mainstream. Have you guys heard of that song? Du bist gut genug. Du bist gut genug. It's such a fun song. I don't know if you've heard it, but I really like it. It's all over the place. My friend in Germany said to me weeks ago, and I didn't want to share it, but now apparently people are actually watching and hearing this German song, so I think it's cute. My German isn't the best anymore. That's all right. Don't you speak Dutch? It's practically the same language. Dutch is practically the same. Dutch is basically Plattdeutsch. If you go to, there's certain parts of Germany, they speak Plattdeutsch, and it's basically just Dutch, but they call it Plattdeutsch. In fact, the word Dutch basically just means Deutsch. And you know what's funny? Here in America, there's a language called Pennsylvania Dutch, but it's just German. It's the fucking Amish. It's just German, but they call it Pennsylvania Dutch. But it's literally just German. It's just that Americans didn't know how to say Deutsch. They call it Dutch. I'm pretty sure that's why we call the Dutch the Dutch, the Nederlander. The people from the Netherlands, we call you Dutch because that's how people from there say Deutsch. Yeah, German. The Germans. For the Germans. Look at this big. Speaking of German, in German they call this ein Riesenrad. And I think that's such a great word for this. This is called a Riesenrad, which basically, well, it just means giant wheel. Giant wheel. For some reason, we call it a Ferris wheel. I don't know why we call it a Ferris wheel, but ein Riesenrad, a giant wheel. It's been broken down most of the time in this fair. It keeps getting rained on. God doesn't want us to celebrate America's birthday.
The Great American State Fair, and one of the women responsible for making this happen, Ambassador Monica Crowley.
Welcome to the Great American.
I swear to God, there's a place called the Irvine Spectrum near my house. It's just a giant shopping mall, and they have a Riesenrad. They have a Ferris wheel, and there's more people there. There's more people there today than there are at the National Mall.
State Fair. Shannon, we welcome you. We welcome all Americans.
The Great American State Fair. No one's there. There's like 100 people there.
International visitors. We've got all 50 states and 6 territories represented here. And as you can see, a once-in-a-lifetime fair.
It sucks cool. It's once-in-a-lifetime Ferris wheel. Fuck you. It sucks too because it could have been so cool, right? Like having different stuff from each state and having like a little expo from each state. Like, I don't know. You could have California could bring blue jeans and skateboards and I don't know, all the cool stuff that California has invented. And I don't know, Louisiana could bring like a stuffed gator and I don't know, like Mardi Gras beads, and West Virginia could bring a sister fucker and bring a brother and sister who are also married, and they can have that. You know, every state can kind of show off what they're known for. Wouldn't that be cool? I think that'd be cool. That's what it was supposed to be, but it didn't really work out. Now it's just a once-in-a-lifetime Ferris wheel. We literally have a Ferris wheel near my house at the mall.
Ferris wheel right in the middle of the National Mall.
In addition to that, the fair showcases special areas devoted to the American heart.
I mean, look at this. There's no one there. Look at this shit.
In a lifetime Ferris wheel right in the middle of the National Mall.
In addition to that, the
This
fair
is Fox
showcases special
News.
areas devoted.
There's nobody there. Like, you know, this is such an embarrassment. You ever throw a party, no one shows up? We had the biggest crowd, so many people came. Look how many. And each one of these little they have these columns that's just printed. Those aren't real. It's all just printed. It's all fake. And then it's just like plywood. They built these little booths, and they printed these columns on it so it looks kind of like, neoclassical. But no one's there. Nobody cares about the 50 states. We hate each other so much. Donald Trump had to make it all weird. He had to make everything so weird. Like, had to make it all about him. So now everyone in America is just kind of like, meh. Nobody's doing it. No one goes. Who wants to go to Washington, D.C. right now and get fucked with by the National Guard? You there! Who wants to go to Washington? Do you really want to go to Washington, D.C. and walk around and go to the great state fair and have someone like, you there, stop, you drop what you're doing. Have you seen them? They're walking around with like speakers, the National Guard, like, move along. They're like stormtroopers. Move along. These are not the droids we're looking for. Move along. That's what they're doing. Loitering is not permitted in the area. Move along. Yeah, no one can afford to travel either. That's true too. There's no money. The gas prices are too high. Still.
To the American heartland, faith and family, American innovation, live musical performances, synchronized flyovers, and much more.
Look at that.
The president's vision was to have a real World's Fair
It's kind of cool seeing the stealth.
environment here so that everybody could come and enjoy great food and traditional blue ribbon competitions. You may live in one state and never have visited another state. This is your opportunity to get a taste of that state. I do recommend Florida in particular. When you walk in, you will smell oranges.
I've heard. I can't wait to go check it out myself.
Look at that. They've got little screens. You can see there's cows. Fresh Florida. We got cows in Florida. People don't forget.
It's true. I did get to smell the lovely aroma of Florida's citrus and even practice my putting. Oh! If you're a big World Cup fan, you can watch the big matches on a giant screen. So you guys.
I mean, how come there's no one there? Where is everybody? The FIFA game is on. There's more people at my local brewery watching FIFA right now.
They're also capturing the craze that's spreading across the country. In addition to 250 is the FIFA World Cup. Such a privilege for us to host, and people can take part in that right here in Washington.
Here we've got the FIFA Fan Zone, which is hugely popular. For every single match, we get thousands of people coming out to the National Mall, watching each and every match on that giant screen that you see there. And there's a great sense of community that comes with all of this.
Some of America's most advanced and innovative companies have cutting-edge demonstrations, including aerospace giant Northrop Grumman's
I just saw SpaceX, Northrop Grumman.
Sky Tunnel.
Ugh.
While General Electric Aerospace is showing off one of its gigantic airplane engines.
So this is a GE9X engine. It's the world's largest jet engine.
You can even see a real-life rodeo in the heart of the nation's.
Oh, fuck me. Gotta bring the rodeo. Fuck you. Why don't we do bullfighting as well? Why not some bullfighting? Rodeo should be against the law.
Capital. This also.
You had to bring the damn animals in, didn't you? Look at that. Look at these scared animals. Isn't it fun watching us fuck around with these scared animals?
Leads up to some amazing July 4th celebration.
Oh, look, there's New Mexico, Arizona, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas. California's right there. Okay, so we have one for every state. Everyone's at the Arizona one. What's going on at the Arizona one? There's a line in Arizona giving away free shit.
We are going to experience a tremendous gathering.
Like, what do you think Arizona puts in their booth? Is it like, here's some rocks? Like, what do you think is in the Arizona booth? Tucson. Oh, it's like a shootout at the OK Corral. Arizona, I think of the OK Corral. Tombstone, Arizona. I'm your Huckleberry. Well, Daisy, if you do.
Of the American people and really the world right here on the National Mall on July 4th for a massive salute to America. And because it is President Trump, he has promised the greatest and biggest fireworks display in the history of the world.
Biggest and greatest fireworks display in the history of the world. And the fallout's all gonna happen in the Potomac, and then it's gonna end up back up into the reflecting pool.
So the fair is open to visitors through July 10th. There is much more information at freedom250.
USDA. Look at that. United States Department of Agriculture. They have a booth.
That's freedom250.org. Next week, we will be back here with a wrap-up of the Salute to America Bash as we officially celebrate our independence with a massive party here on the National Mall next weekend. Be sure to like and subscribe.
Oh, no, man. It could have been so cool. You know, I remember when I was a kid, 1976 happened before I was born. I thought it was so sad. I really wished I was there for like the 76 100 years 100 years of America, or 200 years of America. 200 years of America. 1976. Woohoo! 200 years of America. Woohoo! Now we're at 250 and it's like, meh, our president such a dick. He's going to make this all about him. At least Nixon didn't try to make it all about him, right? Like, I don't know.
All the Fox News latest on YouTube.
Or was it Nixon? Who was president? I guess it was Carter. Carter didn't try to make it all about him, I guess. Carter wasn't trying to make everything about him. He's like, let's just have a party, have some peanuts, have a party.
And we want no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, and military deployment or travel. We'll be very...
Yeah, they didn't have power. Like the power wasn't working at the fair, which, you know, power sucks at these fairs, but it's just like everything that Donald Trump touches, just it falls flat on his face. Everything sucks. And it just, I just think it's just such a shame. It could have been cool. Now it sucks.
Audacious. Look what's happening in California where the ballots still aren't in. They're still not. Can you believe it?
Can you believe it? What do you mean they're not in? What do you mean they're not in? What are you talking about?
You know what's happening? They're cheating. The kid won, or he was certainly in the top two. I don't know him. I never met him. Spencer Pratt.
Spencer Pratt. I never met him. I love him.
He went away quietly. We didn't go away quietly, but he shouldn't go away quietly. He should protest because it was, in my very strong opinion, that was a rigged election.
I thought you didn't like protests.
That kid should be in the runoffs. The woman who edged him out after like a long time, like days and days. And then you'd hear reports, Spencer Pratt is not doing so well, even though he was strongly in the lead. And then you hear, Spencer Pratt has a 20% chance of being in the runoff. I said,
that's what happens when you count. You see, when you count all the votes, you don't just stop counting when your guy wins. You count all the votes. As you're counting, you're like, oh, looks like this guy's going to win. That's how a race looks like. You know, you don't stop a horse race when your horse is winning. You stop it at the end of the race, at the finish line, and then you determine who won the race. You don't stop it when your horse is winning. Oh, I won. Donald Trump is the guy who goes to the horse track and says he was robbed because his horse didn't win. He was winning in the beginning of the race. Right at the beginning, he was winning. And then at the end of the race, they took my money. I don't know why I did it. My horse, they say he didn't win, but it looks like he won to me. He was winning for the beginning of the time. In the beginning of the race, he was winning. And then in the end of the race, they said he didn't win. I don't know why. That horse is schlong. It reminds me of Arnold Palmer. That horse had a big schlong. Oh my God. It reminds me of the showers with Arnold Palmer. It's so nice. Oh my God. I love women. Trust me. I love women. But Arnold Palmer was all man.
they just rigged the election. And then you hear that a woman who nobody ever heard of is in the runoff, not him. And then they tried to hurt Steve Hilton, too. And I called the U.S. attorney and I said, you have to look into this because Steve Hilton did great. He's running for governor. And you could see it. The election was there. He was doing great. Then day after day, you'd hear reports about vote counting. They go on for weeks.
Vote counting to count all the votes? What are these Californians thinking, fucking counting all the votes?
You know, Colombia just had an election. The country of Colombia, 30 million voters. And I endorsed. I'm endorsed. We do so well with endorsements, like almost 100%.
We do so well with endorsements.
Success. But I endorsed somebody running, LT Gray. I liked him. You know why? Because he likes me. I don't know. He used to talk about Trump. I like President Trump. I don't know. How can you not let? So I endorsed him. I didn't know.
I endorse him. I don't know. He's a brutal dictator who kills his own people. I endorse him. I endorse.
He was in way down the list. He was not going to win. No chance of winning. I endorsed him and he won. Did he just announce he won?
Things are getting pretty hot down there at Kushner Island. The Albanians are pissed. They don't want to have a new Epstein Island off the coast of Albania. Stop trying to make islands, billionaires. Stop it with the islands. Stop. Look at this. They're pissed. Albania is not for sale. Leave our flamingos alone. Leave them alone, man. Leave the Albanian flamingos alone. But if I'm part of that corruption, I'll defend it. Yeah.
We are today together in this square, all us, all Albanians.
Love the hat, right? The hat's pretty sick.
Together are coming together in this place to protest against this regime, this corrupted regime, to have changes in our political system, to change the system, and to ask for this prime minister to give his resignation, immediate resignation, and to prepare the country for preliminary elections with a new technical government, which will be the guardian of the free elections for the Albanian people for the first time in 36 years.
Ka marrë nga Gjermania për të ndihmuar popullin tim. Populli im ka nevojë më në fund për të bërë një ndryshim të madh.
I'm sick of these pedophiles with their islands. Stop it, Jared Kushner. Stop it, Ivanka. Stop it, Rothschilds. You know, the Rothschilds are involved. You know, that's fucking. Once you got the Rothschilds involved, you know it's going to be a little sus. Yeah, syrup island. It's a pedophile syrup. It's just so gross, man. Kushner Island. Look at all the people, man. They're pissed. They don't want this fucking island. Stop giving islands to billionaires. They do not want a pedophile island off the coast of their country. I love how pissed off they are, man. Why can't we get this type of action in America? Nah, we're all right with pedophiles here. We love them.
You've had a heck of a week.
Albania's missing out on being famous for something. I've never heard of a single example of a famous Albanian. That's because Milosevic murdered a lot of the Albanians. There was this whole thing called an ethnic cleansing, a genocide that happened there where the Serbians killed all the Albanians. I don't know if you remember that. It was bad news. Milosevic, he was convicted, and right when he was about to go to jail for the rest of his life, he had a little heart attack and he died. So, you know, he invented the term ethnic cleansing about the Albanians. He called it an ethnic cleansing. It was the first time anyone ever called it an ethnic cleansing. Slobodan Milosevic. You know, it's kind of hard to have famous people when they're murdering you. But I don't know. Should we look up? Let's find out who are the famous. Are there any Albanians that were famous for something? Any famous Albanians? Let's see if Google says the diaspora. Mother Teresa was Albanian. She's fucking famous. Mother Teresa was Albanian. Yeah, okay, we can stop right there. That's pretty. Dua Lipa is Albanian. She's famous. Farid Murad, the Nobel Prize-winning American physician and pharmacologist, was also Albanian. He invented Viagra. So, you know, pretty good. John Belushi was Albanian. John Belushi. So there you go. Lots of famous Albanians. John Belushi is pretty famous. And Dua Lipa, the guy that invented Viagra. There you go. Lots of famous Albanians. There you go. This guy's from Uganda.
I mean, the election, the candidates you endorsed won down the line, and you knocked off 2 Democratic incumbent members of Congress. Is this like a unique moment in New York, or is this the beginning of a national movement?
I think we are seeing a hunger that is not just felt by New Yorkers, but frankly by Americans from coast to coast for a new kind of politics, one that puts working people at the heart of it. And I think for far too long, what we as a party have been able to say to New Yorkers who are struggling is simply to explain why they're struggling, not actually offer them a vision for how to make life better. And these candidates, Brad, Daria Lisa, Claire, they ran campaigns that spoke to working people and that said life in.
There's some people winning. This is what they look like when they win. What do you think? They're going to give people what they want?
The nation's most expensive city need not be this way.
Daria Lisa. People really upset about her because she said she wiped her hands on the American flag. Uh-oh.
Longer. And I can't wait to have them as partners in D.C. in that work.
So do you see yourself endorsing candidates outside of New York, or?
Yeah, for now, my focus is on this incredible slate of 3 congressional candidates, as well as you said, the 5 candidates I endorsed who ran and won, who are all going to be heading to Albany in the state legislature. But I do think, as you said, it's not just New York City where working people are asking themselves, why can't.
So 8. He endorsed 8 people, and 8 people won. He is batting 1,000. Zoran Mamdani, a real movement happening here.
I afford my rent. Why can't I afford my groceries? Why can't I find enough money in my pocket for childcare, no matter how hard I work? And I'm so excited that these incredible soon-to-be Congress members will be helping to lead the fight across the country on making sure that working people are right there where they should.
I mean, that's the question, right? No matter how much I work, how come I ain't got shit? How come I ain't got shit? But there's a trillionaire, but I ain't got shit. And I am not even going to get Social Security. I've been paying for all this shit, and I ain't got shit. I keep paying for everything. The government keeps taking my money, and I ain't got shit. And you got a trillionaire? You guys are hanging out with trillionaire? You want to build a ballroom for the trillionaire and the billionaires? You want to hang out? Oh, we got to have a place to let our hair down, says Lindsey Graham. We need a place to let our hair down and cut loose and party at the White House with our billionaire and trillionaire friends so we can relax and feel safe while the world is crumbling around your ears. It's not going to crumble around our ears. It's crumbling around your ears, you pores. Keep working. Don't worry. If you keep working hard enough, one day you might save up enough money to own the means of production, start your own business, and then you could live off somebody else's labor. It's going to work out for you. Trust me. It always works out for you pores. Don't you see all the people running around who just worked hard and somehow scraped their way together to get something? They started car companies and they started donut shops. Don't worry. Anybody can make it in America, right?
Which is the heart of the conversation.
The reaction from Democrats has been something. You've had some prominent Democrats dismissive of what happened here. I mean, you had Senator Blumenthal say the effort to nationalize New York is going to fail. What happened in New York will be really irrelevant by the time of the elections in November. Hakeem Jeffries basically said the same thing, saying that this is not indicative of what needs to happen in November. What do you make of that?
I think that when you ask Americans what they're feeling in this moment, amidst reports of an economy that's strengthening, of a stock market that's booming, you will hear an exhaustion at having to try and make ends meet every single day, every single week, every single month, and that it's getting harder and harder. And so a message of fighting for working people, we don't have to nationalize that message. That is a national message. It's a national crisis. And for far too long, all we've had to say as a party is opposition to the current administration. What do we have to say beyond that? And what these candidates offer is a vision that extends beyond the midterms, it extends beyond 2028. It speaks to what makes so many of us proud to be Democrats. It speaks to a vision that goes back to a New Deal understanding of what working people deserve.
A New Deal. Careful. That's social Democrat shit. You know what happens to social Democrats.
And I'll tell you that for too long, that kind of politics, you can only find it in history books, and we need to bring it back to the present day.
And you're hearing some not just dismissive, though. There's resentment. And this is from fellow Democrats who think that this could jeopardize Democratic chances in the fall. I mean, you got Josh Gottheimer, a Democratic member of Congress, says many of us believe
they're cowards. There's always cowards. I mean, Peter Kropotkin talked about these cowards. They're always cowards going, well, you're going too far. No, if you don't ask for what we need, then we'll never go far enough. That's the problem. We never go far enough. Oh, we lowered the gas prices by 10 cents a gallon. Isn't that enough for you fucking greedy bastards? No, it's not enough. If you're working 40, 60 hours a week and you can't afford childcare, you can't afford to have kids, you can't afford to eat. There's always these sons of bitches that are willing to say, oh, you're going too far. These fucking Democrat limp-wristed cowards. That's always the problem with the cowardly Democrats and the cowardly Republicans. I hate to say it, but I mean, like, I didn't think Zoran Mamdani was going to be able to scrap together this movement, but you know what? Shit, bro. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe the Democrats will change their stripes. Maybe. Of course, I want to throw away the whole system. I think the system is broken. But, hey, maybe the Democrats will figure it out. But no, there's this fucking cowardly piece of shit going, they're going too far. You're going to hurt our chances. As
do I. If you're a socialist, you are not a Democrat. And in fact, they put out a manifesto today. Have you seen this thing?
Sounds pretty socialist to me.
It's not a communist manifesto. It's a moderate manifesto.
They put out a manifesto
saying we are capitalist and not socialist. We believe in a growing, fair, and competitive economy, entrepreneurship, ownership. I mean, this is a direct response. They've made it clear to what you did here on Tuesday.
I mean, that's great, but what's a party if not its voters? And I'm proud to sit in front of you as the mayor of our city, having received more than 1 million votes a little less than a year ago. And when we're talking about these incredible congressional candidates, they won their races, and they won their races with a vision of what politics should be, and one that actually speaks to working people. And for a lot of people who ask themselves, what does democratic socialism mean? And you can tell them the answer at a theoretical level. It's the choice to extend democracy from the ballot box to the rest of their lives. But in terms of what it means over these last 7 months, we've seen a city with democratic socialist principles at the heart of it within our administration. And what we've delivered has been record lows when it comes to murders and shootings.
So is it pragmatic democratic socialism?
Pragmatic democratic socialism. All fuck it, you dumb piece of shit. Do you know what democratic socialism is? It means putting the needs of the people over private property, over private profit. That's what it is. Socialism. Putting the needs of the people of the public, putting public need over private profit, prioritizing public need over private profit. Socialism. It's not that fucking hard of a concept. Pragmatic socialism. It's democratic socialism, meaning the people get to decide what the people need. The people get to decide what the public good is so that we can prioritize public need over private profit. Socialism. Now, National Socialism is a little bit different. National Socialism is the people that we think are the public. We put their needs over private profit, but really we're going to get in cahoots with the corporations so that we can create public need. We could prioritize certain people, the white Christian nationalists' needs over private profit, but really we're just shaking hands so that we can put the white Christian nationalists' need over all. National Socialism. You're going to love it if you're a Nazi. It's always National Socialism versus Social Democrats. Always has been. I think that's been the same fucking. I think it's even the Protestant Revolution can boil down to National Socialists versus Democratic Socialists, Social Democrats.
I think democratic socialism at the heart is pragmatic, because if we cannot deliver for working people, then what is this for? I'm not interested in writing a manifesto or frankly in reading one. I'm interested in delivering, and that's exactly what we've been showing.
But they're saying that if you're a socialist, you're not a Democrat. I mean, is there room in the party for both of these views?
Yes, here I am. Here are so many more. And I think what makes our party a beautiful party is the fact that it's a big tent, that we have.
But you've also said it has to be a party with a spine, with a backbone.
Yes,
so
even a tent has to stay up.
Yeah, so,
I don't know. I love when people say that. Can you be a social democrat and be a Democrat? Or is democratic socialist? Do the Democrats have room for it? I don't know. Do the Republicans have room for a Nazi party like MAGA? It turns out they do. They got plenty of room for the MAGA Nazis. MAGA is the National Socialist movement in America. That's what it is. It's just Nazis. Nazis and you come onto this unit, you take on a debit. That's 100 scalps taken from the heads of 100 dead Nazis. And I would have my Nazi scalps. The Nazis will fear us. The Nazis will know our names.
Stand firmly for these ideas.
Now, I know I'm Aldo Raines. I got a little bit of engine in me.
You're talking about that others are calling dangerous.
I think it has to stand for working people, and I think it has to be willing to fight for working people. And I think that there are some who are offended by the prospect of a party that knows who it fights for and goes every day to work for that. Because what we've seen over many years is a willingness to not only explain away the status quo, but frankly, even to look to benefit from the status quo. And that's not what working people are looking for from our party.
As New Yorkers were going to vote, you said something interesting. You said the race for 2028 starts now, the presidential race. What do you mean by that?
Well, a lot of pundits ask me about this race and what it means and how to think about it. And at the core of Tuesday's results was a message from Democratic voters across the largest city in the United States of America about the kind of politics they want to see. And we know that we oppose the cruelty of the federal administration. What is it that we stand for beyond that?
So you can't just be anti-Trump, obviously.
You got to have something you are not just willing to stand up for, but that you're also willing to explain how this is relevant to working people. And I think this just comes back to the fact that I'm leading a city that's the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. I could end the sentence there and say that life is great for 8.5 million people, but it's also a city where 1 in 4 are living in poverty. And for far too many Americans, those contradictions have become their day-to-day life. And we need a party that's able to recognize the strengths of this economy and understand that it hasn't reached enough people.
Now, there's been a lot of attention. One of the candidates you supported, who knocked off an incumbent Democrat, is Darlisa Villa-Chalier. She said some very controversial things, including calling for the abolition of prisons, couldn't say whether or not somebody who had committed murder should be in prison, called for open borders against all deportations, including those of violent criminals. Are those positions that the Democratic Party could win on nationally?
I think what the Democratic Party can win on nationally is a focus on working people. And I think that what I saw from Darlisa when I would walk the streets of her district was a focus on what she describes as a politics.
This guy's a fucking great politician. You hear that? The reporter asked a stupid question. He answered the question he wants to answer. This guy's media trained. When I worked for PETA, that's something the hardest thing to learn is that when the press asks you a question, because they ask you these horrible questions and you have to answer a different question that they never asked. That's hard to do. It sounds easy to do, but when you're in the moment, like Zoran Mamdani is right now, it's hard. Like I've been interviewed so many times by the press, and they ask you these questions, like these gotcha questions, like what this guy just did, and you have to not hear that question and answer a question that you wanted to answer. It's hard. It's hard to do.
of life. She would talk about how we have to invest in babies, not bombs. She's now going to represent what is one of the poorest districts in the United States of America. And what people in that district are exhausted by is a politics that has justified the spending of tens of billions of dollars.
The American Taliban, I mean, I think Taliban are basically just a Nazi party. Just National Socialists. National Socialists. National Socialism as an ideology, it spans, it's all over the world. In this case, the Baathists, I think that the Baathists in Iraq were National Socialists. I think that the Taliban in Afghanistan are National Socialists. I mean, it's rampant. It's a problem. It's a very big problem. National Socialism spreads like a cancer.
In killing civilians overseas, while working people are struggling just to do the basics.
But how does abolishing prisons or having open borders fit into that? I mean, do you see how those are ideas that a lot of your Democrats that are warning about what happened here say are toxic. Most of America won't go along with it. They're bad ideas. They're dangerous ideas.
I think what the focus of her race was, what the focus of her candidacy was about the struggle that working people are facing.
You see that? He didn't answer the question. He just answered the question that he wants to answer.
And I think that we can have disagreements on policy positions. What we have to agree on is what are we fighting for and who are we fighting for? She showed that in her race, and I think that many people will come to appreciate that in her leadership to come.
So because this guy keeps asking about some tweets that Daria Lisa deleted from when she was in her 20s. Well, when she was in her 20s, she was against the police, and now she's running. Yeah, because she wants to focus on working families. Great answer.
We can disagree on something as basic as whether or not there should be prisons.
That's
not your position.
There are prisons,
yes.
And what we're also showing in this city is that safety is not something that's up for debate. It's something that we're actually delivering on. And I'm proud to be the mayor of a city that currently has the lowest recorded number of murders and shootings in recorded history in New York City.
So there was also a Democrats.
There are prisons. That's the world we're living in. Whether or not there should be prisons is a different subject, right?
You probably heard what President Trump had to say about you and about the candidates you supported. And he warned that if socialists win, and he calls you communist, but you will start living in squalor. There'll be no food, no housing, no military, no law and order. There'll be nothing. And he had a few other choice words. By the way, he also said he still likes you. But what do you make of what the Republicans are going to make you the poster child for the Democratic Party?
How many people are imprisoned? I love this idea of a prison state like Escape from New York. How many people are incarcerated in America or under control from our justice system? I forget the number. Okay, so it's 7.5 million people are under U.S. criminal system control, which includes people under house arrest and stuff like that, and people on parole and probation. So 2 million are incarcerated in the United States. 5.5 million are under some community supervision, and the number of so the 7.7, so 7.5 million people. Let's call it 8 million. 8 million people are in prison in America. If you want to take all those and put them in a state, you'd have a big problem policing 8 million. You know, centralizing people, they're harder to control. If you put them, you spread them out, you divide them, they're very easy to control. You don't want to have one state where you have like all of the prisoners. You don't want to do that shit. But I love in sci-fi, it's kind of cool, right? Like Snake Lipskin. They just came out with a comic book. It's called Escape from San Francisco, I think. I don't know. I forget. It's a new one. Or Escape from Chicago. I think it's Escape from Chicago. They just came out, the trilogy, because it was apparently supposed to be a trilogy in New York, LA, and Chicago. Coast to coast, LA to Chicago.
Let them. We don't have to ask ourselves what life looks like if a socialist wins. I won last November, and over the course of these last 6 months, what we've delivered for working people are the very things we were told were impossible. We've delivered free childcare for 2-year-olds for the first time in New York City.
He's right. I thought it was impossible. I thought he was gonna fucking fail. But you know what? I was wrong. I was wrong, everybody. I'm not too proud to admit I was wrong about Zoran Mamdani. He's delivering. He's doing what he said. Child care for all.
We've delivered tens of millions of dollars back to tenants who were taken advantage of by bad landlords. We've
frozen rent.
Delivered 165,000 potholes being paved. And we've done all of these things while also delivering the lowest recorded crime in our city's history. That's what it looks like to have democratic socialism. And what you're seeing is that New Yorkers experienced this for 6 months and made the decision that they wanted to see more of it on the national stage as well.
Can a democratic socialist get elected president?
I think a democratic socialist can get elected anywhere across the.
What the fuck do you think FDR was? FDR was a democratic socialist. Can FDR are people this fucking stupid? I wish that Zoran, dude, we beat the Nazis. with democratic socialism. Basically, what World War II was National Socialism versus democratic socialism. That's basically what it was. It was the American way of life, democratic socialism, FDR, New Deal, fucking knowing how to do business and actually get people on track and get people jobs and get people building stuff. It was all that. Beating the Nazis. We beat the Nazis. A democratic socialist beat the Nazis. That's what I wish Zoran Mamdani. Dude, we've had democratic socialists before. FDR.
This country for any position. What I think we need to bring is a focus on working people.
And that's the direction that the party should go in.
Can we have a democratic socialist as president? Motherfucker, we've had democratic socialists as president. It's not that long ago. It's less than 100 years ago. We had democratic socialism.
In terms of selecting a candidate for 2028.
I think the direction that the party should go in is how best to fight for working people. I think we need to have a platform and a vision that doesn't sound as if it was cooked up by consultants, but instead one that you would say in response to someone who's asking, why can't I afford my rent? Why can't I afford my groceries? Why can't I afford my childcare? We need to make clear who we stand for, how we're going to stand for them, and that we're actually willing to fight for them when the going gets tough.
Obviously, Israel was a big issue in these races. Not the only issue, but a big issue. Is there room in the Democratic Party for candidates, officials who support Israel, not just support Israel, but support military aid to Israel?
No, that's a question. Is there room in the Democratic Party for people who support and take money from Israel? FDR was maybe, I mean, he's still, don't tell that to the Japanese, but I mean, like, he wasn't perfect. But he proved that democratic socialism wins out over national socialism. What do you know? He beat don't forget that National Socialists ran for president. Charles Lindbergh ran for president against FDR. FDR, the Social Democrat, beat the Nationalist Socialists. And then he went to go kill Nationalist Socialists over fucking Germany, all over Europe. We went and killed all the National Socialists. And then FDR died. And we joined forces with the National Socialists and we started killing Social Democrats. That's what happened. We joined the National Socialists. We took their scientists. We started working with the Nazis. And we made, we didn't call them Nazis anymore. Changed the names. Called ourselves corporatists and capitalists. And then we started killing any socialism that we could find. Any democratic socialism that we could find, we killed.
This was a huge issue for you.
Well, I think what we've seen is that the time for us as elected officials to pronounce what the party should be is one that should come to an end, and we should let Democratic voters themselves take the lead. We've seen on Tuesday evening, we saw Democrats turn out in districts across the city to make clear that they were tired of tens of billions of dollars being spent in our taxpayer dollars to violate international law, to kill thousands of civilians. And you and I know that right now, the way that Palestine is described is as if there is a ceasefire. That's the language that's typically used. More than 1,000 Palestinians have been killed in that ceasefire. And what New Yorkers want to see is a politics of conscience, a politics of clarity, a politics of conviction. And to follow international law, to believe in the humanity of all people, it shouldn't be a journey too far. And I think that our party needs to hear what Democrats are telling it.
Democratic Socialists of America now says they no longer favor a two-state solution. Is that the way you see it as well? The idea of two states, Palestinian, Jewish state, side by side, living in peace.
The way I see it is equal rights for all people. And I think that's the truth for Israel. It's the truth.
Damn, Zoran Mamdani. Two-state solution. I'm not even going to answer that. I see equal rights for all people. God damn, Zoran Mamdani, you're going to get yourself killed, Zoran. Someone's going to kill this guy.
For any country in the world. And frankly, as we're coming up close to the 250th anniversary of our nation, one of the things that makes me proudest to be an American is the belief that equal rights are at the bedrock of our notion of what it means to be an American.
And the idea of a Jewish state, Israel is a Jewish state, that's in the charter. That's the way it is now. Do you support that?
I've said time and again that I support the state of Israel as a state with equal rights. I believe that any state that
privileges... As a Jewish state is the question.
I think any state that privileges one religion over the other is one that I can't tell you I support, whether it be Israel or Saudi Arabia or anywhere else. And a lot of that comes back to a fundamental belief that we should all be considered equal no matter what our faith is.
I mean, shit. I feel like someone's going to kill Zoran Mamdani. You can't talk like this in America, Zoran. Zoran, you're getting too successful. You start and think you can just say whatever you want in America. You can't talk like this in America. Equal rights. That you don't support Saudi Arabia because they're not equal rights because they favor one religion over another. You don't think that your boys over in Israel are legitimate because they're favoring one religion over the you think equal rights for all? Ugh. I don't think they're gonna Damn, man. They're going to kill him.
Big problem. You said it's rising is anti-Semitism in the city.
We've seen anti-Semitism rise in the city. We've seen the fact that Jewish New Yorkers comprise a minority of our city's population and yet continue to constitute a majority of the hate crimes that have been pervaded in this city. And that's something that's unacceptable. It's something that we will never come to see as if it is a part of life. It's something that has to be fought and rooted out of every one of the 5 boroughs.
What did you think when Dan Goldman, that coffee shop in Brooklyn, said that they wouldn't serve him because of his support for Israel? You have a problem with, I mean, the idea of, of a establishment like that saying they're not going to serve somebody if they support Israel?
I've said that I have political disagreements with Congressmember Goldman. I do believe that that's a response that goes beyond that.
So that's not the right kind of thing.
No, I think it's much better to keep that critique in the way that we've done it.
I mean, you ever seen the thing we reserve the right to refuse service to anyone?
Okay, so we're just about out of time. I got to ask you, I noticed that you're turning 35 soon, right?
A few months, yes.
So you now hit one of the constitutional requirements to run for president. But there's another one that says you have to be a natural born citizen. You were not born here.
Yes.
But do you think that's something that should be changed in the Constitution? It would take an amendment, but do you think that we should change that?
Oh, you better not say it. You better not say it, Zoran. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it, Zoran. They're going to kill you, man. Don't do it.
No.
No.
I think the Constitution looks good the way it is.
Just the way it is.
Just the way it is. I'm very excited to focus on New York City. But thank you for reminding me of my upcoming
35 years old. 35 years old. All right.
Yes, sir.
Upcoming mentality. He's 35 years old enough to be president. You're not old enough to be president. You got to be 79 to be president. What do you mean saying this guy? We have a new rule in America. You got to be 79 years old to be president. You have to be in your late 70s. You're not allowed to be 35 president. You crazy? At least he said he doesn't want to change the Constitution. That's pretty good. I just want to be mayor, buddy. Just want to be a mayor. Can you guys shut the fuck up and let me be mayor? I just want to give some people some motherfucking health care. I just want to give some people some child care and some free buses, man. I just want to get some free buses. Shit's bussing. New York is bussing. Do people still say bussing?
The Stars and Stripes wave peacefully outside this San Marcos home. But now, just days before America's 250th birthday, Amy and Chris Cook are being asked by the Ambience Owners Association to take their flag from their garage door frame down.
Having to defend our freedom, to display the symbol of freedom, is something I never thought I'd experience in America.
A lot of people don't see it as a symbol of freedom, but the thing is, if you're in a HOA, do you want everyone having all these flags? My HOA, people can hang flags. I hate it, man. I got Ukrainian flags, American flags. I got flags that say Happy Fall. Actually, I don't really give a shit, but I get that. Why? What if someone hang a Nazi flag? Is that okay? We're doing flags now. Like, just stop hanging flags on your houses. What the fuck? Leave your fucking. You don't need to hang a flag or anything else off your house. It's all right. We all know you're American. Got it. What's the big deal? Are people still saying bussin'? Do people still say bussin'? I haven't heard anybody say that. Bussin'? I don't think people still say it. New York is bussin'. Free bussin'.
The red, white, and blue is something the couple displays to honor Chris's grandfather who died in World War II.
He was awarded the Navy Cross and also the Purple Heart.
The issue comes down to where the flag...
I wear this because my grandfather died.
Is installed. The HOA contends this flag is installed on common area property, but the homeowners now facing a $100 fine disagree.
What? This is common property. You're not allowed to do it. That makes sense. That's a HOA rule. You're not allowed to do shit on common property. You can't put a flag on common property.
Place on the fascia.
Around the corner, Terry Collins has also been told to take down her flag.
We've lived here 35 years. It's been here 35 years.
Collins believes she has the law on her side. The 2005 Freedom to Display the American Flag Act states in part that a condominium association may not adopt or enforce any policy that would restrict or prevent a member from displaying the U.S. flag on residential property within the association with respect to which such member has a separate ownership interest or a right to exclusive possession or use. Free speech attorney David Loy says California law allows HOAs to put some limits on the size and location of flags, but
the general...
That makes sense, though. You see where it's at. You can't do it there. It's got to be on a part that you actually own, and the HOA owns that. You're not allowed to just put your shit on there. You don't own that. You got to put it on something you own. Like that window up there. That window, you got to do it up there some part that you own. Mine, I have a flag. I fly the vegan flag every day. My vegan flag is out there, and I got a little thing on my. No one knows. People are like, what flag is that? What country is that flag from? What country is that? I'll put the vegan flag out there. It looks great. It's flapping. Green, blue, and white, white, green, and blue. And it flaps. It's pretty cool. I got one so when the wind blows, it goes all the way around so it doesn't get tangled. Like this piece of shit. This guy doesn't even have a nice flagpole. But mine's up at the top. I got to get in a ladder, and it's up on the top wooden part. I think it makes sense that this guy screwed it up. Maybe mine's illegal too. I don't know.
Rule is that HOAs, even if they're still private entities and not subject to the First Amendment, they still don't have a blank check to say no signs, no flags whatsoever on your own private property.
I understand some of your neighbors have taken down their flags in recent days, but you're
saying this is not private property. That's commonly owned property. You're allowed to do it on private property.
yours up. Tell us why.
Because I'm not going to be bullied by them.
I'm not going to be bullied. I want to.
The residents will make their case to the HOA board at a hearing Tuesday.
Okay, Karen, it looks like definitely you're on public property. You're on commonly owned property. I think it's pretty clear to me, but I think the HOA is going to clean the floor with you.
No one from the Owners Association returned requests for comment. Austin Grabish, ABC 10 News.
Oh no, look, they have the thing that'll go around. I take it back. They've got the thing so that the flag will go around. It just looked tangled in the first shot. Now I see they've got that attachment. Mine has that little attachment so it doesn't get all fucked up. By the way, you're supposed to have a light on the American flag. So if you leave it out overnight, you always have to have a light on it. That's the rule. Do you think she has? I don't see a light on it. I don't see a light.
What's on your mind? Yes, go ahead.
Speaking of Nazis.
Big Wednesday for the Trump administration.
The National
You just said that this country doesn't have a future if the Supreme Court doesn't rule in your favor on the birthright citizenship case. If they don't, what actions is the administration?
He moves like the girl in Obsession. He does this thing. Does he have a neurological disorder? Am I making fun of a disabled person? Why does he always do that?
Well, just to clear, what I said was that this country doesn't have a future if we don't end birthright citizenship. Obviously, the right and correct way to end birthright citizenship is for the Supreme Court to rule what the 14th Amendment clearly and correctly means. But one way or another, this nation has to end birthright citizenship. You have another question?
So, what actions does it?
We have to end birthright citizenship or else we won't have a country, says this Californian. Stephen Miller, Mr. California. What school did he go to? What college did Stephen Miller graduate from? He went to Duke. He left California and then he went to Duke. He learned how to be a Nazi at Duke. No, he was already a Nazi in high school, they say. Oh, man. I had no idea he went to Duke. Man, my professor in college, my mentor, he said that he went to go... it was the 60s, I guess. He went to go, it was earlier. It was really, I don't know, my professor was really old. And he said that when he graduated from Harvard, that he was interviewing, right? He was interviewing for different places and he never been to the South and he never been to California. He never been to these places and he was in Harvard and he graduated and he was going to interview. And one of the places that wanted to hire him was Duke. And so he took a train from Boston down to North Carolina. I think it's in North Carolina. Is it North Carolina or South Carolina, Duke? I think it's in North Carolina. Is it in Duke or is Duke in North Carolina? It's in North Carolina, Durham, North Carolina. So it's in North Carolina. And he said, as he crossed the Mason-Dixon, they said, all right, these are colored cars and these are white cars because Jim Crow was still on. And so he had to change cars or people had to get off the train and move because they were going into the South at the North Carolina state line to get to Duke University. And he knew from that moment that he couldn't go work at Duke. And so then he took a train across the United States to interview at Berkeley. And that's where I met him, was Berkeley. He stayed there for, I think he was at Berkeley for like 60 years. He was a professor there forever. And Stephen Booth was his name. He was a very important person in my life. Dr. Stephen.
Millions of asylum seekers right now who are still waiting for their cases to be heard by federal judges. What is the administration doing to try to move some of those along the process?
Well, I think the most important point is that this administration on the asylum front has implemented international agreements all over the world to take in our asylum seekers. So America's doors are closed fully to asylum seekers. We've set up agreements where if you want asylum, then we will find a country elsewhere in the world to take you. It's very simple, very elegant, very complete solution. Now,
yeah, it's the same solution that people like Monroe and Lincoln had which was, hey, if you don't like it here, blacks, we're going to send you to another country. That's the same thing that he's saying. Stephen Miller's saying, if you want asylum, fine. We'll send you someplace else.
Of course, as you know, you've heard me talk about it many times before, all asylum claims across the southwest border are always French. It always involves somebody who is coming from a country where they're not being persecuted based on race, religion, ethnicity, so on and so forth. Overwhelmingly, right, they're coming from other countries in the Western Hemisphere where there's no persecution based on religion, no persecution based on race, etc. In many cases, of course, they also come through dozens of other countries on their way here where they want an asylum should have sought it first. In every case, they're either criminals, benefit seekers, economic migrants, welfare seekers.
What benefit? What the fuck are you talking about? Benefit seekers? What benefits are you talking about?
Et cetera, et cetera. They're coming to join family members and so forth. But the good news for them is that you have other countries willing to take them. Yes, you have a question. Yes. Well, we, so first of all, on humanitarian issues, the most humanitarian thing that we can do is, which is what we are doing and have done, is to end illegal immigration. That is the most humanitarian thing. Every single illegal immigrant who comes to the United States is brought here by a cartel, by a foreign terrorist organization. Those individuals.
I don't know what year. I don't know. Let me look up. He's got a Wikipedia page. What year was Dr. Stephen Booth born? Dr. Stephen Booth. He was born in 1933. And he died in 2020. He was born in New York in 1933. I hate thinking about him dying in 2020. Anyway, fuck, sucks. 33. So he would have been in 1950s. 1950s. He went down to to North Carolina to interview at Duke University.
Individuals are often raped, they're often beaten, they're often robbed. They come here as a form of indentured servitude. They have to pay off their debts to the cartel after they arrive. And beyond all of that, their profits that they earn from that human smuggling goes into kidnapping, torture, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, fentanyl. So it's a very important point. The individual, by the way, so let's say you're a legal immigrant from Mexico. You know full well who is smuggling you. When you pay them $6,000, you understand those $6,000 are going to one of the evilest organizations on planet Earth. You know that when you do it. And it's a sinful thing, but we're doing the best we can and have done an extraordinary job under President Trump's leadership. There has been 13, I believe is the correct number, consecutive months with, maybe it's actually 14 now, but 13 or 14 consecutive months without a single person released across the southern border has never been achieved before.
Mr. Miller,
the blue jacket.
Citizens in Minnesota, something of a turning point in this country's immigration policies. Did the tactics change on that moment? Because the president suggested that they should.
Well, I think what you've seen under the leadership of Secretary Mullen is.
I wonder why are they bringing this guy out so much? Why the fuck is Stephen Miller all of a sudden talking a lot again? It's weird that we get this deluge of Stephen Miller. Does he sleep for weeks and then he comes out of his coffin and then does a bunch of press junkets?
Is a tremendous focus on achieving results through incredibly efficient mechanisms. So, for example, one of the things that you've seen in the recent days that has been really extraordinary is President Trump signed an executive order to debank illegal aliens, which is incredibly effective action to get illegal aliens out of the country. You've also seen continuing budgetary reforms at ICE to make sure the resources are being allocated as efficiently as possible towards actual enforcement and removal operations, right, stretching every dollar further. And you've seen with this new ICE legislation that's been passed, and as Tom Homan has said, he's been here many times, recently, I think in the last couple of days, that the new fund has been passed through Congress by reconciliation will allow deportation numbers to continue to climb, as well as all the legal reforms are being put into place. And the recent Supreme Court ruling, of course, means that now millions of illegal immigrants from Haiti, who were previously beyond the reach of the law, are now within the reach of the law. Yes,
sir.
sir.
When it comes to deportation, sir, do you expect the administration to deport anyone who loses TPS status as a result of this ruling?
Sorry, say again. There's just a little cross.
No worries. Do you expect the administration to deport anyone who loses TPS status as a result of this ruling?
Of course, if you no longer have status in this country, then you're supposed to be deported. And in particular, in the case of the Haitians, the Biden administration flew over vast numbers. Hard to know the exact number, but probably more than 1 million illegal immigrants from Haiti. That's not counting the border crossings into the United States. So these are people who've only been here for a few months, who are receiving welfare, whose all their ties, all their social connections, all their family is back in their home country of Haiti. And of course, that's where they should go.
Does that mean more ICE deployments then?
In light of,
yes, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, in light of the NATO issue and everything else, are you guys looking at Greenland to get NATO support or, to get access to the Arctic? What's
the president's been clear about how important Greenland is to the United States. Better than the obvious. Time for one more question. Yeah, go ahead.
Does the administration consider Haiti a safe country?
For Haitians, absolutely. Yes. Yes. So yes, Haitians live in Haiti. It's not our position that Haitians should leave Haiti. I mean, it'd be crazy for us to say that Haitians couldn't live in Haiti. It's their country. Of course, Haitians should live in Haiti. There's no viable asylum, or use a technical term here, CAT claim or withholding claim for any Haitian seeking relief from going back to Haiti, to their homeland. The fact that there might be pockets of Haiti where there's higher crime rates, guess what? There's pockets of Chicago with crime rates just as high, right? There's pockets of cities like St. Louis with crime just as high, pockets of Los Angeles with crime just as high. It has never been the case that having communities that have high crime rates is a basis for asylum. Never has been, never will be. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Support journalism.
If you have high crime, that's not a good enough reason to come to America. What is a good enough reason to come to America? Only if they're killing you because of your religion. If they're killing you because you're white or a Christian. Is he on a gated trailer park? No, that gated trailer park. No, he's such a dick. I mean, he's a Nazi. He's a nuts. Oh, he gets a new meat suit. Maybe that's what he molts. Maybe he's molting, and he's molting, and he doesn't want anybody to see him, so he kind of disappears for a couple months, and then he comes back, and he's like, like, does he have a disorder? Why is he doing this shit? He's so creepy looking. It's like he reminds me. I saw that movie Obsession where the woman is doing like. She looks like like the demons trying to get out, and it reminded me of Stephen Miller. You're doing a Stephen Miller impersonation? What is this? By the way, I saw this week I saw Supergirl, and Supergirl, I thought it was fine. It was fun. It reminded me of the comics. It was, I think, a very faithful adaptation of the comics where they're covering some dark themes like sex trafficking and people betraying each other over it and doing things just for money, like Lobo's the guy's just doing things for cash, and this idea of how to deal with your family dying and Kara from the Supergirl character. I always liked that she's not like Superman, and she's a refugee, and she comes to this country, and the person, her family member who's supposed to be the person to help her out, is Superman, but he can't even speak Krypton. He can't speak Kryptonian, and so she's stuck, and she doesn't belong. She doesn't feel American. She doesn't feel like she's not an Earthling, and I always liked that dynamic, and I think that's why MAGA hates. Why they're hating so much on this, like, because they're covering some dark themes. They're covering things like sex trafficking is who the bad guy. The bad guys are all sex traffickers in this universe, and comic books always did this, right? They try to like have these dark themes, but it's still packaged in this colorful, kind of goofy, Lobo's a goofy cigar chomping, good, space motorcycle bounty hunter, and it's Jason Momoa, who's perfect at it. He's always a goofball, and he was great. I thought he was a great Lobo. I thought it was a really good adaptation. If you don't like comics, you're not gonna like Supergirl, but it was really fun. It was great. I ate my popcorn, I drank my Coke, Pepsi Zero, whatever. I'm trying to cut down on some pounds, and I thought it was great. It was a fun time at the movie theaters. And MAGA, they hate it because there's a powerful woman who is fighting sex traffickers, but most of all, she's a refugee, and MAGA hates refugees. But the whole story is about how she has to deal with the trauma of losing her planet. Clark Kent doesn't remember what Krypton was like. Clark does not remember how to speak Kryptonian. Clark don't know that shit. He's not Kryptonian. He's Kryptonian by blood, but not by birth. I mean, he was born there, but he didn't grow up there. He doesn't know what it was like to lose everything. And she was raised on a floating piece of rock of Krypton while the entire place died. Everyone died. In the comic book, because in the comic book, Krypton explodes and her city Argo flies out into the world, into the space, and they put like a lead barrier over it. In the movie, it's like a force field thing, but in the comic, it was like a barrier to keep them all from flying off the rock. But unfortunately, there's this element in the soil that is kryptonite that they didn't know existed, and it starts killing everybody, and everyone's dying. And so everyone's dying on this rock in space. And so they send Kara to Earth to live with Clark. And she has to watch her family die. She has to watch everybody die. And so she's a refugee. And it's such a cool story. but it's packaged in this goofball sci-fi adventure, and I thought it was fine. It was really good. Anyway, maybe you don't know about it, but if you like comic books and you like that, it's fun. Superman is the biggest Mary Sue character of all time. I mean, yeah, MAGA hates women. Yes, you hate it? Why did you hate it? Lobo was never in Supergirl? Sure he was. Lobo was in Supergirl. Lobo messes with with Kryptonians all the time. Lobo was in Supergirl, and Lobo was in Superman all the time. Superman doesn't like Lobo. They don't like him. Yeah. I thought it was great. And read the books. Navi, you didn't like it. You hated it. Why do you hate on it so much? I thought it was great. That was great. She had to deal. It's an origin story. It's a great way to tell the origin story. And then she puts on the suit, but she's not, it's not like Supergirl year 7. It's Supergirl like year 2. She's trying to figure out her life. And I love the idea that of course she's trying to drown her pain with alcohol. Of course she is. She's in pain. And she's trying to learn. She's trying to forget her past and figure out who she is. And so she's drinking. And she doesn't want to get in adventures. She doesn't want to help other people. She just wants to wallow. And she's mourning the loss of her planet. I thought it was so cool. You don't really get that in the comics. You get some of that, but not really. I thought it was great. I liked it. CW did better. CW doesn't do any of the themes. There's no like actual. CW never had those heavy themes of like her dying, her watching her countrymen die, and being a refugee. They never did that. She was just all like, "Yay, Supergirl." It was just a little too. The comics are darker. I always liked that about. I also what I loved is that in the comic, the villains are always sexualizing Kara and like saying, "Oh yeah, you can have your turn with Supergirl," and it's always so disgusting that like Lex Luthor says, maybe not Lex, but like Dr. Light says it. Like I remember all these people, like they always say these gross things about Supergirl, but which is amazing because Superman will never have to deal with that. Superman will never have to be objectified and sexualized. Supergirl has to deal with that over and over and over again, and they bring that up in the movie. They didn't bring that up in the show. I don't know. I thought it was good. Well, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I read the comics and I love the movie because it was faithful to the comics. I thought it hit the tone of the comics. Like the comic books are annoying because they cover these deep dark themes and then they package them in these bright colors and men in these silly suits, and Lobo's kind of a dumb character, but that's how you get to teach dark and then if you're a kid reading these comics, those dark themes, those real like social themes get in, and over time those are the things you remember. Like I remember reading Death in the Family where Batman and Robin dies and he's killed by the Joker, beaten to death with a crowbar, but because Joker has diplomatic immunity by siding with Iran and becoming the UN ambassador of Iran. And I remember these topics and these themes that they explore more than I do the silly stuff about Superman, like showing up at the UN. There was a bunch of silly stuff in that comic book. And if they made the comic book as a movie today, it'd be kind of silly. It's supposed to be a little fucking silly. It's a comic book. It's a little silly. And it was fun. I like the movie. Like the rock anthems while she's fighting. I think it would have been great if it was like silence while she's fighting and violent. And I thought at first, why didn't they make this a rated R movie? But then I'm like, you know what? Actually, this is exactly like the comics. The comic was not a rated R comic. The comic for Supergirl was kind of silly with dark themes. The tone is silly, but the themes are dark. That sounds like DC Universe to me.
Trust. Support PBS.
So we're walking here. They've got all 50 states represented. We found somebody from New Hampshire.
Nothing bores me more than fucking those stupid Christopher Nolan movies where it's all like, Batman is a super soldier now, and he talks like this.
Oh, where is she? Where is she? Ah, where is she? And I have a super soldier car.
Fucking boring. Why do I want, if I want to watch a super soldier movie, I'll watch a super soldier movie. Batman's not a super soldier. Batman has very dark themes about dead parents and who was wearing a mask and whether or not mental illness is an excuse for crime, and whether or not, like, how to solve crime and what crime means. And like, there's all these crazy, interesting themes in Batman in kind of a silly universe. That's what's fun about it. That's what makes it fun. So it's not just like, it's so boring to watch him as. That's why I think those movies, that movie Batman versus Superman, my whole life I wanted to see that movie and it sucked. It was so not like the comic, nothing like the comic book, nothing. It has to be serious. We got to take it very seriously. Everything has to be serious. DC's dark. DC has dark themes, but tell me Booster Gold and Flash are dark characters. Tell me Superman's dark.
Hi, guys. How are
Caroline
you?
Levitt is back at work.
I am. Welcome to the Great American State Fair. What a beautiful day on the National Mall.
First question.
Literally nobody here. No, but look at this place.
How are you? How's the baby?
Amazing. She's great. She's at home right now, sleeping. I have my toddler son here, as you can see, Nico, and we're trying to find the New Hampshire booth. I haven't found it yet.
When you come to a state fair, you have been a candidate, you have been around many candidates, you've been to a million state fairs.
Yes.
What is the one thing that you look for?
Corn dogs and ice cream.
Flashpoint. I read every comic of Flashpoint and I really loved it. The Booster Gold stuff wasn't really. The Booster Gold stuff was silly. The Frankenstein monsters lines were silly. The Batman stuff was dark, but Batman's always kind of the dark character. But it's also kind of silly. Like Thomas Wayne owns a casino, and and his wife is the Joker. Like Martha Wayne is the Joker. Thomas Wayne is a casino owner, but he's also Batman, and he carries a gun. I mean, it's like, yeah, it was dark, but it was also kind of silly. I mean, at the end of the day, the way Flashpoint even happens is that the Flash is on a cosmic treadmill. Tell me that ain't silly. A cosmic treadmill. Literally, they wrote in a thing called a cosmic treadmill that Flash can run so quickly on that he can literally go back in time. Like, that's not silly. That's the premise of Flashpoint. So, it explores dark themes, but it's also silly AF. Like,
Baby, that's what we're on the hunt for.
And you are here on behalf of the president. Who at the White House got to decide which state gets the biggest corn dog?
That would probably be a call for President Trump himself, who will be here July 4th. Big speech, more flyovers.
he wants a very. Did she just say that he wants a big? Did she just say what?
That's what we're on the hunt for.
And you are here on behalf of the president. Who at the White House got to decide which state gets the biggest corn dog?
That would probably be a call for President Trump.
Donald Trump got to figure out who gets the biggest corn dog. It was Arnold Palmer. Arnold Palmer had the biggest corn dog.
Who will be here July 4th. Big speech, more flyovers. It's going to be great.
What is your biggest takeaway now that you have seen the state fair that is happening during 250, that is happening during the FIFA World Cup, which has a fan zone right over there?
Yeah, it's amazing. It really is a remarkable. The team did a remarkable job. I'm blown away. The Ferris wheel looks.
That's so funny you say that, Bruce. You think Christian Bale played the best Bruce Wayne? I got a hot take on this. I got an unpopular opinion on this one. I think the best Bruce Wayne was maybe in the worst Batman movie, but the best Bruce Wayne, I think it was a bad Batman. He's a great Bruce Wayne. Was George Clooney. I think George Clooney was the best Bruce Wayne. He seemed just like Bruce Wayne to me. Like, not serious, pretending.
So fun. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm about to. And it's so cool to have all 50 states represented and people from all over the country that have traveled to enjoy our nation's 250th birthday.
There are a lot of Europeans who are visiting for the World Cup, who we have run into here looking around the 50 states. You've been to most of the 50 states. What is the one stop that they've got to make?
New Hampshire. Obviously. Live free or die, baby. Best state in the union.
So he's like, hold on a second. Who's this lady? Who's this blonde?
My final question for you.
The fireworks
Take a picture,
are going to go
quick.
off around 10:30.
Yes.
You have a baby.
I know.
And you have a toddler.
It's past bedtime.
Will you be staying up?
It's past bedtime. It's a family discussion we have to have if it's worth keeping two very young children up that late and then ruining July 5th. But I think it's going to be worth it. It's going to be the largest fireworks show in the history of the world. So I'm told. So I feel like it's a must-see event.
So even if you don't keep them up on purpose, they'll be up. They'll be right.
I think so. I think they're going to.
If it rains on the 4th of July and they have to cancel this thing that they keep going, I think it's going to be it's going to be hilarious. They're going to they're not going to be able to do it. Hey, thank you so much. The real McGoy. Thank you. I knew it. I feel the same way. You feel the same way about George Clooney? Yeah, I mean, I think George Clooney was the best Bruce Wayne. Hate me all you want, but I think he was the best Bruce Wayne. He might have been a bad Batman. It was a bad Batman movie. But it should have been the best one. Wasn't that the one with Arnold? Like, Arnold should have been the best Mr. Freeze. It should have been the best one, but it sucked. It sucked, but it should have been the best, right? Mr. Freeze. Arnold is Mr. Freeze, and they fucked that up. How do you fuck that up?
Here, no matter what. The whole thing.
You are now able to see the previously unseen space inside the Lincoln Memorial New Museum, located beneath one of the country's most iconic monuments, is now open. News First Jessica Albert attended the ribbon cutting for the
Like, wouldn't it be cool if George Clooney came? George Clooney was in the end of Flash. At the end of the Flash, George Clooney was Bruce. I thought that was funny.
this morning.
Everyone knows the Lincoln Memorial, but very few have seen what's underneath it. Now you can. It's all a part of a highly anticipated
This is so cool. I want to go to DC just to see this thing.
new museum called the Undercroft.
The Undercroft. The Undercroft. That's what I call my butthole. It's called the Undercroft.
It's called the Undercroft, a new 15,000 square foot exhibit area that reveals the massive concrete foundations that support the Lincoln Memorial. The museum will share the history and symbolism of the memorial to the nation's 16th president through educational displays. Visitors will be able to learn about the
What the heck? There's like stalactites or stalagmites. Which one comes with the ceiling? Is it stalactites or stalagmites?
engineering and craftsmanship behind the iconic structure.
Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people that have visited the Lincoln Memorial probably think that this beautiful memorial is placed on a hill. But of course, this was all a swamp. This was reclaimed land. And as you'll walk in here, you'll understand that the Lincoln Memorial is essentially built on the roof of a cathedral. And that cathedral underneath is 122 arched columns.
The project has been in the works for the last decade and cost.
They've been working on this for 10 years. They finally finished it for the World Cup. I mean, for the 250th anniversary of America. I wish I could see it. I remember them talking about it when I was in, well, I was there. No, the last time I was in DC, actually, I was there recently. I was there in 2024, right? I think I was in DC in 2024. I was in DC a couple times. I was there twice in 2024, and they were talking about this thing getting done, and now here it is. It's finished. It looks so cool.
About $69 million. About $50 million of that came
$70 million
from the National Park Foundation, the founding investment made by businessman and philanthropist David Rubenstein.
The reason this is the most popular site in Washington is because people recognize that Lincoln was an extraordinary person of great humility and great talent. And so as people come here to see the Undercroft and to see the Lincoln Memorial, I hope all of them learn more about Lincoln. And that's the whole purpose of the Undercroft.
Visiting the Undercroft is free. However, you do need a timed entry ticket to enter. Reporting.
I want to go see the Undercroft. That thing looks cool. It only costs $79 million, or what did he say? $69 million? 69, dude. It costs $69 million. That's it? 69, dude. How come it's going to cost $250 million to build this? Well, now they're saying it's going to cost $1 billion. But originally, Donald Trump said it was going to cost $250 million for this ballroom. But the Undercroft took 10 years, and they only cost $69 million. What are we spending money on?
Remember the top FEMA official who claimed he once teleported to a Waffle House? The one who was also in charge of this country's disaster response?
Teleport to a Waffle House. I want to do that. What movie was Bale in where he played a serial killer? That was that movie, American Psycho.
Well, he's in charge no longer. A FEMA spokesperson told the New York Times Greg Phillips is taking leave for personal reasons. But the Washington Post, which first broke this story, reports that he was asked to step away from his role because of how the public perceived.
Yeah, I know. Joyous777 says Arnold Schwarzenegger did not play a good Mr. Freeze, but he shoulda. Like, they gave him the dumbest Freeze, Mr. Freeze. Like, chill out, everybody get down. He should have been the best, though. That movie, when they advertised it, wasn't that the one where Uma Thurman was Ivy? Like, it should have been the best one. That, like, everything about it, it's like a layup. You got Mr. Freeze played by Arnold. Uma Thurman's playing fucking Ivy. You got Chris O'Donnell playing Robin. You got the one, what's his name? George Clooney as Bruce Wayne. And wasn't Alicia Silverstone in that one? Like, goddamn. How do you fuck that up? It just goes to show it doesn't matter. The oligarchs will find a way to fuck things. It should have been the best. When I was a kid, I was like, holy shit, it's going to be so good. I stayed up. I remember I worked at Disneyland back then, and I stayed up all night to be the first. And then I went to go see the movie in the morning, like at midnight. And we walked out. It was like, fuck, that movie sucked. Damn it, that sucked.
Tim, according to a person familiar with the situation. In other words, people thought he was a quack. And to be fair, claiming you can teleport to a Waffle House might do that. For anyone who missed it, here's part of the clip, which CNN obtained.
I ended up at a Waffle House like 50 miles away from where I was. They said, where are you? I said, Waffle House. They said, Waffle House where? And I said, Waffle House in Rome, Georgia. I said, that's not possible. You just left here like a moment ago. But it was possible. It was real.
Listen, I love and appreciate a Waffle House as much as an ex-gal, especially around 2 a.m. after a few rounds. But if you are going to claim
Hey, what kind of parties you going to, Les?
the power of teleportation, wouldn't you choose somewhere a little more exotic? I don't know, a lobster shack on the Maine coast, or Cafe Du Monde in New Orleans for beignets, a taco joint in San Diego, somewhere with a little more pizzazz, right? But no, I guess. So how did he get the job in the first place? He did not teleport there, no. He was tapped to head FEMA's Office of Response and Recovery last December by then DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. Phillips had no experience managing emergency response, but he had spent decades working on disaster relief through nonprofits and religious organizations. And perhaps more importantly, for a role within this administration, he had a long history of election denialism. In 2016, he declared without evidence that millions of non-citizens voted in the presidential election, helping fuel the false claim that Donald Trump won the popular vote over Hillary Clinton. He did not. And in the years leading up to the 2020 election, Phillips continued promoting conspiracy theories through the organization True the Vote. Two people familiar with the matter told the Washington Post that new DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullin is currently trying to steer the agency away from the sort of chaos that defined Kristi Noem's tenure. One person described Phillips to the Post as, quote, image issue with all the negative stories. So if you're keeping count, bye-bye Phillips, bye-bye Noem, bye-bye Corey Lewandowski, bye-bye Greg Bovino. Welcome departures, yes, for much of the country, but still no word on whether policy-wise all that much has changed at DHS.
Have you ever teleported to a Waffle House? Because I think that sounds great. I've been to Waffle Houses, but I don't generally go.
It has been 6 months now since Australia enacted.
It looks like the head of FEMA is now the head of FEMA believes that he teleported into a Waffle House, and then he also thinks that Donald Trump won the popular vote against Hillary Clinton, and he also thinks that Donald Trump won the 2020 election, and that it was stolen from him. Do you think that we're going to make it if there's a Katrina, you think we're going to make it? You think FEMA's going to be able to look out for us?
The world's first social media ban for children under the age of 16.
Well, a new study suggests the ban is actually failing. As CBS's Kamal Afzali shows us, most teens are, as you might have thought, finding ways right around those restrictions.
Months after Australia fired a one-of-a-kind shot against big tech, hoping to protect its teens, new research suggests the legislation may be flying widely off the mark.
Not working.
The study surveyed 408 Australian.
So these Australians are saying this social media ban is failing, but it just started, right? It's only
just before the restrictions went into effect. And then again 3 months after, it shows 85% of under 16s are still using social media
They're still
platforms,
using it.
and nearly a fifth are using fake accounts.
Great. They're using fake accounts. It looks like we've got to put Zuckerberg in jail. He's breaking the law. Put him in jail.
The study's authors recognize that the ban, which fines companies millions if they fail to prevent underage access, takes time to have an impact. But access isn't the issue for these teens.
There's so many videos of people just dying and no one does anything about it.
Stop bad stuff from going on social media, and then they won't experience it.
Experts say as long as harmful content exists, keeping lines of communication open is vital.
It's extremely difficult to know what a young person is engaging in online. We want them to feel safe speaking to a trusted adult.
For this mum of two, it's a constant conversation with her children.
Where did you go with your friends?
I haven't gone out yet.
A conversation that mirrors the one happening across her nation.
If you really want to keep your children off the social media, a ban won't necessarily do it. But what it will do is create dialogue in your country.
She adds that parents have to parent and that the government can't do that for you. Kamal Afzali, CBS News.
And continuing our weather. I think that I remember when Australia passed that law, and I thought, great. I don't think kids should be online. Mostly because I don't want to talk to fucking kids online. I hate it that kids are on the internet. I hate it that kids are watching my show. I hate it that they're watching my content. I hate that they reach out and try to talk to me in my chat. I don't want to talk to you, little kids. Shut the fuck up. Don't get near me. Don't talk to me.
Get away from me, kid. You bother me. Get away from me, kid. You bother me. Get away from me, kid. You bother me. Now step back and put your eye on the ball. Keep your eye on the ball. That's W.C. Fields. That's my W.C. Fields. I always cook with wine. Sometimes I even put it in the food. Get away from me, kid. You bother me. It's not fit out there for man or beast. I love W.C. Fields. So you don't think so? 75% of you are saying no, that children should not be allowed on the internet. I don't social media. I don't think they should be allowed on the internet. Keep them off. Get these kids outside, man. I don't think they should be even allowed in the fucking. They shouldn't be allowed in the house. They should be raised in the streets. Raise them in the streets. They shouldn't have even allowed these devices. They shouldn't be allowed to look at screens. I wish, like when I was a kid, I watched some fucking TV. I was a latchkey kid like all the other kids back then. I rushed home to watch TV, played Nintendo. But then I also like got out and I escaped. I got on my bicycle and I went and caused trouble everywhere. I got in fights, did all sorts of crazy stuff. That's what kids are supposed to do now. Now they don't do any of that. Now they just like stay on social media, I guess. I don't know what they're doing. What are these kids doing, man? It's awful for kids. It is awful for kids. My kids use the internet for school and live in the woods. All right. Well, I mean, okay, for school, I guess. I don't know. It's hard because I don't want the kids to be like disadvantaged because let's face it, we're all going to be interacting with these screens as adults, right? So your kid needs to know how to do it. Needs how to know how to use the screen, know how to use these devices. But these kids aren't even learning how to swim. These kids aren't learning how to ride bikes. They're not getting driver's licenses. Like they're all like Donald Trump has never gotten a driver's license. Like what kind of life is that?
Alert coverage. Kentucky is shifting from rescues to recovery after widespread flooding over the weekend.
News Jaxie Pigeon is live now with what the conditions are looking like this morning. Jaxie.
Nicole and Mark, while the rain has moved out, the damage is stretched across multiple counties. I want to give you a look at Cumberland County. That was one of the most hard hit.
Like this is crazy, right? Like, look at this shit. You're not getting to work on time.
Areas receiving more than 8 inches of rain. Floodwaters tore out bridges, triggered mudslides, damaged roads, and left some families unable
8 inches in like 2 days
to drive to their homes as crews continue clearing debris. In Madison County, vehicles were left stranded as fast-moving water swept across roadways, rising to midway up street signs and covering much of fire hydrants. The county has now reported 3 flood-related deaths. The flooding also destroyed the Million Bible Church, where the building collapsed into the water as powerful currents uprooted trees. And in Bullitt County, swollen rivers and widespread standing water kept emergency crews on alert, while officials also responded to concerns near a dam embankment. Governor Andy Beshear says the immediate priority remains getting people to safety before the full extent of the damage can be measured.
There are a lot of rescues going on right now.
I mean, how do we look at this and we think that where's FEMA?
Like I said, we're still in the search and rescue phase. And after we make sure that everyone is safe, we'll be doing damage assessments in communities because we're going to be asking for both public assistance and individual assistance from the federal government.
Meanwhile, here in Tennessee, emergency officials say 1 person died in Granger County after flooding impacted East Tennessee during the same storm system. Back in Cumberland County, officials are meeting at 7 o'clock this morning.
They're going to say like, okay, people died, only 1 died or whatever. But like, okay, so Venezuela's having earthquakes. Thousands of people die. I mean, Venezuela, have you seen the pictures of that? It's horrible. But here people are going to lose their homes. I'm going to watch that movie tonight, the Welcome Table, because I that claim that in the next 50 years, 1 in 3 people will lose their home. That is bonkers. Lose their home for climate change. 1 in 3. We are as a civilization, not like Western civilization, but the global as a human race. If a third of us have no place to live, what do you think the world looks like? I can't wait. I'm going to watch this movie. I'm really looking forward to it. It's called Welcome Table. I'm going to watch it tonight on HBO. I'm excited. I think it might be on other streaming services. I don't know. It's called The Welcome Table. I'm excited. That it's been on my mind, man. I saw the trailer and I was like, no, fucking 1 in 3. And it's got to, like, in the next 50 years, that means like it's happening now. More and more people will be homeless all over the world. What are they going to do? Where are they going to go? They'll be coming here, I guess. I don't know.
The SCOTUS opinion on Hawaii's vampire law that was issued just minutes ago is going to be misconstrued, so let's get ahead of it. Because I'm almost certain that we're going to see someone claim today that, for example, a daycare can no longer ban people from carrying firearms on the premises. And that is not true. I was just on a live stream watching the opinions get released live, and I tried my best to explain it in the chat, but a lot of people were still getting this wrong. This is important to know, not just because of the fear-mongering, but also because it's important that people understand that they can still be banned from carrying on private property, including businesses. This is also, by the way...
Which one comes with the stealing? Is it you guys are talking about caves, but... Do stalagmites or stalactites come from the ceiling? Stalagmites and stalactites come from the what? Stalactites come from the ceiling and stalagmites come from the ground. Stalactites come from the ceiling and stalagmites come from the ground. Man, I remember when I was a little kid, I had to remember that. I remember taking that on a quiz. I remember, okay, stalactite, C stands for ceiling, stalactite, ceiling, stalagmite, ground. The G is for ground, the C is for ceiling. Okay, I saw some stalactites in the undercroft. I got stalactites in my undercroft.
A great lesson in the concept of affirmative consent. If you're unaware, the case is about Hawaii's so-called vampire law, which is about Second Amendment regulation. This law, I believe, was put in place in response to a SCOTUS ruling from a few years ago. Essentially, SCOTUS said that the rules and regulations that a bunch of states had in place were too restrictive for obtaining a license to carry. But regardless, Hawaii got a little creative, as they seem to be doing more often. I don't know if this is like a regular thing for Hawaii, but lately they have been. And the rest of us could stand to learn a thing or two from them. Just saying. But Hawaii's workaround, which was struck down today, or at least part of it, essentially shifted the burden away from the restrictions on obtaining a license to restrictions on what that license allowed you to do or where that license allowed you to carry. And specifically in question is private property that is accessible to the public. In other words, businesses, right? Like a supermarket, Walmart. Some people in the chat were asking about Disney. This law basically said that licensed carriers needed affirmative consent, had to assume that they were not allowed to carry on private premises that were open to the public unless they were explicitly told they could. So with like a sign, for example, that said, yes, you can carry on the premises. And this...
It's interesting because now in most states, you're allowed to carry a gun wherever you want unless there is a sign that says no guns. But they're saying you can carry a gun wherever you want, but you can't carry it anywhere that doesn't say guns are okay. If on a private property, it has to say guns yes instead of guns no. You know what I'm saying?
This is no longer allowed as a law that a state can impose. And what some people are going to say is that that means that businesses like Disney can no longer ban licensed carriers from entering the premises. And that is not true. Now, licensed carriers can assume that they can carry unless there's a sign that says, no, you cannot carry on the premises. That's it. Once again, it appears that the only rights that supersede gun rights are property rights. And if you don't believe me, some people in the comments did not, it is there clear as day on page 2 of the opinion, bottom of page 2.
To be sure, owners of establishments.
To be sure, owners of establishments that are open to the public can admit or exclude persons who are carrying guns for self-defense under either the common law rule or Hawaii's law. Essentially, it shifts the burden or switches the assumption. As one person put it, they changed it from opt-in to opt-out. Yeah. So the difference between affirmative consent or yes means yes and no means no.
You know, it's funny. When I lived in Virginia, they made a law where they did this, where they said same question, right? The question is, are you allowed to carry guns, right? And they made a thing where if you are Starbucks and you don't want guns in your Starbucks, you have to put a sign that says no guns at the Starbucks. And so they did. They passed a law saying that you had to do that because before in Virginia, you weren't allowed to carry guns on private property and you weren't allowed to have them in bars. That was a big thing. You're not allowed to have guns in a bar. And they changed the law saying you're allowed to carry a gun wherever you want unless there's a sign. And of course, Starbucks and also the bars that I owned a bar and I owned a wine bar. I owned a restaurant and a bar and a cafe. And we put signs up that said no guns. But I'm not Starbucks. No one really gave a shit. A lot of places that sold alcohol, people were like, okay, I get it, right? We don't want guns and alcohol together, right? So that made sense. Most of the bars just put up a no gun sign, no big deal. Right next to their non-smoking sign, there's a no gun sign. And Starbucks did it too. But because of that, these Virginia nut jobs, the Tea Party was a big thing back then. It was proto-MAGA, you know. The National Socialist movement back then was calling themselves the Tea Party. And so they decided to get their AR-15s and their big guns, their long rifles and everything. And they went to the Starbucks to see what the fuck you going to do about it, huh? And so then they had to call, because of that, the Starbucks, they were inundated with these yahoos with guns because they had a sign that said no guns. They're like, fuck you, I'm going to show up with a gun anyways, my Second Amendment. It's like, the law was that they had to put the sign up. And so then the cops came. And then you had these military guys standing in front of Starbucks being like, I'm going to keep everybody out. You had these vigilantes that were like, I'm going to be the tough guy who shows everybody. You're not allowed in there with a gun. Like people taking it upon themselves. All this crazy shit went down because of this law saying that you have to put, if you don't want people with guns at the Starbucks, you got to have a sign on the door of the Starbucks saying no guns allowed at Starbucks. People didn't like that. Though certain people didn't like that. The Nazis didn't like that. Anyway, it was crazy. It was a crazy time. I remember that vividly, driving by the Starbucks where my friend worked and seeing all these people with guns outside, all these people with guns and the cops, everyone's there. And it's a miracle nobody got shot because there's so, and people were upset. They were arguing, you know, but all a bunch of pussies. I'm actually kind of surprised a cop didn't shoot somebody. Like the guys showed up trying to, I'm going to show these Starbucks people, a bunch of fat fucks trying to be tough guys, you know, these just typical cowardly lions, you know. And then the cops had to show up and push them out and be like, you can't be here at the Starbucks. What you doing here at the Starbucks? You can't be in guns. It clearly states right there, there's no guns allowed in these Starbucks. You can't be here with the Starbucks. This is my Second Amendment, right? There's the law. You want to read it? I can't read. So anyway, that's the show. My name is Scott Jack Morgan. This is independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate and coffee addict. Thank you so much to Steffelson and the Real McGoy. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I can buy coffee now. I'm going to go play a little guitar, hang out for a little while longer. But before I go, I figure I'll read a poem really quick. I'm having a hard time going as long because I do need to be packing and stuff for the big move. I'm moving in July, and I'm really scared. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I got to do like a Marie Kondo situation and get rid of a lot of stuff. I don't know what to get rid of and what to keep. And I need to put an offer on a house. And I need to talk to Eli again. I need to sign a piece of paper that says that he's my broker. I need to tell my other broker that I'm not going to do that. So annoying. Yeah, but anyway, I figure we'll do a poem. That the Poetry Foundation has a poem of the day that I really like at the San Francisco airport by Ivor Winters. Ivor Winters, To My Daughter, 1954. At the San Francisco airport by Ivor Winters, To My Daughter, 1954. This is the terminal. The light gives perfect vision, false and hard. The metal glitters deep and bright. Great planes are waiting in the yard. They are already in the night. And you are here beside me, small, contained and fragile and intent on things that I but half recall, yet going whither you are bent. I am the past, and that is all. But you and I in part are one, the frightened brain, the nervous will, the knowledge of what must be done, the passion to acquire the skill, to face that which you dare not shun. The rain of matter upon sense destroys me momently. The score. There comes what will come. The expense is what one thought and something more. One's being and intelligence. This is the terminal, the break. Beyond this point on lines of air, you take the way that you must take, and I remain in light and stare, in light and nothing else, awake. It's a fun thing. So look at this, like A, B, A, B, A. It's a fun structure for the poem. It's like it's fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25 lines. It's a really fun little poem. It's fun because it kind of breaks every time, because like the light and the night rhyme, but it's weird because it's an odd number of. Usually when you see these, A B C D C D C D E F E F, but here it's odd numbers. So this is the terminal, the light, and these breaks in the middle make it kind of like this hard thing that you constantly have to break over and over again. And the fact that later on she's talking about break, this is the terminal, the break. And it's funny because that, like, structurally it's broken over and over again. Look in the middle. In the middle, there's always this M dash, and these pieces of punctuation that fuck up when you read them. And I like that a lot. This is the terminal. The light gives This is the terminal. The light gives perfect vision, false and hard. The metal glitters deep and bright. Great planes are waiting in the yard. They are already in the night. You are here beside me. Like she's putting her daughter on a plane. The rain of matter upon sense destroys me momently. The score. There comes what will come. The expense is what one thought and something more. One's being and intelligence. This is the terminal, the break. I like the terminal too, like the terminus. Terminal means ending, right? Terminal, like terminal illness, means something that will end with your death. Terminal. This is the terminal, the break. Beyond this point on lines of air, you take the way that you must take, and I remain in light and stare in light and nothing else awake. See, it feels like it's going to keep going, but it doesn't. And each one is like that. Fun poem. Ivor Winters is this poet. Let me see if I can get Ivor Winters. There we go. There's Ivor Winters in 1900 to 1968. Yeah. I had to read Ivor Winters in college, but I'm not an expert on her poetry. Although Winters discouraged would-be biographies, a few revealing reminiscences have appeared, such as David Levin's essays, Summer 1978. Poetry of particular intimacy. Anyway. Ivor Winters, 1968. She died. All right. Thanks so much for joining. I'm going to go ahead and do the rest of the Saab. Has always been aerospace. It just happens to build cars. Yeah. Saab, born of jets. Was it that they're like they built jet engines forever? A lot of car companies did. Rolls-Royce builds jet engines. Saab, though, you know what my favorite thing about Saab is? The dashboard inside of a Saab. I love the way the inside of a Saab looks. Like, supposedly they built the inside of a Saab with the understanding or assumption that people who are driving would be wearing gloves. So the buttons are all big and clunky, and like, I don't know. I just really love the way. Supposedly it was designed for people wearing gloves while they drive. And I love a convertible Saab. Such a cool car. I love Saabs. The convertible. What's the famous Saab? What was the best-selling Saab? Yeah, the Saab 900, the best-selling Saab of all time from 1978 to 1998, famous for its cult-like following. The classic 900, 78 to 93, featured an iconic wraparound windshield and a rear hatchback. But they did make a convertible, right? Wasn't there a Saab? Was there a Saab 900 convertible? Yeah, dude. The convertible Saab 900, bro. This car is so cool. I love this car, dude. This is such a fun car to drive. I've driven this car before. I fucking love it. I think I drove this black one in Florida on Key West. Oh, I love it. It's such a fun car to drive. I really like the Saabs. Anyway, born of jets, they say. Yeah, the 900, right? Yeah. Do you have one? Do you have a 900? Yeah, Saab. They used to put in their ads, "Born of jets" or "Born of fighter jets" or some kind of thing. They used to have a thing. You have one? That's sick. Is it convertible? Is it convertible? Because that's cool. If it's convertible, that's cool as shit. The hard top, I don't even know. I don't know why people put tops on cars. I hate cars with tops on them. I hate cars with tops on them. I want a convertible. This car that I have, it's a CRV, but it's got a sunroof, which is not sufficient. It's not what I want. But I didn't pay for it. It was my mom died and she left me the CRV. But it's got a sunroof. It is not acceptable, but it's better than nothing, I suppose. My mothership is pissed off at Saab US over union treatment, so I get to rub elbows with the CEO. Oh, nice. Is it a convertible was my question. Saab 900 convertible, yeah. When winter, you turn the heater on, man. I lived in Vegas with a Audi 4. I had an Audi A4 convertible and A4 convertible. And I think it was an A4. Yeah, it was an A4. And I had the top down all summer, and the winter I put it up, man. Or when I drove to the snow, I put it up. It's not like it's cold with the convert. You don't have to keep it down all the time. Oh, it's a convertible. Oh, that's sick. Fuck the hard tops. Yeah. It's so sick. I hate cars with hard tops. Unless it's a hard top convertible, then okay. But I don't know why people. All cars should be convertibles. That's my take. If I ever go on that show, Subway Takes, with that guy, I'm gonna say, you go, what's your take? I'm gonna say, all cars should be convertible. If you wanna ride in a hard top, take a bus or a subway. All cars should be convertible. They're supposed to be fun. Cars are supposed to be fun. You're supposed to be looking good in them. In fact, fuck all practical cars. All cars should a little bit be a toy. A little bit. I know they got to have practical. You got to be able to get to work and stuff with your car, but they should all be fun. There should all be a little bit of the spirit of a toy with a car. That's all I'm saying for. An A4, man, I loved my A4. Loved it. I was a huge hard tops hate hail. They do. They hate hail. That's true. They hate hail. Audi A4s are better than trucks in the snow. No, not the Audi A. You're thinking about the Audi. No, I don't think you talk. I don't think you're thinking. I think you're talking about the Audi, whatever their SUV is. It wasn't an SUV. It was a convertible coupe. It was it's a fast car. It's a sports car. A two door. I think they call the A5 now. They changed the names. Now the 2-door is an A5. Mine was a 2-door. There used to be a 2-door and a 4-door version of the A4. Anyway, I hope you're having a great day. My name is Scott Jack Morgan, independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and I love you. I would talk about cars this whole time, like I used to have a Spider 2000, 1980 Spider 2000 Fiat convertible. Such a cool car. Anyway, I hope you have a great day. If you're not going to stick around for guitar, but we're going to play guitar now, and if you want to stick around, that'd be great. If not, that's okay. That's okay, baby doll. We're going to go and play some guitar now. I hope that you have a great day until then. Illegitimate non-carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down, because I need you. We need each other, and the animals need us most of all. See ya. I'll be back in a second. Hey everybody, welcome. Oh, it looks like you guys, did you lose the music or just the video? Did you lose the music? You lost music and video, but you're still here, so that's good. Hey everybody, how you doing? Thank you so much for being here. I'm more of a Volkswagen guy. Audi has not enough space for my legs. Really? Volkswagen? Well, I drove a Volkswagen Carmen Ghia. I loved that car. I had a Volkswagen Carmen Ghia, not a convertible. It should have been a convertible. It would have been way cooler if it was a convertible. Volkswagen's your go-to. You big Audi over BMW? I had a BMW 328 IS. It was the first convertible I ever had. I loved it. My first convertible was a BMW 328 IS. I loved it. But I think, like, if you're gonna buy a car that's cool, I'll take a BMW or Audi over, what's it called, over Mercedes any day. Mercedes are cool, but like, in order to get a cool Mercedes, it's so expensive just to get a decent Mercedes. No more manuals? Really? They're not making manuals anymore? Not baguette. I made this bread though. I baked this bread. But not a baguette. But it is homemade bread. 3 ingredients. 4 ingredients. I got those fiery baby bells, and they're pretty good. It's spicier than I thought they'd be. They're quite spicy. Buy bread that I bake myself. Because I think you're not supposed to eat the wax? Oh no. All this time I thought you were. Your son eats the wax. You and your brake checking. Why can't you just be nice? Don't you know that's assault? Brake checking is assault. Don't brake check. Don't brake check. Like, what do you care? As a Jake, your truck has a Jake brake? Eat your food. Well, I wasn't even gonna eat it all, but I was so hungry when I got down here. Ooh, am I gonna snap it? Nope, no snapping. Nice. Yeah, EAD, GBE. Eat all dead gophers before Easter. There are women of many descriptions in this queer world, as everyone knows. Some are living in beautiful mansions and are wearing the finest of clothes. There are blue-blooded queens and princesses who have charms made of diamonds and pearls. But the only thoroughbred lady is the rebel girl. That's the rebel girl, that's the rebel girl. To the working class, she's a precious pearl. She brings courage, pride, and joy to the fighting rebel boy. We've had girls before, but we need some more. From the industrial workers of the world. It's a great fight, because it's great to fight for freedom with the rebel girl. I was playing this song in a different tone. I was doing this before. There are women of men. There are women of many descriptions. This queer world, as everyone knows. Some are living in beautiful mansions and are wearing the finest of clothes. There are blue-blooded queens and princesses who have charms made of diamonds and pearl. But the only and thoroughbred lady is the rebel girl. That's the rebel girl, that's the rebel girl. To the working class, she's a precious girl. She brings courage, pride, and joy to the fighting rebel boy. We've had girls before, but we need some more in the industrial workers of the world. For it's great to fight for freedom with the rebel girl. The rebel girl. Yes, her hands may be hardened from labor, and her dress may not be so fine, but her heart is in her bosom. Her heart in her bosom is beating, and it's true to her class and it's kind. And the grafters in terror are trembling when her spite and defiance she hurls. For the only and thoroughbred lady is the rebel girl. I thought that was I found that song by Joe Hill. What is a woman? What is a woman? A rebel girl. A female human being. What is a woman? What is a woman? What is a woman? How come they could never figure that out? Damn it. I want to try that one more time because this is a practice session. There are women of many descriptions in this queer world, as everyone knows. Some are living in beautiful mansions. Some are wearing the finest of clothes. There are blue-blooded queens and princesses who have charms that are made of pearls. But the only thoroughbred lady is the rebel girl. Rebel girl, as a rebel girl, to the working class, she's a precious pearl. Courage, pride, and joy to the fighting rebel boy. We've had girls before, but we need some more in the international industrial workers of the world. We've had girls before, but we need some more in the industrial workers of the world. The great to fight for freedom with the rebel girl. Yes, her hands may be hardened from labor, and her dress may not be very fine, but a heart in her bosom is beating that is true to her class and her kind. And the grafters in terror are trembling when her spite and defiance she'll hurl. For the only and thoroughbred lady is the rebel girl. Yeah, the rebel girl. Hilarious that MAGA can't figure it. MAGA doesn't know the difference between a boy and a girl. I don't know why they can't figure that out. It's a hard thing. It's a hard thing for them. It's a hard thing. I don't know why they can't figure it out. They don't know. They don't know. They can't figure out a boy and a girl. They don't know the difference. They're always asking me, what's a boy? What's the definition? Because they're on Grindr all day. Is there an E in Grindr? I thought it was G-I-N-D-R. Is it Grinder? I don't know. Is it Grinder? Oh, man. Come on, skinny love, just last year. Or a little soul we would never hear. My, 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 my. Staring at the sink of blood and the crush of an ear. Tell my love to wreck it all. Cut out all the ropes and let me fall. My, 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 my. Right there's no wind and Lord us tall. skinny love, what have we here? Suck on the hopes in life, Brazil. So the load is full and slow on the split. Told you to be patient, and I told you to be learned, and I told you to be balanced, and I told you to be kind. Now all your love is wasted, so who the hell am I? Burning all the bridges, I'm at the end of all your lives. Who will love you? Who will fight? Who will fall far behind? Derived from many different kinds of different sapiens, cousin to a common ancestor, to the ape from 2 million years ago. Nice. That was I'm an ape. I'm an ape. A hominid. I am a homunculus. I'm basically just a... Du bist gut genug. 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 Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us, only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no country. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. No religion too. or hunger. Brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you will join us, and the world really is one. Imagine there's no ever living life in peace. You know, Hank, pick up there are facts and feelings, plain and simple. There's objective truths and subjective feelings. I feel like I was a bear in my past life. You were a bear? Like a big, hairy gay man? Audio Slave. I don't know any Audio Slave songs. Tell me a song, Navia. I'll try to play it. Chris Cornell, man. Fucking Chris Cornell's hard. His voice is so crazy. So no matter what I play, you're going to say you don't like it. But I'll play whatever you want. You tell me what you want. I'll play it. I kind of want to try. Imagine there's no heaven. Isn't it? It's easier. You try. No hell below us. Above us, only sky. Imagine all. Imagine all the people. Imagine all the people. I think it's got to go. Imagine all the people. It's weird because that doesn't make sense to me. Imagine all the people. It's that one chord. It's like imagine all the people. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. Anyway, I gotta practice that one a little bit more. Like a Stone is the famous one, but you go ahead. Like a Stone. All right, Audio Slave. I was more of a Soundgarden guy, so I will try to play an Audio Slave song, but I already know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say I butchered it, and then I'm gonna have my feelings hurt, even though I've never heard that song. Oh, I Am the Highway. Hold on, I Am the Highway. That song, I think I remember. I Am the Highway. I think I remember the song I Am the Highway. Pearls and swine bereft of me, long and weary my road has been. I was lost in the city, alone in the hill. No sorrow or pity for leaving. I feel I sky. Friends and liars don't go away, don't hold me, 'cause I'll get on by myself. I put millions of miles under my heels and still too close to you. I feel I'm not your rolling wheel. I am the highway. I am not your copyright. I am the sky. I am not your blowing wind. I am the lightning. I am not your autumn moon. I am the night, the night. I'm not your rolling wheel. I am the highway. I am not your copyright. I am the sky. I am not your blowing wind. I am lightning. I am not your autumn moon. I am the night. I am the night. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no. Well, I tried. That's my audio slave. Chapel Roan, California. That's the only audio slave I really remember. What was the one that you said? Like a stone? Audio slave, like a stone? Like a stone. God, I don't remember that song. I'm going to play it for you, Navia, because I don't really... Oh, no, I don't want that. I don't want that. Hold, please. Hold, please. Hold, please. Audio slave, audio slave. Why the hell can't I find audio slave? It won't. I don't want to play the official bullshit. Why can't it? Won't let me play it. No, don't. I am the highway. Boo 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 doo boo 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 doo 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 doo. It won't let me play it. Pros get the official tab instead. This song is only available as an official tab. Alright, let's try. But it won't let me play it like just fucking play it. It wants to play like a... Hold on a second. Let me see if I can... Mute all. Here we go. We're going to try it. Play. It won't let me play it. Oh wait, it's playing. It's trying to play like this. It won't let me play it. It wants me to do like some pro tab bullshit, and it won't let me just play my fucking song. It won't let me just access the chords. This song is only available as an official tab, which means it won't let me just play the damn song. It won't let me just play it. I'm sorry, Navia. For some reason, it's like I have the paywall, but it won't let me play the song. Chapel Roan, California. But I did play you an Audio Slave song. I hope you liked it. You probably think I butchered it, but I don't know the song California by Chapel Roan. Chapel Roan, California? I don't have a California from Chapel Roan. Chapel Roan, California. Okay, Chapel Roan. It's got two P's in it. California by Chapel Roan. Another song I've never heard before. Hopefully it'll let me play it, for God's sake. Music, though. Raising Humans is creepy. It's an easy. What's an easy one, Navia? The Like a Stone. Buy it. Man, I'll play it. I'll try to play it. It's just that it's just hard. I'll try to play it. Okay, for you, because I love you. I'll try to play it. Alright, what's this song? I stretch myself across 4 states, new lands, west coast, where my dreams lay. Hold on a second, let's see if there's something. Oh, there we go. Trade amber, play roads. Let's try it. Trade amber, play roads for the sea, foam and the endless sun rays. 'Cause I was never told that I was gonna get the things I want most, but things I want most. People always say if it hasn't happened yet, then maybe you should go. Come get me out of California. No leaves are brown, I miss the seasons. Well, I don't know this song, so. Your father died last Monday? That's horrible. I did not know that. I'll play it. I'll try to play it. West Coast, where my dreams lay. Endless sun rays, 'cause I never told. But the people always say if it hasn't happened yet, and maybe in California. Okay, we're gonna try it. Never heard this song before. 6 up here at the 6. The 6th fret. 6th fret. Is that what we're gonna do? 6th fret. So we're gonna do 6th fret. All right. Of course, it's in the wrong key as well, but we're gonna try it. I stretched myself across 4 states, new lands, West Coast, where my dreams lay. I trade amber clay roads for the sea foam and the endless sun rays. As I was told it, as I was never told that I wasn't gonna get all the things I want most, but people always say if it hasn't happened yet, then maybe you should go to. Come get me out of California. Come get me out of California. On leaves of brown. I miss the season of Missouri, my dying town. Thought I'd be cool in California. Thought I'd make you proud. I think I almost had it going, but it let you down. Too hard to find reasons to stay. Even true love could not persuade, 'cause I never told you I was gonna get the things that most, but people always say, fuck, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. This is fucked up. All these weird fucking chords. It's like all these piano chords, you know? I'm gonna try something a little bit unconventional. Hold on one second for me. Like an EB minor chord. You can go fuck yourself, this EB minor chord. Okay, here we go. We're gonna try this. It's all like, it's kind of a sad ass song. Here we go. Trade amber clay roads for sea foam and endless sun rays. 'Cause I was never told I wasn't gonna get the things I want most, but people always say if it hasn't then maybe you should go. Get me out of California. Those leaves are brown. It's the seasons of Missouri, my dying town. Thought that I'd be cool in California, make you proud. I think I must have it going, and I let you down. Too hard to find reasons to stay. Even true love you should go. Come get me out of California. Come get me out of California. The leaves are brown. I miss the season in Missouri, my dying town. Oh, I make you proud. I think I almost had it going. I've let you down. Get me out. Me out. Get me out. Come get me out. Get me out of California. No leaves are brown. I miss the seasons of Missouri, my dying town. Thought I'd be cool in California. I'd make you proud. To think that I almost had it going, but I let you down. Fuck. Oof, all these barcodes are killing me. Okay, that is the first time. Let me see. Just a 5-bar chord song. See, there's gotta be a better way to play this song that doesn't kill my hand. So she's going. None of these chords sound right. I don't know, I had to fuck with that song a little bit, but I played it. Chappell Roan's California. I tried. I tried, Navia. I tried. Stephelson. There's no guitar in the song. I know, but it's like there's all these. It's all these piano chords. I could tell by looking at it, it's a bunch of piano chords because it's all like E, B minor, A, B, G, B, F minor, D, B. And like you don't see guitar. If someone writes a song on guitar, they do not write that. But you know, maybe hold on a second. Maybe one more shot at this. Maybe. Maybe I could play it with the root chords. Ooh, there's a secondary version. Okay, let's try one more time. Stretch myself across 4 states, new lands, west coast, my dreams lay, trading my clay roads for the sea foam and the sun rays. I was never told I wasn't gonna get things I wanted most. People always save it as it happened, yeah. Maybe you should go. Don't let me out of California. No leaves are brown. I miss the 4 seasons. seasons. I miss the four seasons of Missouri, my dying town. Thought I'd be cool in California, I'd make you proud. Think I almost had it going, let you down. This version's way better. Too hard to find reasons to stay. Even true love could not persuade, 'cause I was never told I wasn't gonna get the thing I want the most. People always say it hasn't happened yet, maybe you should go. Come get me out of California, no leaves are brown. I miss the seasons of Missouri, my dying town. Thought I'd be cool in California, I let you down. I made you proud. I almost had it going, but I let you down. Come get me out. Come get me out. Come get me out. Come get me out. Come get me out of California. No leaves are brown. I miss the seasons of Missouri, my dying town. Thought I'd be cool in California. Thought I'd make you proud. Can't believe I almost had it going, but I let you down. I thought that was kind of a fun. That was a much better version, I think. What do you think, Steffelson? Audio slave like a stone, or was that a note? No, I'm gonna try. I saw Navia. Sorry, I was just trying to work out the Chapel Roan song. Navia, I love you, but I love you, baby doll. I love you. I'm gonna try to do the audio slave song. It's just a pain in my ass. Audio slave. It's not you, it's this fucking app. It's not helping me. But I think there's a version of Chris Corn without Audio Slave. I think he covered it without. Yeah, I think he did. Chris Cornell did an acoustic version. And I think I could play that. Although, again, I've never heard it, Navia. Deathbed, I will pray to the gods and the angels, to the pagans, or anyone who will take me to heaven, to a place I recall I was there so long ago. The sky was bruised, the wine was bled, that you led me on. In your house, I long to be room by room, patiently. I'll wait for you there, like a stone. I'll wait for you there, and on I read till the day was gone. And I fell in regret. That's a fucking, the bridge is, and on I read till the day was death. Dreams until my death. I wander on. Is that like, does he go like, Dad? Chris Cornell, I never know, because his voice does fucking crazy thing. For all that I've blessed and all that I've wronged, in dreams until my death, I wander on. And in your house, I long to be, room by room, patiently I'll wait for you there, like a stone. I'll wait for you there, alone, alone. Fucking, I remember the song kind of like it's coming back to me. Tell me how much you hate it, Navia. Navia's tell me how much she hates it. Listen to songs before you play them. No, that's the whole fun part. I don't want to listen to the song. If I want to listen to the song before, there's not a cover. I don't want to listen to the song and play it just like the album. And plus, every time I listen to a song, it gives me a copyright strike. On a cobweb afternoon, in a room full of emptiness by a freeway, I confess I was lost in the pages of a book full of death, reading how we die alone, and if I were good, we'll lay to rest anywhere we wanna go. In your house, I long to be. In our room, patiently I'll wait for you there, like a stone. I'll wait for you there, alone. On my deathbed, I'll pray to the gods and the angels, to the pagans, or anyone who will take me to heaven, to a place I recall. I was there so long ago. The sky was bruised, the wine was bled, and there you led me on. In your house, I long to be, room by room, patiently I'll wait for you there, like a stone. I'll wait for you there, alone, alone, and honoring till the day was gone, and I fell in regret for all the things I've done, for all the things I've blessed, and all that they are wrong. In dreams until my death, You have to get up early to catch a train. Ben from Berlin, have fun. For never not here. You like it still. Thank you. You'll ask again in a week. Well, I mean, like, that's the idea. The fun part is figuring it out, you know? That's the fun part. The fun part is trying to figure out the song. That's like a little puzzle that you figure out how to do things, you know? That's all. Because I know that song now. Now that I've played it a couple times, I remember it. But Chris Cornell, like he's so intense with his voice. It's really hard to play it. You get it. Okay, good. I'm sorry it's not perfect, but I'm trying out here. It's so gray here today. June gloom, they call it here. This is the moment that you know that you told her you loved her. This is the moment that you know that you told her that you loved her, but you don't. You touch her skin, then you think she is beautiful, but she don't mean a thing to me. She is beautiful, but you don't mean a thing to me. All right. This is the moment that you know that you told her that you loved her, but you don't. You touched her skin, then you think she is beautiful, but she don't mean a thing to me. She is beautiful, but she don't mean a thing to me. Spent 2 weeks in Silver Lake. The California sun cascading down my face. There was a girl with light brown streaks, and she was beautiful, but she didn't mean a thing to me. Yeah, she was beautiful, but she doesn't mean a thing to me. I wanted to believe in all the words that I was speaking as we moved together in the dark, and all the friends that I was telling, and all the playful mistakes something wrong. I think you're damn right there is, but we can't talk about it now. No, we can't talk about it now. So one last touch and then you'll go, and we'll pretend that it meant something so much more. But it was vile, and it was cheap, and you are beautiful, but you don't mean a thing to me. Yeah, you are beautiful, but you don't mean a thing to me. Yeah, you are beautiful, but you don't mean a thing to me. I love that song. I feel like it's on the wrong key. It feels like too whiny because fucking Ben Gifford's his name, right? Death Cab for Cutie, they're so whiny. So I think it should be played like this. This is the moment that you know that you told her that you loved her, but you don't. Touch your skin, and then you think she is beautiful, but she don't mean a thing to me. Yeah, she is beautiful, but you don't mean a thing to me. Silver Lake, California sun cascading down my face. There was a girl with light brown streaks. She was beautiful, but she didn't mean a thing to me. Yeah, she was beautiful, but she didn't mean a thing to me. I wanted to believe in all the words that I was speaking as we moved together in the dark, and all the friends that I was telling, and all the playful misspellings, and every bite that I gave you left a mark. Tiny vessels oozed into your neck and formed the bruises that you said you didn't ever wanna fade. But they did, and so did I that day. All I see are dark gray clouds in the distance, moving closer with every hour. So when you ask, was something wrong? I think you're goddamn right, there is. Can't talk about it now. No, we can't it was cheap. Yeah, you're beautiful, but you don't mean a thing to me. You are beautiful, but you don't mean a thing to me. Yeah, you're beautiful, but you don't mean a thing to me. I think I really like that song from Death Cab for Cutie. There's so many great Death Cab for Cutie songs, but they're all like Amtrak is the railways. Yeah, Amtrak. Well, mostly. I mean, Amtrak is rail, but it's also they have buses too. Actually, funny enough, there are a lot of Amtrak buses too. Yeah. Some Amtrak's great. It depends on what line you're on. Your sister died from fentanyl-laced weed. I'm sorry. I know my friend's brother died of fentanyl-laced cocaine. It's fucking crazy, man. Fentanyl and everything. Yeah, it sucks. I am not the lonely traveler who's not repaid his debt. I've been searching for a trail to follow again. Take me back to the night we met, and I can't tell myself what the hell I'm supposed to do. And I can't tell myself not to ride along with you. I had all and I most of you, somehow gone of you. Take me back to the night we met. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, haunted by the ghost of you. Oh, take me back to the night we met, when the night was full of terror and your eyes were filled with tears, when you had not touched me yet. Oh, take me back to the night we met. I had all and then most of you, now some. I had all and then most of you. I had all and then most of you, some, and now none of you. Take me back to the night we met. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, haunted by the ghost of you. Take me back to the night we met. Playing this in the wrong key, but that's, I feel like, because that's such a hard line that I had all, then some. I had all, then most, then some, then none of you. I had all, then most, then some, now none of you. I had all, and then most of you, some, and now none of you. I had all, and then most of you, some, and now none of you. I had all of you, I had all of you, and most, I had all, and then most of you, some, and now none of you. I had all, and then most of you, some, and now none of you. Take me back to the night we met. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, haunted by the ghost of you. Take me back to the night we met. This is the first song I ever heard my partner sing, and I became a fangirl before I spoke to him. This song? This song, really? That's cool. But it's a fun little. I like playing it in this other key though. I'm a lonely traveler who has not repaid his debt. Oh, I've been searching for a trail to follow again. Take me back to the night we met. Then I can't tell myself what the hell I'm supposed to do. That I can tell myself not to ride along with you. I had all and the most and some and none of you. I had all and the most of you and some, now none of you. Take me back to the night we met. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, haunted by the ghost of you. Take me back to the night we met. When the night was full of terror, all your eyes were filled with tears. When you had not touched me yet. Oh, take me back to the night we met. I had all and most and then some, now none of you. Take me back to the night we met. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, haunted by the ghost of you. Take me back to the night we met. now. I thought he told me no motorcycle boyfriend either. My adopted uncle was a biker. Ooh. I like motorcycles. I took a motorcycle. I learned how to drive a motorcycle, and I had a license and everything, and I was going to drive across the country, and then I didn't. He also didn't want you to date it. Well, at least he didn't want you to date a cop. That's good. Don't date cops, that's for sure. Man, I remember I was at this party once, and I remember there was this lady. It was like more of a friend of a friend, and she was telling me how she was dating this cop, and I was like, I don't want to talk to you anymore. The cop wasn't there, but she was at the party, and we were like partying, if you know what I mean. And she was like doing lines of Charlie and talking about how she knows how she's dating a cop, and I'm like, you are so high on cocaine right now. What the fuck do you mean you're dating a cop? Are you out of your fucking mind? What, are you crazy? So I guess it's true. Time can heal even the worst of wounds and cliches I knew. It seemed so commonplace when I saw you, and let's walk in the dark, hop the fence in the park. Baby girl, honey bee, I love the way you look at me. Yeah. It's too hard to describe this in a way that feels honest, but even when I'm quiet, I love you, baby, I promise. I hope that I never see what your face looks like going. It's a face I swear that I could spend my whole life knowing. Here's to hoping. Pick me up, walk me home, it feels like God threw me a bone, and sticky sweet tangerine, and would you sit and keep me company in the dark? I'm not scared, I just reach and you are right there. It's a shooting stars, and with the racing cars, everything I own just feels like ours. It's too hard to describe this in a way feels honest. But even when I'm quiet, I love you, baby, I promise. And I hope I never see what your face looks like going. It's a face I swear that I could spend my whole life knowing. Here's to hoping. I hope I never see what your face looks like going. It's a face that I swear to God I could spend my whole life knowing. Here's to hoping. It's hard to describe this in a way that feels honest, and even when I'm quiet, I love you, baby, I promise. Cops go 4 years to school before they are a rookie. I know, that's what they say. It's incredible, isn't it? How do they do it? F it, let's hear California Uber alles. California Uber alles. California Uber alles. By the dead Kennedys. Uber. Where's my umlauts? California, Uber alles. California, Uber alles. California, Uber alles. Uber alles. California. Do they do it with a K? California, Uber alles. Uber alles. There we go. Über alles, California. Okay. I have a feeling that we can play this one up here, yeah. Okay, goes like that. I am Governor Jerry Brown. I am Governor Jerry Brown. I am Governor Jerry Brown. My aura smiles and never frowns. Soon I will be president. Carter power will soon go away. There will be Führer one day. I will command all of you. All of you. Kids will meditate in school. Kids will meditate. Hold please, hold please, hold please. California, über alles. California, über alles. Über alles. California. California, über alles. The thing is, though, it's like I wonder how they played that chord. I think I'll just go. I'm Governor Jerry Brown. Not or smiles and never frowns. Soon I will be president. Fucking C sharp. I'm gonna go like this. There's no way they played it like that. How the fuck did they play that C sharp? That's how they played it. They went like this. Carter power will soon go away. I will be Führer one day. I will command all of you. Your kids will meditate in. Oh, the kids will meditate in school. Your kids will meditate in school. California, Uber alles. California, Uber alles. Uber alles. California, Uber alles. California. Dead fascists will control you. Natural, 100% natural. You will jog for the master race. Always will wear the happy face. Close your eyes, can't happen here. Big bro on a Y, big bro on a Y, big bro on a white horse is near. Hippies won't come back, you say. Mellow out and you will pay. Mellow out and you will pay. Mellow out or you will pay. Fuck me. Okay, so then it goes. California, Uber alles. California, Uber alles. California, Uber alles. California, Uber alles, California, Uber alles, California. Zen fascists will control. Zen fascists will control you. 100% natural. You will jog for your master race. And always a hippie, and always wear the hat, and always wear the happy face. Close your eyes, can't happen here. On a white horse is near. The hippies won't come back, you say. Mellow out or you will pay. Mellow out or you will pay. Fuck. All right, that was the best I could do. It's all just power chords, so it's kind of like it's meant to be played on a electric guitar, you know. Qatar sucked, but not against soccer fans. Thank you so much, Stuffelson. You never liked FIFA. I don't like FIFA either. Stuffelson. I tried, but I think that if you changed it a little bit, like what if we changed it? I think it could be changed to be something kind of cool. Let's transpose it. Yeah, let's transpose it. All right, if we transpose it up a step, and we put that C is at the 4th fret. Let's see if this works. The C sharp is here now. I'm Governor Jerry Brown. My aura smiles and never frowns. Soon I will be president. Carter power will soon go away. I will be Führer one day. I will command all of you. Your kids will meditate in school. Kids will meditate in school. California, Uber alles. California, Uber alles. Uber alles. California, Uber alles. California. Zen fascists will control you. 100% natural. You will jog for the master race. And always wear that happy face. Close your eyes, can't happen here. Big bro on the white horse is near. The hippies won't come back, you say. Mellow out or you will pay. Mellow out or you Alles, California. Now it is 1984. Knock, knock, knock at your door. It's suede, Dane. It's suede. It's the suede denim secret police. It's the suede / denim secret police. They've come for your uncool niece. Come quietly to the come quietly to the camp. You look nice as a drawstring lab. Don't you worry, it's only a shower for their clothes. There's a pretty flower and dye, an organic poison gas, serpent eggs, all eggs already hatched. You will croak, you little clown, when you mess with President Brown. When you mess with President Brown. California, Uber alles, California, Uber alles, California, Uber alles, Uber alles, California. I think something like that. All right. I'm gonna try to play that song one more time, and then I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close the stream. But thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna try that song one more time. I am Governor Jerry Brown. My aura smiles and never frowns. Soon I will be president. Lot of power will soon go away. I will be if you're a one day. I will command all of you. Your kids will meditate in school. Kids will meditate in school. California, Uber alles, California, Uber alles, Uber alles, California, Uber alles, California. Then fascists will control you. 100% natural. You will jog for the master race. Always wear that happy face. Close your eyes, can happen here. at your door. It's the suede slash denim secret police. They have come for your uncool niece. Come quietly to the camp, you'd look nice as a drawstring lamb. Okay, come quietly to the den, you'd look nice. Quietly to the camp, you'd look nice as a drawstring lamb. Don't you worry, it's only a shower. For your clothes there's a pretty flower. Dying organic poison gas. A serpent's egg is already hatched. You will croak, you little clown, mess with President Brown. When you mess with President Brown. California, Uber alles. California, Uber alles. Uber alles. California, Uber alles. California. Getting more than no one listens. Stephenson says it's funny because Jerry Brown came back and was governor again. You know, he was governor back when that song was made, and he came back and became governor again. He was governor not so long ago. He was governor, and then he wasn't governor. Then 20-something years went by, and he was governor again. Man, when I lived in Oakland, people were like, Jerry Brown's the best, and then he became governor while I was, because he was the mayor of Oakland when I lived there. He was mayor. And then he came back and became governor again. Jerry Brown. Jello Biafra didn't like him. Democrat. All right. Singing a song? Yeah, I was singing a song. We had 2 massive thunderstorms in 2 weeks. Last one Saturday. All right, well, I'm going to eat. You're a bee watcher. My across-the-road neighbors have an apiary. Oh, that's sick. So I don't really like the idea of apiaries. But anyway, Chai Pixie, so glad to see you here. Thank you guys. Thank you to Navia and Staffelson. Oh, you want to see Daya? Yeah, I'll play that for you. Sorry, I missed that one. Navia. Or Navia, you're still here, right? I hope Navia's still here. Navia, are you here? I will play that. I will play that for you, Navia, because you put a donation in there. I will stop everything. I'll play it. I hope you're still here. Navia, are you still here? I can't tell if Nadia... Is Nadia still here? Is Navia... Navia, are you still here? Sugar, sugar. Is Navia still here or what?
She sits alone, waiting for suggestions. You see, he's so nervous, avoiding all the questions. His lips are dry, her heart is gently pounding. Don't you know just exactly what they're thinking? If you want my body and you think I'm sexy, come on sugar, let me know. If you really need me, just reach out and touch me. Tell me so, baby. He's acting shy and looking for an answer. Come on, baby, let's spend the night together. Now hold on a minute before we go much further. Let me use your cell phone, I gotta tell my mother. They catch an Uber to his high-rise apartment. At last he can tell her exactly what his heart meant. If you want my body and you think I'm sexy, come on, let me know. If you really need me, just reach out and touch me, sugar, let me know. His heart's beating like a drum, 'cause at last he's got this little girl home. Relax, baby, now we're all alone. Make it dawn and all the birds are singing. Two total strangers, but that's not what they're thinking. Outside it's cold, it's a misty, rainy morning. They got each other and neither is complaining. He says, I'm sorry, baby, but I'm out of soy milk and coffee. She says, never mind, baby, let's watch a Netflix movie. If you want my body and you think I'm sexy, come on, sugar, let me know. If you really need me, just reach out and touch me. Come on, honey, tell me so. If you with my body and you think I'm sexy, come on, baby, let me know. If you really want me, just reach out and touch me, baby, just let me know. If you want my body and you think I'm sexy, come on, baby, just tell me so. If you want my body and you wanna touch me, baby, give me both your holes. I know I'm a hoe. Let's get up and go. I got something I wanna show you, baby. It's my epic fury. You're gonna love it, but it's gonna blow a hole in open your hormones. Your straight up hormones, you gotta open it now. You gotta give me the passage. I got international waters, baby. Open those D's. I just say please don't make me beg. Just open those legs. I gotta get in there. I don't care about hair. I need you to bend over. Show me what you're working with. Show me what you're working with. Show me what you're working with.
All right, I don't know if Navi even heard it though. I did it for Navia. She wanted me to stick around and play it, and she didn't. She's not even here. Wow. Thank you for being here, everybody. Thank you. Navia, I played that song for you. You're not even here. All right, I gotta eat and I gotta go. Thank you, bye. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Nadia. Thank you, Steffelson. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Jackie Boyle. I gotta pack, I gotta eat, and I gotta pack. I gotta eat and I pack. I'm gonna eat and I pack. I gotta eat and then I gotta pack. That's all I do. Eat and pack. All right, stay safe, everybody. Thank you. I hope you liked all the songs. I'll see you on the other side. Thank you for watching Morning Sky. I'll see you on Morning Sky on the other side. See you on Catch on the flip side, y'all. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. Please share short. Thanks for your support. And I'll see you tomorrow morning. Illegitimately non-carborundum, don't let the bastards grind you down. Later, rebels, soon to be New Mexican. Although, do you have to be born in New Mexico to be a New Mexican? How long does it take to be a New Mexican? Am I always going to be a Californian? I feel like I'm always going to be a Californian. I'm kind of Mr. California boy, you know? I had a wasp in my beard. I would not recommend. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. Teryan, don't put a wasp in your beard. I got a bee in my bonnet. I got a bee in my bonnet. Put a little bee in your bonnet. I had a bustle in my hedgerow. But I wasn't alarmed. In your heart, you're gonna be a nomad. I've always been a rolling stone. They gather no moss. I'm looking for some moss. I just want some moss. Do you think I'm too old to find a woman and get married and have babies? Can't I still have babies? I think I still want to have babies. I think I want to get married and have babies. Lots of babies. Just like 12 babies. That's what I'm thinking. All right. Bye, everybody. Thank you. Godspeed, rebels.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.